Hello, hello, boys, girls, cats, and squirrels. Welcome on in. It's the summer season of the Calling All Heroes, and we have brought you the playoffs. Day one is going to be today, and my name is Aricast here with Rain, and maybe a bit new faces here, but the players and the teams, those are good old familiar faces as well. So we can jump right to those as we want. But Rain, how are you feeling today?
I'm excited. I am looking forward to getting into the playoffs. Like you mentioned, Ari, these are players and teams that we're probably familiar with, right? We went through the spring stage. We got to see a lot of these names already. So getting to see them here in the summer stage, making playoffs once again, it's a real treat.
Yeah, and I believe we had 11 teams kind of go forward and try and make this playoff stage. Of course, only 8 are moving on. So we'll get to see kind of a little spotlight on each of those and, our potential matchups for later because we've got 3 total matchups. We only have the first up in stone because, of course, we need to see who goes on in those next few rounds. But I mean, it's just a great day for some Overwatch, a nice little breath of fresh summer air. And yeah, I mean, happy to be here with Radiant, with Overwatch, with the Calling All Heroes squad. And, well, I mean, we've got some players that actually have some prizes up for grabs as well.
Yeah, that's right. We are not just here for fun, although that is a very important part of it, of course. Taking a look at the prize pool here. So, prizes here for first, second, third, and fourth, Ari.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta love $3,500. Let's be real. I know that I would like to be playing in that. Unfortunately, my skills are maybe more behind the screens as opposed to in the game. But what would you do with 3,500 bucks? I mean, that's still pretty dang good.
Oh my gosh. And I mean, this is 3,500 US dollars. So for everybody in chat, I mean, hey, if you're from, say, up north of America, that is going to stretch a little bit further. But yeah, it would be so nice to be able to, get your name on some of this money. It is, of course, going to be split amongst the players on the team, but really nice chunk of cash nonetheless.
Yeah, and of course, we have these multiple kind of series going on today. We should have at least players qualifying for the cash at some point, so we'll keep an eye out on that for the players who do go on through and at least have a little bit of a part. Maybe not knowing exactly what rank they'll have, but still, I mean, the competition still very lovely today. And we just got word that the maps are ready. So let's go take a look to see what's going on earlier. Well, I guess later going into today.
Yeah, taking a look at the map pool here. And of course, this actually is a new map pool coming off of that Swiss stage. So we were kind of chatting beforehand, Ari. It is nice that at least one map from every type is transferring over from that previous map pool. So, if you're feeling a little bit uncomfortable, maybe you didn't get as much practice time in as you really wanted to, you can always fall back on those maps that you played through on the Swiss stage.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about earlier is you do have those, maybe potential maps that you're not super comfortable with. So we were joking around that maybe you just perma-ban all the new ones that you can, try and stick to the good old ones you love. And, well, as for the which maps we will be seeing, I think it's a fair share to say, hey, maybe the fan favorites coming out here. I know Lijiang is a very fun one for everybody to come and watch, especially with some fun new Lucio buffs. Ahem. I'm not a Lucio one trick. Nope. But anyway, yeah, just going in with these maps is such a kind of nice sight to see. And for the viewers as well, it's not just the maps that are kind of enticing for us as well. I mean, we have like rewards for this as well for just watching the stream. I know the players are getting it as well for playing.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We'll take a look over at these rewards. So, of course, it's the summer season, so we're gonna have some summer-themed rewards. So, today you can get this really cute little rubber ducky spray.
I'm not the best swimmer, I'm not gonna lie, so I definitely need like a life preserver or like something to float on here so we can have things going. So I hope I get a drop as well because I need one of those duckies. It's definitely gonna help with me and my style in the pool. Just gonna look pretty dang snazzy. But yeah, just great rewards to have. Of course, very similar to the last time, but it's always keeping up with the seasons. So I mean, who doesn't love a rubber ducky?
Yeah, so chat, make sure that your Battle.net account is linked to your Twitch so that you can get those prizes because all you have to do is sit back and watch some really awesome Calling All Heroes action. It's really so easy.
Yeah, I mean, that's it for the yep sesh, right? We always got to get the pleasantries out, but let's be real. We have a matchup coming up very shortly, and it's two teams that actually I'm gonna spoil something a little bit. We got to choose the matchup, a little bit, kinda. We had a moment where we could say, "Hey, these are the teams to look out for." And well, Rain, you were the main lead on this one, so I'll let you take the heat or the praise for it. Why don't you let us know what the bracket's looking like and which those teams are to look out for?
Yeah, let's take a look over at this bracket. So, of course, 8 teams did qualify out of that Swiss, like Ari mentioned earlier. There were 11 teams that played through that Swiss stage. So, these top 8 shown on your screen here. And we have the pleasure of casting that second match, the Exo Sakura versus Fable.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams, you've seen before. I mean, Rebel Hearts, even one that maybe, quote, doesn't have a logo on this graphic, still has been upsetting teams that maybe even won the previous seasons. I know Nightmare Eclipse wasn't the number 1 seed coming out of this, which, is a surprise to some, but we also saw some shenanigans in the group stage that we can't wait to see now happening in these playoff stages. I mean, it truly is a pleasantry to get to watch all these different matches and look at these round 1 matchups. I mean, they're so crazy. The fact that we get these qualities in just round 1. I mean, what's going to happen in the grand finals? This must be insane.
Right? Everybody that is playing in these top 8 teams, like, this is going to be pretty close. Specifically, like, these teams, I think that the top 6 or 5 or 6 teams all had kind of a very similar score coming into this out of the Swiss stage, including Exo Sakura and Fable here that had 4-2 coming into this playoff. So, of course, looking like it's going to be a really good matchup. And these teams actually did get an opportunity to face off against each other in the Swiss stage as well. So we'll see what these two teams have learned from each other.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, may be familiar with these teams, maybe not. And that's why we're going to jump to these rosters, take a look at really who's who, and we can see maybe those players to look out for, or maybe what characters, because note to everyone, they did get to choose which character they were represented by. Now, if they didn't put anything, we put it something random. So it may not be super accurate, but I have seen the graphics where these players you're seeing are the exact comps they run. Don't quote me on that because it may or may not happen.
That's right. So yeah, these 5 are going to be the starting here for Exo Sakura. Santi and Regime have been kind of mainstays on this roster, continuing from the spring season into the summer season. So it's really nice to kind of have that synergy between your tank and your main support. And I mean, speaking of main support, we might just get to see some of that newest hero in Wuyang.
I mean, just an excellent character and something that maybe most players aren't familiar with. We were talking about how there maybe isn't an established meta quite yet because we're still seeing them kind of leak their way into this new age of competitive Overwatch. So very, very fun to see how they'll be used, maybe unique strategies, because Calling All Heroes, it may or may not have different ways to play than, say, OWCS as well. But with one team and their strategies comes another team and their strategies. So let's take a look at the second roster to see what's going on there, and maybe there is a Wuyang.
Could be is in the mix as we take a look at these 5 starting players. So similar to our other team here, there are actually 2 kind of mainstays here in HK and Fiery, continuing on this Fable roster from that spring season. So again, nice to have a little bit of synergy here. We have some other newcomers making an appearance here for the summer season, but just newcomers to this roster have experience playing in Calling All Heroes already.
I just love that we have some Wrecking Ball representation out here. Like, it warms my heart to see that players are still willing to use this little hamster and just kind of run it down, be a brawl, and honestly, I respect that. I respect that. It doesn't feel great as a Zenyatta player, but I'll respect the gameplay nonetheless. Of course, I mean, you're seeing Tracer kind of hang out, and that gives us maybe a little preview into what we're looking towards with our picks and bans when it comes to the heroes, but yeah, I mean, this map one, we've had the stage set. We understand which 2 teams we have. And now it's just about where they're going to town and where they're playing at. And of course, which heroes are going to be eligible for this competition.
All right, well, we have all of the information that you were looking for here, Ari. The map that we're going to is going to be Lijiang. Don't mind that windmill that's on your screen there, a different place, a different time. But we also have the hero bans coming in right away, and I mean, I'm a little surprised by this Lucio ban, especially.
Well, I mean, there's two reasons you could go for this, and I think everybody's there with me when we say it's Lijiang. It's a boot map that you can have fun on. Yeah, Lucio could just be annoying, and maybe that's just with the new season and the new perks coming through. They're just trying to be safe and careful, making sure they don't have anything that throws a wrench in their plans. As well, maybe it shows kind of the style that they don't want to go up against, right? Maybe that is a speed of a Reinhardt, something like that, or just a very heavy brawl with Zarya if you really want, something that you can kind of take out of the picture. And then on the other side, you have Venture, who's also had a little bit, not of a rework, but those perks, of course, being updated. You have a bit of changes and ways to play them. Those are different as well.
Yeah, and Venture especially, very, very strong on Lijiang. I'm thinking Control Center specifically, a really enclosed space. Venture has so much burst potential, has been getting a bit more playtime. Like you said, there's some perk reworks as well, which can really change the way that you want to play these heroes, the style specific. So seeing the Lucio band out here and the Venture band out here, these are two heroes that have kind of been making their way into a bit more playtime. But the Lucio being banned out, especially where it's by EXO, makes me think that we might get to see Sim Wooyoung here on our first map.
I'm also just thinking about the fact that, Venture is banned in our first map. Then you go to the next one. Is that the plan? Is it like they have a very Venture-centric kind of strategy, and then they know this from maybe scrimming or past VODs? They did their homework. You can only do so much. You can only predict so much. So yeah. I'm here to see if they do end up running that Venture. But right now, Lijiang, I've said it before in the Rising casts. I'm going to say it again. # got to love Lijiang.
That's so true. Yeah, getting started on the classic, the King's Row of control maps. Everybody gets their time on Lijiang. I also, since we were taking a look at the bans there, I do want to just remind chat how the ban system works here in calling all heroes. So similar to some other tournaments, each team will get to ban out one hero, and you cannot ban two of the same roles. You also cannot ban that hero again in the series. So that means that EXO is not going to have the opportunity to ban out Lucio in any other maps of this best of 5 tonight.
Yeah, and you have teams that kind of take different approach to those bans, right? They say, okay, we're just going to ban your strongest heroes first so that we can try and win as quick as we can. And, we don't have to worry about who do we figure out to ban in map 4 or 5. They just try and take it 3-0. But then you have some others that are saying, okay, maybe we just pick a middle of the road and then we start target banning you if we have trouble. So those are things to think about as the series goes on, because of course these are first to 3, meaning that these could go a decent while, right? Those 5 maps, there's plenty of room. That's 10 total heroes that are going to be banned in just this one series. Of course, we'll have more later on during the day, but also keep in mind that this tournament, the summer season playoffs, it's got kind of stakes of its own. Top 3 here in this stage will go on to the championship. So they really want to do their best here. Everyone wants to move on. And Lijiang Tower, well, it's going to be the start of our journey for today.
So excited to get into this. Yes, no Lucio, no Venture, but everybody else still on the table, and we were mentioning it earlier, this Season 18 kind of just breaking its head out, and that means that the meta still kind of evolving here, so we have an opportunity to see kind of a vast variety of compositions, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the creativity shine through in these teams.
Yeah, I mean, do you have any ideas as to what these kind of comps are going to look like? You have probably a better idea right now, but...
I have an inkling as the doors are opening here. It is going to be the Sim TP out for EXO. It is out for Fable as well. We're going to have the Tracer matchup on either side. The Junker Queen versus the Zarya here. So Avery going to have to be really careful not to have these bubbles forced out, because EXO Sakura is looking to move very quickly with this composition.
Yeah, they're running in there like swimwear already. You can see the read going very, very low on this first engagement. But as we kind of see, you got that Juno, the Tracers from either sides, and we were talking about earlier how Genji might be a key part of these new patch notes, but instead they're going to be removed from the picture early here first. Maybe that snowballs it's a Panther also to fall as well. There's 2 supports down for Fable, and EXO Sakura should be able to clean this up just about in the nick of time. There we go. Avery, bye-bye.
Sent back to the spawn. Exo's going to go ahead, cap up this first point. Now, the difference in these backlines, I think, is going to be very, very crucial. The Brig Juno, of course, you're going to have to get up close and personal with this Brigitte to really get the Inspire going, get the healing up. But against this composition of Exo Sakura, I mean, you don't want to walk into the Junker Queen. You don't want to walk into Benevolence on this Cassidy. And Regime on this Wuyang is going to be able to do so much poke damage to Fable just as they're coming in.
I don't really want to run into either of these two teams. I mean, this is a crazy matchup that we're getting in the first round, and unfortunately, one of them is going to be sent down to the lower bracket just like that. Early Peacekeeper, unfortunately, going down, dropped to the ground. Benevolence will have to go to the spawn, and you can see Avery here with the swap onto the Zarya. They're trying, well, not the swap onto the Zarya, but the bubbles coming out from the Zarya. They're looking for this aggression to be mitigated, and instead it works out a decent amount. The Rampage can only get so much, and HK finally making their stay. Instead of going down first, they're able to grab some early picks, and Fable will grab the point right back.
Yeah, now that's actually really good here for Fable. Mari did use that. Rampage is going to swap over to the Reinhardt here, so we haven't had an opportunity to see Ryan in play for a little while, but it's a really great counter against Avery on this Zarya.
This is a very early engagement, but they're going to go in. They're just going to hope that this is enough healing to propel them forward, and it looks like it's not going to be. That's 3 early picks out from Exo Sakura, and they just clean this one up. I mean, pure domination. I don't even know if they were expecting to win that fight with that Graviton Surge used late in that fight. Instead, they sweep it away.
Yeah, Overwatch really is the game of counter swaps here. The Reinhardt comes out, takes down the Zarya. Avery gonna swap over. Thinking about maybe the Orisa is gonna go back over to the Junker Queen, so we're just doing musical chairs here with the tanks. Now, Exo Sakura does have the Pulse Bomb and the Kitsune Rush to work with. You're having that Kitsune Rush, really, really big advantage. Now, it's just the Blade from HK. If you can get it off, force out some cooldowns, there's no defensive wall to stop it.
No, they're trying to gamble. They're looking for as much value as they can, but they instead just force kind of a one-for-one trade when it comes to ultimates. However, Persona will fall, so that's not exactly what you want to hope from your Dragon Blade results, and it looks like Mary as well just whacking away on the Reinhardt. There's only so much that Fable can do before they fall on down. That's a 4K. Very, very nicely done for Exo Sakura, and they almost touched the spawn doors here.
Reinhardt is back, Chad. Here it is, season 18. A shatter ready to go. You are gonna slam right onto Avery.
Oh, not even a touch in sight. You can see Fable kind of just falling apart towards the end there. Persona was just launching a pulse bomb, hoping they can maybe stagger someone, make it easier for the touch to come through, but that doesn't even happen. Exo Sakura take our first sub-map here.
This is a really nice thing about not having like an established hard meta, is that sometimes the more flexible team is just gonna come out on top, and we really see kind of the hero depth of these teams, the counter swaps coming through, just trying to play around these tank counters, because at the end of the day, there's only one tank on the team, so that is going to be the easiest role to kind of go for that counter against. As we move over onto Control Center, there are going to be some big changes happening here. Mari going to stick on this Reinhardt, but Avery moving over onto the Mauga here, so everybody's favorite Hawaiian or Polynesian back in the mix here. Everybody's going to meet up on this this server room, and having Cassidy on your side for Exo is going to be a bit of an advantage.
Well, Mauga's in the picture, and HK apparently is not going down once more. It's just Fable not really able to get their footing in these early fights, and it's been a trend that we have been seeing. Of course, some nice damage being dealt by Regime here, but Fable, again, just not even getting started here. And you want for them to, you know, see a little bit more success, make this a closer map, because this is the one where you're saying maybe these are the target bans on the strongest heroes.
Yeah, exactly. And now Exo going to be able to push up. It's just the poke damage that's coming in. The Wuyang is going to be able to do so much. It's going to force out cooldowns from Fable before they can even walk in. We hear that deflect come out from HK, and that's going to be the sign for Exo to just go in, try to find a kill.
Oh boy, the Brian just running on in. Of course, we saw a 4K from them earlier. This time they'll have to take the more passive route, but it's not before Avery goes down as well. Jeremy with the Genji of their own, maybe diffing HK if you want to call it that way, as HK will fall down as well. Just not seeing the value out of themselves once more. Exo Sakura, though, just happy to keep on doing what they have been. A copy and paste of the previous fights will add just more percentage to their total.
Avery gonna swap off of the Mauga, gonna attempt on the Junker Queen here, trying to move a little bit quicker, try to find your way onto Benevolence on this Cassidy, the kind of lone hero that doesn't have a whole lot of mobility, but they do have a Deadeye to work with and both support ults on the side of Exo to hold this choke point.
Oh, this choke point's just so dangerous. Fable can't even get in. You saw that they had a sort of idea as to how they wanted to approach it, but Exo Sakura met the timing very, very early. Jeremy doing the big damage this time, and now 3 ultimates make that 4 that should be in charge for when Fable choose to walk across that choke once more.
Oh,
Of course,
no.
they're not even get the chance. Oh no, this is just dirty. That's disrespect as well. You hate to see it, but that's exactly how you need to play this map. You need to play aggressive with that choke point. You have to catch them off guard, and just so much value for Exo Sakura.
Yeah, Exo Sakura doing a great job cycling these ultimates as well. You have the Deadeye ready to go. You're basically just shoveling Fable. Ooh, okay, Persona trying to make a comeback here for Fable, but somebody's got to touch the point.
Oh, there is the touch as well. The Ryan kind of jumped off the map there. I think that was a fun little pin play, but is it going to pay off? Does that spell disaster and doom for them? Well, it's HP on the point with the blade, and it will at least salvage that. So you've lived at least in this map to survive another day. The only problem is that it's a solo Genji against Reinhardt on this point. Of course, everyone else will start to trickle back in, and we'll see if Exo Sakura do want to take this fight. Looks like they're just going to choose to regroup because they've got plenty of time to spare. They, by no means, are close to overtime at this moment.
Oh, and you have this Shatter ready to go. Honestly, you can play a little bit slower, work up to this Tidal Blast from Regime, but it's just a rally from Kyrie on the side of Fable.
Yep, just gone. Junker Queen can't even stand on their 2 legs. Persona quick to follow in tow. Maybe breaking some ankles in the process due to the Earth Shatter. Of course, getting booped out here is Mary, but it may not matter. Of course, Pauline does go down, though, so there is hope here for Fable to kind of reclaim this point. If they touch, that is. Looks like they didn't do that, so they did the funny letter number thing, and it'll be Exo Sakura, granted with all the pressure, and deserving that map 1 win based off of how they played. I mean, they do really deserve it, and they showed it.
Yeah, this Wuyang composition is looking very good. You can see just how much damage that he puts out, and that allows you to kind of just avoid having this Lucio because you have speed for yourself. Sure, you're not giving it over to your team, but you critically have kind of the poke damage, and then you have the aura healing in that Guardian wave that's going to keep everybody nice and healthy. And really, really nice stuff from Exo, not only showing flexibility, being able to kind of change their tanks around, but also just showing that they're really understanding kind of how this potential new meta is shaping up.
Yeah, Wuyang just is one of those characters where the learning curve is real. Like, there are so many different abilities you need to combo, you need to work with, and if a team doesn't know how to either utilize Wuyang to their best ability on their side or deal with it on the other side, they're going to have a lot of trouble, especially as his character kind of moves into the new stage of competitive. You're really seeing who can deal with it and who's ready to continue going forward, because that's what separates the best teams from maybe the teams that are still getting there, right? It's those teams that can figure out what the meta is, how to use it, and climb to the top of the ranks as fast as possible. So congrats to Exo Sakura for grabbing map 1 there. And of course, map 2 just coming up very shortly.
Yeah, and so the way that this is going to work is that since Fable did not pick up that map win, they are going to have the opportunity to pick our next map. And not only that, they can also pick what map type they want to take us to. So kind of 2 levels of strategy here where they'll get to pick the map and they'll also get to have that first ban. Now, interesting, you're not going to be able to ban out the Lucio on the side of Exo. And something that you mentioned, Ari, is that there's a big learning curve here for Wuyang. So I think that banning out the Lucio, forcing the ability to play that Wuyang Kiriko backline, might actually be a bit of an issue if you come up against teams that are really well practiced on this Lucio and that might have just a whole lot more time. It's just about putting the hours in to kind of build up that composition. So we'll see kind of if Exo still want to stick with this Wuyang now that Lucio's back on the table.
And as well, is Wuyang even available? Because we saw, at least from the observer point of view, he was doing a pretty good job of taking a lot of heals and dishing those out, as well as doing the damage. I mean, the utility, it's there. That's why they're called supports. They're not called healers for a reason. And yeah, I mean, Wuyang causing such an impact there might lead to an insta-ban coming up in this next map. Of course, we don't know exactly what the plan is, if it's maybe a valid character to play on the potential map that's coming up. That we don't know. That's what the players are deciding right now, but we'll see the results of that. And then we can maybe tell you what they were thinking and why they made that decision.
Yeah, it's a good point, right? Maybe you don't have to necessarily ban out the hero that's been giving you maybe the most trouble. Just take us to a map where you're not going to get as much value from him. So Wu Yang, I'm thinking specifically, like, yes, you're playing this main support, but I've mentioned it multiple times. It's a lot of poke damage that can come out. Yes, he has some vertical mobility, but if you take this EXO team to a map where there's not going to be a whole lot of really hard choke points. I'm thinking like a big flashpoint map, like maybe a push map, where you're not going to be forced to kind of walk through this same choke point over and over again. That will take enough value away that maybe it's going to force EXO onto a kind of a different play style with Wuyang or a different hero altogether. So you might not have to go for the straight up hero ban.
Yeah, I love how you mentioned kind of Flashpoint because we've seen in our previous cast together that in Rising, when teams would go do super well on Control, they just pick Flashpoint right after it or do whatever they can to get to a very similar map because, I mean, let's be real, Flashpoint and Control are both two where you need to capture an objective and then kind of maintain that control for a little bit here or there. So wouldn't be surprised if we do see that if their map pick does go that way. Of course, it's not their map pick, so we do have a bit of maybe different ideas that are going to get thrown in the mix, but we get to find out what those are right now. And if it is Flashpoint, well, it's not going to be. So there, we won't have to go that route. It's Esperanza.
Esperanza going to take us to still one of these maps where there's not a whole lot of really hard choke points on Esperanza. Yes, it's a push map, so you know, you're gonna have some high ground control. There are gonna be some choke points, especially kind of trying to recontest onto the bridge area. But okay, well, we're not concerned about the Wuyang ban. It is going to be Fable banning out the Freya here instead.
I like that. It makes sense. I mean, you know, your classic ranked. Oh, guys, they have a Freya one trick. Let's just ban the character that's broken. Well, maybe that's not the case in this situation, but still, I mean, two characters that can do a lot of work here on this map. It's no surprise that you see at least one of them, if not both, getting banned. And here, yeah, Steve kind of meeting that same sort of fate. Still potential for that dive. It's just not going to be on the D.Va, and that makes me think, okay, what are the plans here for these teams? What do they want to run in their comps? Because is this something that the other teams knew from the scrims? Again, we can ask that question, or is it just let's ban the heroes that are good on this map?
I might be guilty of perma banning Freya in my ranked games. I can't lie. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I think Fable not only taking out a really impactful hero in the Freya, of course, you're going to be able to control the bit of high ground that there is on Esperanza. Also have a whole lot of damage from long range, which, well, that works out really great for push maps. Also, on top of that, Jeremy did have that Freya selected as their preferred hero. So potentially working as a bit of a target ban. I mean, you mentioned it, Ari, like these teams, they probably scrimmed each other. They definitely did play each other way back in round 3 of Swiss. So yeah, maybe a little bit of a read here. I like the D.Va ban too. We were talking about some perk changes to D.Va, and I do think she's in a pretty strong spot with those micro missiles now.
Yeah, I mean, Esperanza, just one of those maps where you can approach it a series of different ways, but at the end of the day, there are going to be long sight lines, and you're going to have to deal with them how you choose to do that. So we'll see what these teams have in store. Of course, we saw how they attacked Control, but now, whole different series. We get to instead go to a push map where maybe the strategies are just a tad different.
Yeah, exactly. The push map, you know, you're going to have a little bit more of playing for these fight resets. You really need to like string multiple fight wins in a row to get any progress on this. But at the same time, if you gain a really big lead and then you lose a bunch of fights in a row, wow, the momentum can seriously build here on push. So it's all about kind of playing patient, recognizing when you are not going to win a fight and back out of it before you just get staggered out.
I'm worried that these players are gonna accidentally, well, not accidentally, but get corralled into, you know, okay, we're gonna take these fights because we're used to this positioning. I want to see them as well kind of adapt to the situation that they're being presented with, right? Not being scared to take certain fights in maybe awkward scenarios if it's going to benefit them. And the Hazard pick coming out is going to benefit that as well with the Roadhog, two characters that I'm not gonna lie, I haven't seen them face up against each other in a while.
EXO is just giving us like a feast of ancient tanks. We get the Reinhardt, now we get the Roadhog, who has been reverted back to an older state. So Roadhog is gonna have that alternate fire. Really big pick potential on the side of EXO between the Roadhog, even the Wu Yang, and this Sojourn. So Fable, with this Lucio Curie backline, you're gonna have to move really quickly here. You cannot let EXO do enough damage to you to find that initial kill.
Yeah, these hooks are going to be really, really big because if you can manage to land one, I mean, that's one of these players removed. A Lucio, a Tracer, any of those picks would be nice. And it really is down to this tank. Of course, the Hazard is just going to be in their face constantly and will try to farm their ult as quick as possible. But Fable, what do they have in store here for this engagement? Of course, everybody kind of just poking, trying to see who will falter first. And nothing too crazy happening just yet. There we go. Persona dashes in to a primary fire. That's not exactly good for your HP. And the wall will come out from Hazard, but it won't do too much. The numbers in favor of Exo Sakura, you have to assume they eventually manage to turn it in their favor. Just going to take maybe a second or two before, yes, eventually Hazard does fall. And now you got to deal with the 750 HP Roadhog. I mean, it's not an easy task.
Mari nearly has the whole hog already, hasn't died, but everybody else on the team is falling. Fable going to sustain through that probably kind of terrifying fight of coming up against a Roadhog out of nowhere, and are gonna have this Kitsune rush online first. Panther grabbing that early ult charge could really help Fable here. Now Mari is gonna swap over, match the Hazard, had their fun on the Roadhog, but now it is time to get serious here. The Kitsune and the Blade online for Fable. If they can move quickly in this fight, they should be able to get this next win.
Yeah, you're going to see that Kitsune invested early here. I mean, HK fighting their own little fight and war over towards the bot, but meanwhile, everyone else kind of just holding their tempo back. And you saw Exo Sakura in the first fight. They didn't quite know what to do with that first plan, but now it seems like they have a general idea. That's going to be Zhuoyang invested here. No immediate damage and picks coming out from it, but oh boy, April very low, stuck by the pulse bomb, still hanging in there, and actually beats their counterpart down to the ground. Mary will fall, and Exo Sakura will once more as well. Even the staggers coming in as well.
Yeah, this is really great for Fable. You sustain through that engagement, hopefully trying to get a late kill here as well. You've got both these DPS ultimates to work with, but I mean, you gotta be really picky about who you pulse bomb if you're Persona, because we just saw Avery took a pulse bomb head on, manages to survive through it. So if I'm Persona, I'm maybe gonna look for this Wu Yang. You force out that tidal rush or the rushing torrent, and then you can kind of capitalize. But again, Wu Yang just does so much damage.
I'm just worried because we saw that kind of lead to disaster with HP going down early in the previous fights in the previous map, but now they're at least able to equalize, so it is doable for them, but that's added pressure that's just not there onto somebody like Mary, who's now kind of just running their way around. They don't have to mark anybody else, don't have to worry about their backline. Instead, they can just turn forward, and again, Persona using a pulse bomb that is at the end of the fight, a lost one at that. Similar things and trends that we're starting to see from map 1 that may have caused their downfall there are being replicated here.
Ooh, yeah, now Fable does get that checkpoint, but you're totally right, Ari. Gotta clean this up a little bit. EXO is in control of the bot here. Downpour available from Mari. Now, I was talking about how there's not a whole lot of choke points here on Esperanza. Well, this is a little bit of an exception here. 2-3 choke points, really, that this downpour could be really impactful. You combo that with this tidal blast that Regime is gonna have coming online, and it could be devastating.
Ooh, the blade used, and I believe that is a Wu Yang ult. Yes, just for protection. The overhead, very important there. And why not? If you have it available, may as well use it. No way. Okay, I thought that was going to be a snipe from a sentry from a Wu Yang there. Of course, it is just going to be the Hazard going down as well. And that fight doesn't exactly go the best. You have a Dragon Blade at best, Kitsune Rush that doesn't work out either, and Fable back to the drawing board here once more.
Ooh, yeah, you are banking on this beat coming online for Fiery if you're Fable, because both DPS Ultimate's going to be online very shortly. Benevolence with this Dragon Blade. Now, we haven't seen too many flashy Dragon Blades, but definitely still can be very impactful, especially if you're waiting out these cooldowns. Force out that TP in the Suzu from the Kiriko, and that is a free kill dash reset as the point is captured here. Exo Sakura take the lead.
I mean, even those little things like Jeremy kind of just poking on Fiery, whether it is intentional or not, I mean, they're going for the player that has maybe that round-winning ultimate. So You know, just kind of making sure you understand the situation and how you're going to win and lose these fights could be the difference between these two teams and which one is the victor. Of course, we have the blade being invested here. Regime will fall, however, almost a deflect into a kill. But no, HK without the Dragon Blade does more than they had with it. Maybe they should stick to it because this is amazing. HK with the 3K, almost the 4th as well, but a very, very clean engagement that we didn't really see Exo Sakura kind of have too much into. They used a Dragon Blade, but it didn't feel like the plan was fully there.
Yeah, exactly. HK really showing up on this Genji for Fable. You've denied the forward spawn now for EXO, but everybody is going to be able to get another fight in here before Fable can take the lead. Pulse Bomb and Kitsune Rush still ready to go here. Kitsune Rush being the advantage here for EXO Sakura, where Panther just does not have that online yet. You might be able to respond with this downpour from Avery, but you're going to have to be really careful about that Suzu coming in from Polly.
Yeah, you can see just trying to poke that Suzu out. Not sure if they have it. There's the pulse. Surely no. Just waiting for that Suzu once more. And that's another ultimate used by the Hazard this time. Avery will send it out as their dying breath, but it still won't matter. It looks like the ball will be for Fable in this one. Trades though still coming through, but eventually the trickling has completed. And a nice little snipe there from Regime to close it on out. Very back and forth here. Only 8 meters kind of separating these two teams here. And this is a much closer map, much more to what we were expecting in map 1.
Yeah, I love these push maps, so much back and forth. Both these teams putting up a really good fight, but EXO in control now has this Tidal Blast from Regime. Now, we did see that used defensively last time. HK has this Blade online once again, so we could potentially see this Tidal Blast just be used to basically counter that. You kind of use this Wuyang as bait for the Blade, but no, it's going to be aggression this time.
Oh boy, so close, but doesn't land the shot. Never mind, lands the melee at the end of the day. So the Wuyang ult used for attack instead of defense this time, and that's the duality of this character. So strong, just doing what they do and being utilized in any which way. I mean, even the walls here from Mary are super nice, like forcing out those players can't stand in that position. And now a quick reset that needs to come through, but they do have 3 ultimates.
Yeah, and Fable need to go first in this. The last couple of fights, EXO Sakura has been the first one to make a move, execute their plan, and it has been turning into fight wins for them. So good to see Panther coming out with this rush.
Oh no, I mean, that just catches on barely. Pulse Bomb still in the mix if they need it, but it looks like it's just gonna be done and dusted. Benevolence doing their work, and although Hazard is having fun on the point with the bot, their life not gonna be too much longer for the world. It's a nice little quick respawn that they should have available, but Persona and Fiery really gonna be the keys here in this final.
Yeah, the team kill coming through for the side of Sakura. You only have the 2 DPS on the bot, but Very Wise gonna back out, wait for Mari, who has come back on this Mauga, looking to end this here and now.
And it looks like they're actually kind of just playing to maintain their lead. Of course, Benevolence picks up the first one, will go down after being a little bit too happy to go into the back line. Of course, this Pulse Bomb once more, just a threat that is always online, it feels like, for Jeremy. And just 1 HP on the Kiriko, the recall, the deflect, everything being used. And there's the Pulse, just lands on the stairs instead of a player. Not exactly good for that landing. At the end of the day, I mean, Exo Sakura, they've burned a lot of time off here, and that is good, but was it enough to maintain this lead for the final, minute 30, especially now that this is a very early Hazard ult, so one that I would say has been already won.
Ooh, yeah, Fable, you do get that late kill onto Regime, but it's not going to be late enough to kind of get this this wave respawn canceled. Regime is going to be able to get this forward spawn, so everybody from EXO Sakura are going to be able to take a fight on this high ground. And look, you're getting set up to deny this high ground value from Fable, which is massive. I mean, Fable has these 2 support ults to work with, but again, we have this Tidal Rush, and we have the Blade ready to go from EXO Sakura.
I mean, Regime just been so strong in this Wuyang, well, with just the character doing so well for every single one of their needs. Looking, and you can see kind of just trying to get that activation onto their Genji, but now they need to force it out for themselves. Nope, just decides, hey, we're actually going to reset here because Murray has already fallen. Jeremy as well. Fiery doing exactly that, being a fiery specimen for their team and making this one a bit closer. Maybe final fight if you want to call it a stalled out one, but have room for this map to go either way now.
Yeah, forward spawn been picked up by Fable here. You still hold on to those ultimates that you had, and you're building up towards both DPS ultimates, but this has given Pauline enough time to build up to a beat as well, so you're gonna have that as either a response to the beat from Fiery or to this upcoming Blade.
Oh, Dragon Blade beat everything invested. That's a lot of overhealth, and Benevolence just gonna have to give up on that target a bit too fast for them. Can't exactly trace after that, but the Maga will be nice in additionally helping out the rest of the team to take down HT, and this is just not a fun fight for you, Hazard. Avery will fall, Maga will reign tall, and it's just everybody falling a bit too short. Fiery will do all they can, but they're stomped to death, and the overtime timer trickles on out. The cage on the bot for fun, and Exo Sakura will take the second map.
Really nice. I mean, much closer for sure, but it still just looks like EXO is in control here. Regime looking fantastic on this Wuyang. We're seeing, again, a lot of flexibility coming out from Mary on this tank role, and that is just so impressive to see where we don't have that hard meta. It's all about who's going to be a little bit more flexible here and showing up on the Hazard, on the Mauga, just really making it happen here for EXO.
You know, my Hazard doesn't really do that. I'm gonna be honest. Mine is shooting like peas, like two damage pea shooter, but somehow they're making it possible to just go in there, one swipe and one shot, the Tracer, the Kiriko, everything's just gone. So well played to them. I mean, their aim just on another level as well. We don't exactly highlight the mechanics from some of these players a lot, but boy, do they have it. It's just we kind of assume that at this point, everybody knows they're good at the game, and it's just about those little micro things when it comes to their general plans that end up making the difference. Very well done from Exo Sakura in map number 2, but of course it's not over yet. You gotta get to 3. There's still more chances to either let this one go or take it for yourself.
Yeah, so that map didn't go Fable's way. It was their map pick. Really unfortunate. Okay, well, now you get one more map pick in this series to try and turn things around. Now, I think that, you know, we go over to Esperanza, maybe a little bit less Wuyang favored, in theory. Didn't necessarily turn out that way, but hey, Ari, there's still a ban in the back pocket.
There is. I'm just worried that surely you have to know that if you're leaning into this Wuyang, that something is not gonna go your way in terms of the hero selection process, aka Wuyang is gonna get banned at some point, right? They have to assume that. So what is the policy that they have in place? Is it strong enough? And if it's not, I mean, I guess just wait through map 3 and then go and be strong in map number 4. I mean, these are just things that we kind of have to look at in the overall picture where it's like, okay, yes, Wuyang could get banned, but is it going to be enough to provide that Fable win? That I just don't know. I mean, do you have the receipts from when these teams first played? Do you know what the score was? I didn't exactly catch it.
So in the Swiss stage, again, this was round 3, so this is a few weeks ago, but it was a clean 3-0 coming out here for EXO. So Fable's really looking to take at least the first map off of this team, but really looking to try and start this reverse sweep. Of course, what comes along with that is like I said, this is going to be your last map pick. Even if you win this map pick, you're going to have to go back-to-back with map picks from EXO then. So it's a really tall order for Fable to try and turn this around, but I think that what we saw on Esperanza was definitely them kind of coming live in this series.
Yeah, so make sure you're checking in on that bracket as well, because maybe you're liking one of these two teams, but maybe there's somebody else that's going to come out of the woodworks and just absolutely smack things out of the water. You never know. But such is the summer season, and we love to see it here. Wuyang just being a mainstay in these games so far, and potentially one more to make it that clean 3-0. Of course, we hope for the best for Fable as they continue their efforts here. And of course, their run would not be over if they drop it short, but you always want to win as many games as you can. Keep yourself in it and as comfortable as possible. I don't think they're doing so comfortable right now. That Wuyang is throwing too many wrenches in their plan. I mean, even the Genji, the Tracer, are just being so annoying. Like, I would hate to be playing that map. It just doesn't feel well for them at all.
No, and I think that there were kind of a handful of scenarios that were happening here in these fights. 1, it's a scrappy fight and it's going the distance. Goes EXO's way. 2, EXO goes first. EXO wins. The only kind of scenario where it felt like Fable was winning was when Fable was going first, when Fable was finding those first picks. So they gotta find their way back into that kind of faster tempo playstyle, because that is when they were really winning those fights.
Yeah, I mean, winning their fights, hopefully, on a map that is now chosen by them once again. It's Suravasa. Flashpoint coming up next. Of course, you can see the result of our previous map, just 1-0 on the push for Exo Sakura, but Suravasa, a different scenario. Again, we can talk about the similarities between Flashpoint and Control and the fact that Exo Sakura took that. Is there a world where they maybe pull what's, I guess we can call it the upset now?
It's possible, and I mean they're looking to make it happen by pulling out this Wuyang ban that we were talking about. Ari, it is going to be Fable banning out that Wuyang here on Suravasa. EXO responding with the Cass ban here, so of course Cassidy doing a fantastic job at shutting down flankers. I'm thinking specifically Tracer that we've been seeing a whole lot of, and that you just mentioned, Ari, very scary, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, is it just a 1-for-1 with Wuyang and Lucio now? Does Lucio just come in and kind of replace this? I mean, obviously, there's only so much that both of them can do. Obviously, pros and cons to choosing which one you want to put in the mix for yourselves. But I just have to worry for the side of Fable. It's like, okay, you've moved one piece, but now the entire game you've been playing for the past 2 maps is going to change. So if you got used to it and you said, okay, we know how to approach this next map, we can target the Wuyang, or we can, make sure that we target the backline. Well, now there's going to be a completely different strategy coming through. So what do they really approach for? That's for them to find out, and hopefully them to adapt to as well.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to do a whole lot of adapting because, I mean, EXO has just been throwing us, like, kind of curveball after curveball with these compositions that they've been rolling out with here. Now, do I think that we're gonna get the Mercy Lucio backline? No, but you know what? EXO has taught me to expect the unexpected, so you know what? Could be happening. But Fable, sticking a little bit more classic here, gonna have this Hazard H-key on the Symmetra, likely just the TP out, then potentially see them go back over onto the Genji. This is the composition that Fable has been rolling out with its entire series long. EXO though, alright, it is going to be the Lucio Kiri backline to match Jeremy over on the Venture now. So we mentioned about the Venture ban happening on Control. Venture has a lot of burst damage potential. You combo that with the D.Va, who now has extra damage on the micro missiles, and this is a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, disaster indeed, except for Persona. Just wasn't expecting to get caught out like that, and honestly, neither was I. I can see everything what's going on, and still, I didn't see the bullet land into their face, but oh well. They're going to be back to the spawn room, and now their team, unfortunately, not having that strength in numbers. Of course, Pauline will drop as well, and now the D.Va as well, so you're making this one a bit more doable. Fable, it seems like they have a good idea of how to approach this fight. It's just that first piece that messed up, everything else still falling into place, and Persona will finish this one off with a nice little pick. Of course, Venture hanging around for extra fun times, and I guess extra percentage if you want to call it that, but Fable will eventually take the first team fights, if you can call it that.
Yeah, and this is actually nice for Fable rolling out on this Hazard composition. You're gonna have an advantage over that D.Va. In fact, well, Mary, yeah, swapping right over to that Junker Queen. So Fable is gonna have still a little bit more kind of staying power in these fights in the Hazard versus the Junker Queen, but in the combo of kind of this Junker Queen speed plus the Lucio speed, plus you have a Venture that's gonna be able to get set up on an angle, the squishies on the side of Fable are gonna have to be very, very cautious.
See Avery here kind of being left hung out to dry, just nobody hanging around with them. Instead, they're going to be going in to the back lines, and it actually works out. Fiery joins them at some point, and it's that split pressure, that kind of multiple angles that just leads them to a fight win. Very nicely done. It seems like they had that one drawn up maybe straight out of the strat book, but Fable, a whole different team than what we've been seeing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm loving this from Persona on the Tracer, doing a really great job keeping Benevolence in check on this, on the Tracer for Sakura. Actually gonna have some DPS swaps over as Jeremy's gonna move over onto the Tracer, Benevolence over onto this Sojourn now, so looking to just build up these railguns, but Fable's got all the ultimates to deny this.
Yeah, gonna be tough to really secure this point for themselves, especially when Mary has just been removed from the picture. I mean, that's a big blade to your face, not exactly good for your health. H-key now waking up once more in this map, and it seems like that's all she wrote for this one. Submap 1, first point will go to Fable in this one, and honestly, that's the first, official lead that they've taken here. I know they had one on push, but this feels like they are truly set up for success.
Yeah, and they're showing that in their ult economy as well. A lot of swaps came through from EXO, so they're falling behind in this ult economy, but they are going to go first in this fight.
Yeah, Benevolence, just taking out a strong early player in Persona. That's going to be the beat invested as well, just to make sure that everybody can stay strong. But it's, of course, for that sustain, not exactly a big damage dealer. Rampage in the mix now. And yeah, H-key will fall. That anti-heal is not good to deal with. And everybody slowly falls on down. Only a matter of time before the Lucio is taken out just as well. And now the stagger game commences with Panther being sent to the spawn last.
Nice patience there from Mari on the Junker Queen. You wait for that beat from Fiery to extinguish, and the Suzu from Panther. You connect onto 2 there, and that is enough for EXO to just walk forward, who have now built up a couple ultimates of their own. Gonna have this beat advantage and the pulse bomb as well. Now, the downpour from Avery could open things up here, but you're just gonna have to be careful because you could just have a response in the beat.
That was a very deceptive jump, I'm not gonna lie. I thought that was going on the Junker Queen, and I think they thought so as well. But instead, it's Disaster Persona will fall first. And the Hazard now pinned in the corner, of course, still has that block up, but the rest of the teammates not exactly there to help them. They'll be removed. Pauline doing the big damage in this one, and Mary will close this one up with a nice little bleed stack here on the H-key. That's 80% and a much cleaner point for Exo Sakura here with now 2 ults.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if Fable is even going to come in for this recontest. The point percentage is just building up so quickly. It looks like Fable is not even going to go for it. Just play for the next one. EXO, both DPS ultimates to work with. You're going to get this Rampage and the Kitsune Rush kind of mid-fight in this next one, but Panther has the Kitsune Rush kind of advantage here, so you have the opportunity to use that first. And as we're moving over onto Temple, this is a really great point to use it. Nice open sight line.
Yeah, already the ultimate's going to be used early in this one, and we see it feels like whoever uses that ultimate first is somehow the victor. Do with that mathematics and analytics what you will, but Fable just take this one cleanly. That positioning that they grabbed for themselves, giving up that second point, means they'll go out to an early lead in percentage on the third point.
Yeah, beautiful blade there from H-key. Well, EXO is trying to kind of rotate towards this point. You catch them in the split, you capitalize it, no beat in response from Regime, but you win the fight out maybe a little bit too cleanly. As Fiery, she's not going to be able to build up to that beat right away. Now, it's Kitsune Rushes available for both sides. Mari has this Rampage again. We saw value from it last time, but both the beat and the Suzu have to be used first.
Oh, that's just a dangerous room to be in, and honestly, well, a dangerous one to be out of as well. Benevolence just gets taken down. The point swap will come through, but the fight, it looks like it's all Fable. Yeah, you're not exactly breaking through that block. It's just the damage that's going to tickle you on down to the spawn room. Avery with that nice positioning, and Fable with the recapture here of this point will be tied up in percentage just about, but not for long as Fable continue to move themselves forward.
Fable just making it a very tempting, juicy Rampage. Everybody inside that corridor, but the Suzu wasn't forced out, the beat wasn't forced out, and that is Fable using both their support ults in one fight. So now you're looking to build up to this beat faster than Regime can get this beat online. But Pauline has this Kitsune Rush, and yeah, we've talked about it. Opening ults seem to work out in the favor of the user.
And I think it's going to work out here again as Avery falls in just a few moments, just being the brunt of the bullets, and they soak up a bit too many. Now back to the spawn room for them. You see just Persona dashing in, not finding the kunai to the back, and that's not very great for them. Of course, Pauline landing some nice shots there, but it will be Exo Sakura kind of flipped once more. And the percentage game should get to about, 70 before this next fight comes through. I mean, Fable, they got room to work with, but you have to assume this is kind of a final fight territory because of how Flashpoint is just so fast.
Yeah, Fable need one fight win here on Temple. You've got a lot to work with. Regime is going to be able to build up to this beat, so you really want to go quickly here if you're Fable.
And the pulse bomb missed. Kill still picked on up, and those are a lot of daggers from the sky. However, the beat in place to make sure that everybody is still doing a-okay. Benevolence actually picks up Persona, and we're seeing kind of these Tracers getting that value and then not getting that value. It's a duality of the flanking Tracer where it feels like you're sometimes in the right spot and sometimes not. HP, oh boy, Blade, very, very low HP, still picks up the kill on a Regime, and now Benevolence as well. Just low once more, but it doesn't matter. It looks like enough damage has been done to win the fight. It's just that these players are still coming through. The Rampage still available. The Hazard's still on the points, and it's just who falls first. That is going to be Fable. That's 2 on down. Mary's still alive, and this is so close, but it looks like the Squishies are going to be the only ones remaining. Fable have to hold on, and it's not going to be enough. So that's now a second point for Exo Sakura. What a final fight here on point number 3.
Oh, it just slipped through Fable's fingers. Mari on this. Junker Queen coming in later in the fight.
Everybody has used their cooldowns already at this point from Fable. That means that the Junker Queen come in, use that Rampage. You have the Shout to work with. You got every cooldown to work with, and that's going to just allow you to clean everybody up from Fable and take that win. We're heading over to Garden for a fourth, and potentially last if EXO are able to cap this up. It is going to be Fable getting set up around the point first, though, so gonna have a bit of a positional advantage.
Well, I think that positional advantage just got cashed in. I mean, 2 players just were moved very, very early into this fight, and of course you don't want to really do much more investing of the ultimates in this one, as it looks like they'll just cut their losses, bounce on back to a reset and Fable, at least happy with the early percentage. But let's talk about that previous point one more time. I mean, we saw that they were able to almost get that tied on up, or at least take the lead once more, so you have to assume they have the potential to take this map. They look strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Fable getting set up now, finding their footing. You have the downpour, you have the beat advantage to work with here. You want to take an earlier fight, though, because Pauline is going to be able to get up to this Kitsune Rush much faster than Panther.
There's the beat. It looks like everything is just going on in the railgun as well. That overclock, and it's just not enough. You can overclock all you want, but you meet the timing of the beat, and the beat says no, you will fall down. Instead, everybody else will from Exo Sakura. And now, of course, 4 ultimates close enough on the board, but still not even getting close to that point capture. Except for the first one, and even that, I mean, it felt like they were already starting at a deficit.
Yeah, absolutely agree. All right, well, 80%. It's last fight territory here on Gardens. Exo Sakura in position, looking like they do want to take a fight here. You have the ultimates to work with, but ooh, great first advantage here from Fable.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to tag on anyone. Regime just kind of using that as like a panic key, trying to get themselves an extra lifeline into this point, but just doesn't work out. The stick not landing, but still does the damage, and that'll be good enough to remove the hazard from the picture. Of course, HG now just playing for their own life, and it feels like a stall out now as the quick flip did come through. Panther, although grabbing Pauline, should mean that Fable will fall in this one. It is a little staggered out, and that's the Kitsune Rush. I'm a little surprised by that one, as you have, I guess, the hazard now coming back. They're trying to make a go of this one. They want to secure it right here, and it's not going to be the easiest to do so. This will be a flip. This will be overtime, but now what do you do to reapproach this site? Well, maybe nothing for Benevolence, as they're sent back to the spawn room. Junker Queen on the point, hoping for the best with their life and their HP, but the Pulse Bomb, it's so dangerous in this scenario. Where's the stick coming through? There it is, onto the floor, misses, but still that positioning is just shattered enough for Fable to the point where they should be able to hold on. It's so close. There's the beat. I mean, this fight is being stalled out for so long, and we just don't know who's got the upper hand, because it feels like everyone does when you look at a different POV. Exo Sakura, is this truly the end here of this point? Yes, it is. But it is for the fights, at least. Oh boy, I can finally catch my breath. Exo Sakura, somehow they still have 3 ults after all that, by the way.
Right? Okay, we mentioned this a little bit on Esperanza, is that these scrappy fights seem to be going Exo Sakura's way, doing a really good job kind of finding these cleanup kills, finding the cooldowns that are coming out from Fable. Now, like you said, 3 ultimates here to work with. Fable doesn't have anything. You're gonna be able to build up to the rush, but you gotta wait a little bit. You're gonna have to take this at a 99% fight.
That's not good. I mean, we're seeing these kind of early mistakes that are being the separating moments of these games. Like, Fiery just went to Narnia. I don't even know what happened there, but they get booped out of the way. Instead, the Lucio getting booped is a funny little oxymoron, if you will. But H-Key falls down, the Rampage being used. I mean, just this axe, it does a lot of damage, but does it do enough to hold on to your hopes in this point, or will it be going to a 5th? It looks like with that, the turn should come through, the flip on in, and Fable have secured it. That's good enough to get us to the 5th and final point of this map. Fable giving themselves an extra lifeline once again.
Not out of it just yet. We're heading to Palace, the determiner of not only Surabasa, but potentially this series if EXO can make a comeback. Now, once again, Fable are going to get themselves set up kind of around the point first here. Both GPS ultimates. This downpour could be very impactful. Palace a little bit more of a narrow entryway.
No, that's one way to get an opener. If he's just walked into their backline, hope for the best, you know, pull a stick, and yeah, you're A-okay to run that number. But of course, how do you approach this now with Exo Sakura? I mean, it feels like they're just farming their ult charge because they're going to get taken on down. I guess that's not the worst fight if you think about it. You bait out 2 ultimates, you're going to lose a point anyway because you started at a 4v5. not the worst result.
Yeah, not too bad. You're going to be able to build up to this Kitsune Rush. You're going to have that advantage over Panther. And you have the Blade to potentially combo with it. Now, HK has a Blade to work with as well. We have seen the Kitsune Rush come out as kind of a pseudo-defensive ultimate where you're basically just doing a whole lot of damage to Genji. So you have that as an option, but HK's got plans.
Well, the plan is to slice and dice and see what else happens here in this tiny corner. The only problem is it's Benevolence falling, which is strange because that wasn't even the primary target. I mean, hey, you'll take whatever works for you, but this has actually provided a little bit of a swap on the point. Aggression and positioning. HK gonna hold on to this space and should go well for them as Pauline gets a little bit short on the HP, goes back to the spawn room. Now everyone trying to hang on here, but there's the Blade invested, cancels the beat. That's gonna be big. Regime, though, as well going down, so trading the Lucios, and it's just not enough, it seems. The HP, not plentiful enough for Exo Sakura, and it looks like they're gonna fall short here once more.
Yeah, they are going to grab the lead very, very briefly here from Fable, but Fable is looking really, really good when you can get Persona and HK set up to go on these same targets. We saw them kind of targeting out Pauline, which I think is a really good one because Pauline has been doing so much damage on this Kiriko. Now, Fable, you have the Kitsune Rush of your own to work with. The Pulse Bomb, Beat, and the Rampage going to be coming up here for Exo Sakura. We've seen Mari kind of either maybe go a little too early with this or time it just right. So you don't have to worry about the beat here, but you do still have to worry about this Suzu. They could just cancel out this Rampage altogether.
Yeah, they're looking for it, especially when you see that the health bar going very, very down. There's a match in the support ultimates, of course. Kunai to the face is not very good. HT will fall early, and you can see how many assists are on that body. Not very likely that they get taken down easily, and yeah, it's been proven. Yeah, the point positioning once more. It looks like almost being swapped at early touch here. It seems like they do not want to give up the point positioning, and that actually cost them. I mean, Avery had the idea that we're going to hold on to this point possession, and it just didn't end up working for them. Instead, all the space goes to Exo Sakura, and now they're going to be able to take this next fight on their own terms.
Ooh, little Tracer duel coming out. But now, Exo Sakura, like you said, are in control here. Fable, though, nice disengage. You don't use any ultimates in that fight, a mistake that you made on previous points. Jeremy lurking with this Pulse Bomb. If you could find somebody that has an ultimate, that would be a clutch move here for Sakura.
Oh, that Tracer very low. Yeah, you can definitely see they want that target removed from the picture. Very, very low is Mari, though, and they will fall. HK doing so well, and the ult up is just strong enough. If you can't win it the easy way, or the hard way, go for the easy way and take all the ults out in the same moments. It's Fable to conclude this first map win for themselves, and we move on one step further.
Okay, this is it. Manifesting a reverse sweep is what Fable is doing. They win their first map pick here, but it is still a long road to go. EXO looking good on so many of these compositions. Again, still seeing a whole lot of flexibility from this roster. And I think that, you know, Fable is kind of finding their footing there, right? You're going first in more of these fights. You're taking them on your terms, but you still have to put in so much work to win a fight against a team like EXO.
Yeah, 3 maps concluded. Of course, we kind of look back to those bans, and what does this mean again? Wuyong's available. So for one side, maybe that's good news for you. On the other side, maybe not the most happy about that coming back to fruition. But hey, I mean, you've got some time to think about it as well. Players are, you know, just concluding that map. They're saying, okay, this is what worked even when they didn't have Wuyong, so let's do it when they do have Wuyong, and maybe we can make this picture a little bit better for themselves, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's nice that, you know, you get this first map in. You're trying to get a little bit of a snowball going on here if you're Fable. But, you know, if you're EXO, this is your chance to kind of close it out here and potentially take the series, send Fable down a bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly the easiest of journeys, but and remember, you have to be happy with the result that you've already escaped with one map, because this is topping what they did before. Obviously not the easiest opponent to play against, but that's why we kind of chose this matchup, right? Because there is that potential to showcase not only one of the teams that maybe isn't a favorite but has that underdog potential go all the way, but also maybe one of the favorites who has a bit of weaknesses. So we're, I guess, playing to the whole audience in the sense that maybe there's some things that you don't quite know about these teams that are there to kind of make this picture keep on being shaken up. I mean, it's a great day with Calling All Heroes. Of course, we do have 3 total series and a 4th map on the horizon. We'll get to that in just a moment. I'm not quite sure. What do you think this map is going to be, right?
Yeah, so like we mentioned, I mean, this is EXO getting the map pick in. So we've already covered, we covered Control, we covered Flashpoint, we've covered Push. So those are kind of like the 3 fan favorite map modes. So now we have been relegated to Escort and Hybrid. So it'll be interesting to see, where EXO is going to opt to take us. I mean, this team has shown just so many different compositions that you could really take us to either of those map modes. Maybe you take us to a dive map, maybe you take us to a poke map, but regardless, EXO's gonna come into it prepared.
Am I the weird one? You said that and now I feel weird. Like, I love Escort Hybrid. Am I?
Oh, I'm sorry to break it to you.
Okay.
Except Scrims Row. No tea, no shade on sorry.
Well, everyone loves Kings Row. If you didn't, I'd be very surprised. But, going into these, I guess I'm the real winner here. I guess I get to see Escort or Hybrid, so that works for me. I'm all happy for that. Maybe one of these teams are not, as that means their fan favorites, or I guess their practiced favorites are now out of rotation. But that means there is room for either team to kind of go with something that's either unconventional or to sneak away things that maybe don't quite work as often. Like, say, maybe you pick a character that's weird, or maybe you just go for unorthodox plays, or maybe we just see a lot more mistakes on this map because it's not practiced as much. Those are things that we need to look at as this 4th map keeps on coming in, because, well, we're not sure of how these teams are going to approach it. And look at that. It's Kings Row. Are you not entertained?
I surely am entertained. My forgivable hybrid map in Kings Row now. Okay, bands are ready to go as well. So EXO, of course, being the team that got to pick the map, also get to pick that first ban. Banning out the Genji here, that has been a favorite for HK.
Yeah, honestly, I don't hate that Genji ban. Like, I understand exactly where they're coming from. It's like, yeah, we can make do with it in the picture, but it's probably just going to be a bit easier for us if we don't have 2 flankers and 2 off angles to deal with. We could just have the 1 tracer. And as well, you saw HK maybe starting up a little bit cold, but got warmer and then really got into it in that last map. So, yeah, I think it's just a comfortability thing of, okay, yeah, they've been getting a bit too comfy on the Genji. Let's just see what else they have in their hero pool, which, for all we know, could be nothing, or it could be a crazy Widowmaker. I'm excited to see which one it is.
I would love to see a crazy Widowmaker here. Now, I want to touch on the Zarya ban coming through from Fable. Of course, we did get to see a little bit of Zarya coming out from the side of EXO, and that was actually a counter swap to the Orisa gameplay that came out from Avery. So I'm kind of thinking that we might end up on the Orisa here for Fable. And that's going to make it a lot harder for EXO Sakura to do what they've been doing all along, which is just going for the counter swap on the tank game, because Orisa doesn't have a super obvious counter. If you take away that Zarya, yes, you can swap to the dive to basically just ignore the Orisa altogether, but taking us to King's Row means it's going to be very difficult to do that.
What are the odds that we're gonna see a Reinhardt in this map? What are your what are your guesses?
It really did cross my mind, I can't lie. And like I said, Mari is just throwing me for a loop on these tank picks, but not gonna happen here. At least not to start, as EXO Sakura is gonna be on the defense here. Mari starting out on this Diva. We're back over on to this Wuyang Kiriko backline, so a whole lot of poke damage for Fable to deal with. Rolling out on this kind of signature composition, as we are gonna have Panther move over onto that Kiriko persona over on the Sojourn here. So giving the Tracer over to HK in light of that Genji ban.
Yeah, one of those players I was looking at that has been massively improving as well as these maps kind of go on is Fiery. I mean, just having that beat when it's needed, being in the right spot, helping their team with whatever sort of utility that they need. But maybe I just cursed them. Maybe they get cut off. No, okay, we're good. I didn't curse anything just yet. I mean, of course, both teams looking for an opportunity to kind of grab an early pick to engage on this fight, and such as King's Row, it's a bit weird and wonky with these tiny corridors, but everyone's going to be funneled into this one specific area. Hazard doesn't make the jump up, but the support heals everything coming on in for both sides. No tanks will fall just quite yet.
Yeah, just some poke coming out here, which if Fable can kind of sustain through it, you really want to allow Persona to build up to this railgun, try to take down Regime on this Wu Yang, who already nearly built up to that ultimate. So Fable really need to try and find a pick here. Taking the high ground is a really good start.
Ow. That hurt. I heard the dink and I was like, oh, that player is not long for the world, and they were not. However, it seems like Jeremy has just gone on a tear. That's 3 kills for them. Mari to clean up the last 2, and a very nice team kill out of seemingly nowhere. Not even a tick given up when you saw that it was about, we'll say, 30 of that 33%.
This is a really nice play there from Jeremy. Fable rotates onto that high ground, trying to get the high ground advantage, but you're not looking behind you. Jeremy pops up from behind. I mentioned it before, Venture just does a whole lot of first damage. They're able to find that 3KS. Now, Persona is going to move over onto the Venture, opting to take the mirror here. Ultimate's online here for EXO. They're going to start with that Tidal Blast.
Yeah, Wu Yang all invested here, and now it's just a moment of, well, who's gonna fall first? And the answer is just the entirety of the Fable squad. I mean, you had maybe a chance with the 1 pick onto Pauline, but it's not enough. It's just not gonna go that way for you. Oh, a little bit of a dig dash, if you will, with both Ventures kind of run into the spawn room.
Oh my goodness, EXO Sakura holding so strong here, burns so much time off the clock. Fable is just having a really, really difficult time with this choke point, which exactly is working in the favor of this Wu Yang for the side of Sakura. And you pair that with the Venture, who's able to kind of control not only chokes, but also angles really, really well. Now Fable just have these support ultimates to try and work with. At least there's no Kitsune Rush on the side of Sakura to be matched, but there's still the Diva Bomb that could just zone out that ult entirely. And Jeremy gonna have this Tectonic Shock as well to do a whole lot of damage to Fable if they even find their way onto the point.
Well, they're trying. They're funneling, and they're getting funneled into that Tectonic Shock. However, only 1 charge left. He's not going to grab the immediate pick, but it looks like Pauline once more falling a bit early, and maybe a trend that we've been seeing that was similar to what Fable was doing earlier in those first 2 maps. However, the rest of the team falling short, so Pauline, you can make as many mistakes as you want, apparently, because Fable, they just cannot make up for it, and the rest of the team is EXO Sakura are just so strong. Take down one of them, and it feels like the rest of them are just now completely in your face.
Yeah, we're looking at a last fight here. Pulse Bomb and Tidal Blast for EXO Sakura to work with. Pulse Bomb and Tectonic Shock on the side of Fable. Avery is over on this Diva now, so potentially going to deny some of the value from this Wu Yang projectiles and from the Pulse Bomb, but you can't deny the ult.
Oh, Lucio, I'm sorry for you. Oh, it looked like they stood still for a second, accepting defeat, but no, they do end up getting the support they need. And actually, the point starts to get taken away. You have a tick now for Fable. I mean, it's looking better for them. Of course, waiting for the recontest here. Who is it going to be that makes that major move next? It's the DMAC. The Pulse Bomb can't even come on out. And yeah, it's pure disaster. So sure, you get 53.5%, but that's going to be it for your chances in this attacking side. Not even the touch coming through from the Venture. Instead, now you're swapping sides, and you've got a very clear mark on where you need to hold on to.
Yeah, Fable is scrambling a little bit now. You get a little bit of percentage, but I mean, that was a very, very solid hold from the side of EXO Sakura, and you know that they are going to be able to play the same composition that has been working for them on the attack here. Potentially, you know, we could potentially see the Reinhardt on attack. I'll just throw it out there, Mari. It could happen. It's an option.
I'm ready for it. I mean, they've got, what, 4 minutes or something to work with? Like, hey, just, you can burn one of them and try and see what you got. I mean, I'm not telling you to either try one way or another, but for entertainment's sake, question mark?
It's out there.
Eyes emoji?
All right, Fable, not playing around, trying to find what's essentially a full hold here, you know? You might be able to, like, lose one fight, but if EXO Sakura puts 3 players on that point to cap it, that 53% is going to be eaten up very, very quickly. They will have H-Key over on the Venture. Persona moving back over onto that Tracer. The Diva backline, or the Diva tank line here for Avery. Gonna want to control this high ground really, really well, but Diva also is, of course, going to be the one that's gonna have all that point presence. And where you're running this Lucio Kiriko backline instead of this Ouyang Kiriko backline, it's not a whole lot of channeled healing into this Diva. So EXO Sakura could be able to just get that DMAC and pile forward as they are going to roll out a couple of Widow shots there. Not finding anything. Gonna swap over onto that Tracer. The Winston making an appearance here on King's Row. Not quite the Reinhardt, still a lot of fun.
No way. Is this just one fight and it's over? Surely not, right? We had such a no. Okay. Well, there's 2 players left from Fable. What can they do? Well, one got demexed, and I hate to sound all doom and gloom, but well, that's the reality of the situation. Nobody's remaining, and with that, one fight is all it takes. Exo Sakura, they almost get the full hold, but they hold them to just the point, and then they take it instantly themselves. Very well done. Congrats on the match win of 3-1.
Yeah, keeping this win against Fable going, but Fable managing to pick up their first map against this team. Hopefully gonna bring that with them as they move into that lower bracket, try to fight their way through, potentially get some revenge. But Exo Sakura staying up here in this upper bracket and looking very comfortable with this Wuyang.
Oh, wow. That was a doozy. Like, that third map was so intense, and it feels kind of anticlimactic that we have the one fight ending on the fourth, but I don't think that does it justice, right? We know how close these 2 teams were, and, you know, mistakes were made. That's inevitable. The Overwatch games are not perfect all the time. So for Exo Sakura, they were able to hold it together just a little bit longer, and congrats to them. They are, of course, going to move to upper round 2. One team going to be falling a bit lower to that lower bracket, but Fable, I'm not going to count them out. I still think that this is a rematch that we could be seeing. Exo Sakura, they showed potential to move all the way to the grand finals and potential to also drop out. And I'd say, honestly, the same for Fable. Although they got bested today, they still have room to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, of course, just the first round in these playoffs, so you get that second life down in the lower bracket, which you're gonna really want to make the best of it. I like you kind of throw to the third map there, and this is where we're really seeing those bans be so impactful, right? We saw that Wuyang ban coming out, and I mean, you had to fight tooth and nail, get it, but that's the beauty of bans, is that you only get 1 per series, so you really, really have to make it count, and it, you know, it kept you alive for a little while, but it wasn't enough to keep you going for the next one.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Fable, of course, we will be seeing more of them potentially even today, for all we know. But that's going to do it for us for right now. We're going to jump to a quick break. And when we do, we'll have another series up for you, potentially even an interview from this one. We'll just have to wait and see, and we'll give you the rundown right after this. Hello, everyone. Welcome on back. Calling All Heroes Summer Playoffs continue right now. I told you I'd give you the rundown, so here it is. We do have an interview from the previous matchup, so stay tuned for that. But, before we get to that, we got to remind you of what actually happened and maybe who the players are to look out for in that interview if we get word. So let's look at this one more. Of course, 3-1 in favor of Exo Sakura over Fable.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in now, you did miss a pretty darn close match, even if maybe it doesn't look like that is on the screen here. Exo Sakura picking up those two first wins, really kind of setting the tempo with this Wuyang composition. Third map hits, Wuyang then comes out, and that is where Fable kind of claws their way to victory in that 3-2. Tsubasa literally couldn't have been closer. There were so many 100 to 99s in that, both teams putting up an incredible showing on Tsubasa, but unfortunately, we fell a little bit flat here on King's Row.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when you have such a close game. And then you have to keep up that momentum. You use, let's say, 150% of your effort in that third map just to get that win. And then you're telling me you got to do it again? And then again after that?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the danger of relying on a reverse sweep. And of course, maybe not putting that Wuyang Bang out first. Of course, there's so much you can do there. But, that's just how it goes sometimes. As for the interview that's coming up shortly, I'm getting word that it is from Mari, by the way. So if you remember the tank from the winning team, that's exactly who we're going to get to speak to.
All right. So we are here with Mari. Welcome, Mari, and congratulations on your win.
Hi, thank you so much. Thanks for having me on.
Are we hearing Mari? I cannot hear Mari.
Hey, guys, I'm super great. I'm so happy to win the match, Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
So how are you? How do you feel after that match?
I'm good. I'm feeling good. I think that was closer than we had expected to be. My first impression, or why that is, I think, on Tsubasa, I think we really just didn't respect the HQ enough. Like, sometimes when a demon like that is around for so long, she lurks in the shadows, and you tend to forget how deadly she can be. You understand? So I think next time we give Allison a little more respect, and maybe yeah, that's it. There's no maybe. That's it.
Maybe it goes cleaner.
Fingers crossed. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, jumping back into that, you talked about Tsubasa, but I mean, let's just talk about, I guess that map in particular, you guys didn't end up getting to run the Wuyang. I don't know if you can leak the information here, but it seemed like you guys did struggle without that Wuyang as well. So is there something that you guys are maybe cooking up? Is there things that you're relying on? What's the spiel?
Not sure. I think Wuyang is really busted right now, and I think Regime's like already really good at him. I guess we weren't in the right mindset to kind of play that Lucio mirror match when we've been playing with the Wuyang so much. Since they're kind of similar comps, but just having a Lucio, having the speed, having the ability to flip onto the enemy and rotate more is a lot more substantial than it seems on paper. And yeah, we're all beefing with each other. We're all like at each other's throats right now. Like me and Paulette especially. Like we're just fighting. We're yelling at each other the whole time. I've never seen beef like the beef that Paulette has with me. I'm sure she's never seen the beef that I have with her. It's just like a dog fight all the time. But map 4, we decided, you know what? We got one common goal. Let's just squash the beef for this one map, and then we can all start fighting again afterwards.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I mean, you definitely can't tell in the gameplay. There is no signs that there is inner conflict happening on the side of Exo Sakura. So kudos to the team for, keeping it together. I was giving you shout outs here, Mari, because you were playing tanks that I have not had the opportunity to cast in a very, very long time. We got to see not only the Reinhardt make a brief appearance, but we also saw you come out on the Roadhog. And I'm just wondering, do you think that these tanks are going to maybe find their way back into some playtime, or is this just you being the GOAT?
Well, I mean, some could say I'm the GOAT, but I don't know if I could say that about myself, but I appreciate it either way. Regardless, like at the start of a patch, when people are still figuring stuff out, there's always a period where you feel like you can play anything, and it ends up coming back to like Winston or Orisa after 2 or 3 weeks. And I guess we're not at that point yet. But I think this patch like does feel really good for my hero pool and my flexibility, especially with like things like Zarya, Junker Queen, Diva being so strong, at least feeling so strong. And I think I really get to show that flexibility, which I think is my best attribute as a player.
When you talk about the tanks being so strong for your hero pool, I'm sure your team probably has a lot of other characters that they're willing to play as well in this current meta. So I'm gonna ask you to single it down right now. If you had to give an MVP to somebody on your team or the enemy team, I guess, who would you pick? Why?
Mari.
Fair enough.
Because I'm the GOAT. Wait, I said I can't say that. Sorry. I already said I can't say that. I'm Mari because I'm feeling good.
You got the results to show for it.
Yeah, exactly. You can claim it. We won't tell anyone. All right, Mari. Before we let you go, is there any kind of a shout out that you want to give? The floor is yours.
Shout out to Paulette for squashing the beef. Shout out to my parents who are watching. Shout out to my girlfriend. That's all I got. And shout out to my team. Now that's all I got.
All right. Well, fair enough. Thank you so much for joining us. We wish you luck in your upcoming games. I'm sure you've still got more prep to do as those games continue. But we're going to say goodbye to you, and we will see you hopefully later, talking to you in the grand finals, maybe.
Yeah, I'll see you there.
All right. Well, Rain, that was it for our first matchup. And I believe you got word that there's another matchup that's coming. Do you know what it is?
Do we have a match ready to go? We do know that we are staying in this upper bracket, of course. So we will be actually following Exo Sakura along as they face off against Nightmare Eclipse.
That's a tough matchup. I don't want to be in either side of that, fan bases where you're just struggling to deal with either a Wuyong or the 2024 champions. I mean, it's not going to be an easy game. So this bracket continues, and we shall as well. But we'll jump to a quick break, and then when we do come back, we'll have that Nightmare Eclipse and Exo Sakura matchup for you. Stay tuned. Well, it's a good day to be watching some more Overwatch. For those of you just joining us, we saw what was the longest series of the first round, and we got to see even more after that. So, high quality game after high quality game. Of course, my name is AriCast here with Rain. We'll be your yappers for today. And I mean, let's get right into this. It's Exo Sakura, a team coming off of a win that we just saw versus a Nightmare Eclipse, the former 2024 champions granted a completely new roster.
Yeah, exactly. And if you are just tuning in, we're up here in the upper bracket. So, of course, both these teams coming off a win. Taking a look at this bracket. It was DK taking the win over Hypnos. Rebel Hearts falling to Avidity. So that is going to be the other semifinal that is happening off broadcast here.
I believe as well, Rebel Hearts was the team that I believe upset Avidity and had a really nice group stage showing as well for themselves. So that to me is kind of, it's strange that that was a 3-0, but maybe we'll see them in the lower bracket. Maybe we'll see what they have to offer. And I guess we could see why they fell short, but we hope for every team to get to that grand finals. And of course, one of them will be getting just as close, going to that winter final shortly. Will be one of these two teams, Nightmare Eclipse, Exo Sakura. We already met one team, but we're going to see them again. So make sure you keep refreshing yourselves on these players. Funny story as well, Persona, one of the players on the, I believe you said Hive Mind Baddies was their name. This is the Hive Mind Baddies roster now transferred to Nightmare. So Persona was the only one that didn't jump ship with them, and we saw them just go down with Fable, who you can see now are in this lower bracket.
Yeah, lower bracket. Now, we were talking about in the last series how, okay, you can suffer a loss, you know, it's not the end of the road. Well, unfortunately for these four teams, the pressure is now seriously on, as one more loss is going to unfortunately send you out of the playoffs. But one of these four teams, or potentially one of the teams that drops down in the preceding rounds, will have an opportunity to fight through that lower bracket. But we are up here in the upper bracket for now. Nightmare Eclipse x Zocorp against Exo Sakura. And like you said, Ari, we already got the opportunity to watch Sakura here on this broadcast tonight.
Yeah, we're going to still familiarize ourselves with the players, both from Exo Sakura and Nightmare Eclipse. So, you know, we have the general idea of who to expect. Again, maybe star players and names that you might have recognized from previous seasons, previous stages. But here you go. Here's the roster one by one as they trickle on in.
Yeah, and we did mention it earlier. So this roster coming off of the spring season, they were better known as Hive Mind Baddies. Maybe a little bit of kind of a middle of the pack, finishing in that 5th to 6th kind of bracket in the spring stage. But this is a team which perhaps one of the only kind of rosters coming into this summer stage that hasn't made any changes. Yes, we did mention that Persona kind of off the team now, but this is 5 players that have now 2 full seasons playing together under their belts.
And I made the bit before. I'm going to make it again. Are we going to see Bastion now? Because we're seeing it in the screen here, which, by the way, the players can choose which character they have represent them. Of course, if they do not put anything forward, we will select something random for them. But there is potential maybe that we see Bastion. I mean, we saw a Wuyong in the last roster, and we saw that every single map that we could. So maybe this tells us what we're in store for. I'm liking the Ana as well. I mean, something that we didn't quite see as much of before.
Yeah, we were kind of mentioning some of course, coming into Season 18, there have been a whole slew of perk changes and balances, and one of the changes to Ana is bringing back that speed boost to the Nano, so we were kind of, thinking that that could be a really nice little throwback, if anybody remembers Beyblade meta way back in the day, but yeah, we didn't get an opportunity to see too much Ana, but with all these perk changes coming through, it really does change the way that these heroes can play.
And of course, we do have 2 teams to this battle. It's not just one side. So here they are again, familiar faces. And have they changed? The answer is no, because it's the same team. We didn't make them redo the process. So if you're missing some Wuzhong gameplay, guess what? You're gonna get some more we'd have to gamble on. Regime, that Wuyong player, representing them here once more. And Exo Sakura, I mean, they were a treat to watch, but the question is, have they met their match here with Nightmare Eclipse?
Yeah, right? Obviously, both these teams coming off a win, you have the momentum going. Exo Sakura dropping a map, meaning that, maybe you had to use a little bit more gas in the tank than Nightmare did, but it also means that you've just been tested on what happens when you can't play this composition that you've been running, and you still put up a really, really good fight if you're Exo Sakura. And we have been informed also that Mari has squashed the beef with Pauline. So, it's all better from here now.
Yeah, they're all ready to keep on going, to continue their winning streak. But of course, we do have to wait for them to load into that map selection and the hero bans, which we actually are going to have momentarily for you, because we saw before the strategies that were in place. Now, does Nightmare Eclipse realize that, Exo Sakura, they love their Wuyong? Is that what's going to happen here? And now we have Ilios, except it's actually Ilios this time. That lighthouse is correct.
No teasing here. We are going to Greece. Now, the bans coming through as well. Nightmare having the opportunity to take us to Ilios, and gonna go ahead and ban out that D.Va right away. We did get to see a little bit of D.Va in the previous series that we had on the broadcast here. And on the side of EXO, banning out that Genji. A little surprising to me, seeing how well HK was doing.
I mean, it makes sense, though. Well, they were having trouble with HK, I think. So I'm assuming it's just kind of like a safety thing where we don't know what Nightmare Eclipse are going to bring out. So we're just going to go with our safety ban from what we used last time, because that gave us the problems before. And if they do want to try and replicate the success that Fable had in that one map, well, they can try, just not this map. So, a very safe kind of ban going in here. And then as well, the D.Va, I mean, hit or miss on to if that Exo Sakura's team is planning to run it. But you have to assume these are educated guesses based on something they've seen somewhere.
Yeah, I think having the D.Va ban come out here for Nightmare, typically we do tend to still see some dive of some sort happening on these sub-maps of Ilios. There's an option to potentially play some Brawl, but having the D.Va banned out makes me think that it's a little bit easier here for Nightmare to potentially run that Winston, still in a very, very good spot. And then having this Genji banned out, well, you're going to have to play with something a little bit different. Probably still going to have the Tracer, but it's going to force you on to not that double flex DPS setup.
I am curious, because on a map like Ilios, right, obviously we've seen Exo Sakura run the Wuyong a lot, but do they swap to the Lucio here? I mean, after all, this is, quote, Boop City. So, we need to have an idea of if they're running it just based on comfortability, or if it really is a map-dependent thing, because this strategy could change. But at the same time, then you're worrying of, well, last time we went Lucio, we lost. What's in store for them? I'm curious to see how they kind of come to that decision and what that result is.
Yeah, we're curious about the Lucio. I'm also curious about the Roadhog, Ilios, well, it is calling. We saw some Roadhog. There's a potential to drop some people into that well, of course. A lot of the heroes that are kind of being played right now have a whole lot of mobility, so you're maybe not going to get just a free hook into that well, but Exo Sakura has already shown us that they are perfectly fine pulling out compositions that are going to catch the opposing team off guard, and so far it has really been working for them, so they might have the upper hand, the factor of surprise here against Nightmare.
I'm going to go for a really, really bold prediction and say that we're going to see Tracer. I think it's
Shocking.
pretty bold there that we are going to see Tracer here maybe on this map. We've seen it from both teams before, and chances are we'll see it again. Maybe not in this map, but you have to assume that one of the strongest characters in the game and one of the most flexible characters in the game is going to be selected at some point. Of course, we'll let the players tell the story, and we'll just be yapping alongside it, because they truly are the ones that are giving us the information of what's in store.
All right, we are starting out on this sub-map of Well. An excellent opportunity for Boops, an excellent opportunity for Hooks. Nightmare versus Exo Sakura. It's all getting started here on this first map. Now we have Some compositions being teased here. Eevee selecting the Wrecking Ball. It does seem promising for me, especially where we went ahead and banned out that D.Va. The D.Va, of course, is going to have a whole lot of kind of heal for those Wrecking Ball slams. The second of CC is sometimes all that you need to kind of confirm the kill, especially if we have Natakoto coming out on this Freya. Mara onto that Symmetra right now, I suspect, going to swap over to potentially the Tracer. You never know. Yes, it is going to be. Now, Exo Sakura still running that Wuyang is going to have a Freya of their own. Santi over on the Hazard as well. Nightmare Eclipse are going to be able to take so many angles with this extremely mobile composition.
And my eyes are on Santi here. They're really going to be the one that has to peel for their team and has the mobility to do so, but also needs to get that effective damage out there as well, making sure that their team is just not run over by a ball constantly. So Navilia is actually going to open this one up with Jeremy falling short. And these Freyas, I mean, they're going to be just launching bullets every which way, arrows in the sky, flying by, and it's only a matter of time before somebody truly gets that real aggression that we're kind of hoping for. Oh boy, that's a Tracer in the back. Not feeling super comfy about this. Oh, drive-by against Benevolence. You hate to see that for them, but love to watch it on the screen. Very nicely done. And the stalled fight will come to a close as it looks like Nightmare Eclipse do end up securing this point.
Yeah, doing a really good job just taking full control of this point. The more kind of angles, the more quadrants that you control of these controlled maps, the better a chance you have of winning out the fight. Now, Natakoto has nearly built up to this Bola. Benevolence lagging a little bit behind, but you're going to make up for it in the Kitsune Rush ultimate charge. Still, you're going to have to find a target through all these mobile heroes from Nightmare Eclipse, and that's just going to be a tough ask.
Ooh, little loop there, almost into the hole. Maybe the well will beckon at some point during this game, but not quite yet. Instead, Mara on the Tracer, picking up their first on the Jeremy. Not exactly good for their chances in breaking into this point because they're down to numbers once more. Hold up, it's tied. But again, where is that initiative to actually take this point? They don't feel comfortable doing that yet, and so this percentage will continue to rack up, and it's not going to go anywhere very easily for Exo Sakura, as that pile drive along with the minefield, not exactly good. We're walking on through.
Yeah, really nice deny there from Eevee on this Wrecking Ball. Manages to get out alive as well. Gonna be living for at least now. Exo Sakura, I mean, you use the Kitsune Rush, but you've built up to both these ultimates for the DPS, and you have the downpour. But I've been talking about this mobility from Nightmare Eclipse. It's gonna be hard to hit this downpour.
I'm just worried that they might recall off the map. Okay, no, okay, we're good. They got the 2 blinks out. Everything is very nice, and Eevee actually as well doing the damage onto the Freya. It's just a problem of, well, they didn't do enough and they didn't get out in time. Exo Sakura, it seemed like a very scrappy fight from Nightmare Eclipse, and we said it again. I mean, in the previous series, Exo Sakura, when the fights were scrappy, they were the one who was winning it.
Yep, that's exactly it. You do use a couple of ultimates there to break into the point. You're going to have the beat from Regime, but Crum going to be able to match that. And you do have the Kitsune Rush. Let's start out with the Bola here. Quite connected.
Kitsune Rush invested here. Nobody really going to be in immediate danger, although that Kiriko not having too much fun, taking damage up in the skies. Of course, that ball will keep on tracking them down and by. And a beat exchanged from both sides as it looks like everyone just kind of holding on to this current positioning. They're playing the stability game, and for all intents and purposes, Exo Sakura are happy with it, except they're not happy with that. That first pick not going their way, and matched on up onto a tank, though, is pretty good. And again, we're seeing kind of a situation where everyone's just not quite sure of the initiative when to take this point. There's no real set play, and I mean, such is this kind of staggery brawl dive. I mean, is this the teams or is it the comp? That I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, and the longer that this kind of staggered fight goes out, the better it is for Exo Sakura, because all the time you're building up percentage here, but now finally 5 versus 5 happening on the point, but Nightmare need to commit something. They need to flip this point.
Freya in the back lines potentially, not quite getting the damage they were hoping for, but flip on. And that's them very, very low. No follow-up on that, though, so they will get healed up back to full. Just waiting to see these initial engagements come on through. We had a very clear source of who was winning the fights based off the first ultimate before, but now a very, very different story. A flip from Exo Sakura. And again, we're waiting for these moments of, okay, who is going to make that first big blunder? Because again, it's just in a positioning trade.
Yeah, now the flip does come back here for EXO. You have the Bola to work with. You're gonna have to deal with these mines, though. Gonna be able to cover a whole lot of percentage on the point. EXO finding that pick, though. They just need to clean this fight up.
And Exo Soccer actually grabbing 2 off the back of Benevolence. There's an ult. I don't know where that one went exactly, but might have gone off the map. We'll see as Benevolence is back to the spawn room. This one very close to completion, except for the fact that Exo Sakura are just continuing to hold on to this point. And they shall, as that overtime ticker keeps on counting down. What is the response here from Nightmare Eclipse? It looks like just these stagger touches, and I honestly don't know if it's enough. They're going to try their best, but what are they going to do for the initiation part again? I mean, you'll have these touches, the wall's in your face. Mara starts it off at least with a breath of fresh air, except they're taken out of the picture. And now these ultimates get invested, except maybe too little too late. Nadokado will fall, Pulse Bomb in the back line, and it feels like a moment that will be cut short eventually. It's just staggered out, it feels like. But you have to imagine Exo Sakura take this, right? Wait a minute. 2 picks.
Nightmare. Ooh, okay, Pulse Bomb coming through here from Jeremy, trying to keep things alive, but the flip did come through for Nightmare Eclipse here. Only have this Pulse Bomb from Mara to work with, though. You need to find something, because up against this Bola from Benevolence, it really could force everybody from Nightmare into a very tight corner.
Now we have guaranteed OT, if you will. Both sides on 99%. The flip coming on through. That's going to be the plan of attack here. Mara is trying to touch with 26 HP. This is not at all safe for them. We're still dash off, try and get some extra HP, but now they can't exactly do the damage as they are out of the fight, just trying to get healed on up. Pulse Bomb, looking for its target, will not find itself, but the recall at least to hold on at this point and keep themselves in this sub-map so far. It's just Exo Sakura, though, dealing out the damage until eventually they can close it out. There they go, taking it 100 to 99. Very, very close, and we might have the closer game of the 2 matches on stream once more.
Yeah, how's that for a first sub-map? Oh my goodness. I mean, in the end, it is Exo Sakura, this scrappy team that's somehow able to claw it back there. Really nice stuff. Unfortunately for Nightmare Eclipse, Exo Sakura is doing a pretty good job of, like, winning these scrappy fights because they're staying composed. They're still finding the target focus throughout these fights, and that's working out really, really well for them. Ooh, we could take a little look at the stat line here. I mean, I will say, Nightmare Eclipse is very, very in sync with kind of these resets, right? And that is going to allow you to get just one more fight in, and that is why they're kind of able to put up this contest against Exo Sakura on their scrappy fights. But moving over on to Ruins, it's going to be the same compositions coming through from both teams. So both these Freyas is who I'm looking at, because now that we're over on Ruins, there's a lot more open space to work with.
Open minds indeed, but I'm also looking at, Eevee. It's just kind of adding that pressure on the ball and hoping for those picks, but at the same time, it feels like there's no one there with them this time. It seems like they're alone, but they did enough damage even by themselves. The raining fire from Nadokado in the back, and a nice shot there on a Regime who is not on the Wuyong. Keep that in mind. Nightmare Eclipse, though, should secure themselves the first point cap and indeed start accruing that percentage.
All right, yeah, Nightmare getting the first is a nice little advantage here, because you are going to, of course, be able to fire into this incoming team. Ultimates built up. It was a very quick fight there, but you did mention no Wuyong on the side of Exo Sakura. This dive composition from Nightmare Eclipse is really going to counter that Wuyong, where you have a very clear movement ability to be forced out.
Again, these fights, it just feels so pokey when you have 2 dive tanks. It's almost a little funky to be watching, but Santi, at least with the early engagement on a Nadokado, and then when you do get up and close and personal, that's exactly the brawl that you think is going to happen. The Hazard wins that one out, and you have the ball just scampering away now. Exo Sakura almost off the map there for the Hazard of Santi, but still they remain strong and grab the fight for themselves. Now 3 ults.
Yeah, you mentioned kind of both these dive tanks. So, of course, Santi has picked up this perk that's going to give this Violent Leap a little bit more distance. And that can be very, very scary if you use a cooldown from the side of Nightmare Eclipse. Of course, trying to force out these movement cooldowns, right? You have so much mobility. Exo Sakura needs to take one of those out before they kind of go in with either their cooldowns or even these ultimates. Oh, Navilia. Oh, my goodness.
Bye-bye. I'd hate to be that. That's a certified bonk moment where you've met a kunai to the face. Of course, Navilia gonna hold strong here, help their team secure this point, and that should be it. Yeah, the first pick was enough, but the second is nice to boot. And that minefield just to secure things off. This is just additional percentage that Exo Soccer are fighting for. And careful, Hazard. You don't want to stagger yourself too far.
Ooh, yeah, okay, taking this flip over now. Nightmare Eclipse only had to use those mines. Many thanks to Navilia, the bloodthirsty Kiriko. Exo Sakura, though, I mean, you've got 4 ultimates to work with. So now it's going to be who can come out on top and still have ults for the next fight.
I mean, this one a trade of the Kiriko Kitsune Rush. This one as well. A beat invested to double support ults as well. Exo Sakura, it looks like they're just trying to dump ults in here, win this fight, and if it works, then so be it. But if not, you're in big trouble. Pulse Bomb doesn't find anything. Unfortunate for them, but where are these picks? Everyone is somehow managing to live. Mara will be finally the first to fall. Benevolence holding on to this point. Where's the damage? Oh, melee on out, and eventually, the picks come through, but Exo Sakura still do not have control of this point, so percentage continuing to acquire for Nightmare Eclipse until finally they can get that flip. This should be about even when we see the next fight.
Yeah, I'm thinking that as well, Ari. Now, the mines are the only ultimate that Nightmare Eclipse are going to have to work with here. Even if you take an extended fight, you are not going to build up to another one. Okay, big pick onto Regime. That's the aura healing gone. Exo Sakura is going to have to respond with one of their ultimates, or just take this loss and go for the regroup.
Well, I mean, it giveth and it taketh away. I mean, one Lucio for a Kiriko. Decide which side you want to be on, because right now Exo Sakura, I think, are happy to be in that, considering they have the 4v5, and they made it an even 4v4, staving off that push and making sure that things don't go to pure disaster. Very nicely done from them to salvage a crazy situation.
Yeah, Pauline hearing me sing the praise of a bloodthirsty Kiriko, and she said, oh no, remember me from Series 1? Sure thing, Regime gonna get in that kill feed as well.
Bit of advanced positioning there. Benevolence gonna get punished for that one, but the minefield out on the point, maybe just for the flip. We'll see how that works out. Hazard ult used as well, not gonna land on anyone. And now we have Boop City doing Boop City things, except it's EV that can't quite find anybody off the map, just the dispositioning. Of course, that beat available for Regime when the team is ready, when they decide to go on in. There it is. The beat does tag on, but very, very low HP still, even with that beat effect and that overhealth. Very, very low for all the players on the side of Exo Sakura, but they're still holding on. They want this positioning. They want this fight to be done now, because if it's not, you're going to see a bit of a disaster for them. They're going to invest all the ults that they can, and that means Jeremy needs to farm up quickly. Needs that Pulse Bomb to land onto somebody close, and it's just not going to happen quite yet. I have a feeling this Hazard's going to go down. Yes, very, very close, but still Nightmare Eclipse will manage to grab this one from Witsu. Very nicely done from them, and Exo Sakura will have one final chance to secure the map, although this time it'll be kind of an overtime guaranteed fight.
Oh, let's go 199 once more, as close as we can make it. It is going to be the Kitsune Rush and the Pulse Bomb ready to go here from Nightmare Eclipse. That Kitsune Rush from Navilia is a really, really good chance to close this out, tie it up, and send us to that third sub-map.
Initial touch coming on through, but where's the follow-up? There it is. Okay, hi Hazard, how's it going? Oh, bye-bye Hazard. You are gone. What? No, you're still alive? You take a pulse? Okay, there we go. Everything's fine. It looks about right. The game following logical consequences. Exo Sakura falling maybe just a bit short here as they try their best in the final moments of this one, but the HP not tall enough, damage not big enough. And so Exo Sakura will fall short just in this sub-map, now guaranteeing that sub-map number 3.
Ooh, all right. We are heading over to Lighthouse. Navilia played that Kitsune Rush perfectly. You don't need to go aggressive with it. You know that Exo Sakura has to put a contest on point. So make them touch point, make them deal with this Kitsune Rush. You throw the Pulse Bomb in for good measure as well. There's just nothing really Exo Sakura can do to kind of respond to it. So you're just taking so much damage from so many angles with this Wrecking Ball composition. And I think that here on Lighthouse, there's a couple ways that you can play this if you're Exo Sakura. You're going to want to take the high ground. You got to get Benevolence kind of set up there, but you are going to have a little bit better of a time kind of forcing a fight on point with this Hazard compared to this Wrecking Ball. But then comes the problem of angles, where Nightmare Eclipse can basically just flush you out from the point. So how is Exo Sakura going to look to play this?
I'd say one of the easier things to try and attempt to master would be that aim side, but yeah, mastering the angles and which ones to go for, not exactly easy. You have Exo Sakura holding on to their breath, holding on to the positioning up in the high ground, but who's going to grab the point first? And it looks like for all intents and purposes, Nightmare Eclipse are okay with kind of letting this one slip for the moment so they can get set up, find an opening for themselves, because Ball is not the most brawl-heavy tank as much as some may wish.
Yeah, you can try to take the brawl, but you are just a very large ball with a very large hitbox. As Exo Sakura losing the first one, but you still have presence on the point, so you're gonna have to deal with sanity on this hazard.
Ooh, the hazard still in the mix, absolutely. That ball very low. Regime now gone, and this Freya deciding, hey, no more angles. Let's just make it wide on open. Let's go into close range, because how can I miss if they're right in front of me? Well, I say that, and then they whip 4 shots, but it's okay. It's okay. They've still got at least an extra life in this one. In this first fight, it seems to settle down with Exo Sakura taking this point control, but what's going on here? Using it all very early in, and this might see a lot of damage come through, but Eevee can be the only one falling up on it. Just barely makes it back to the land of the free, aka the ground, not the air. And it looks like Nightmare Eclipse will instead pick up the flip.
It's a really nice punish onto Santi. I kind of dove back behind the point, wasn't anticipating 3 members of Nightmare Eclipse there to say hello. And nearly 50% here. Exo Sakura not feeling too bad about that because, hey, you didn't use any ultimates. You're going to have basically all of them to work with in this next fight. But these mines from Eevee are going to deny a lot of space from this, including potentially the space that's on the point.
It must be so annoying to deal with. I was like, oh, that ball is getting pretty low. And then they pressed one button, and I was like, oh, yeah, they have 1,000 health now. They're fine. Tsune rush, minefields, everything invested, but it's still all blue and kill feed. Look at that, the adaptive shields making their way to work here, and wow, Exo Sakura, they use at least the Kitsune rush, but 3 ults still available for them, so they're cutting their losses, they're acknowledging that they're not going to be ending up victorious in that one, they'll just go for the reset.
We are going to have the beats for both sides. A little bit of an advantage here for Exo Sakura ult-wise, where Benevolence does have this Bola, but who is going to be your target? Everybody's going to be able to basically just roll or run away from it.
Ooh, Pulse Bomb. It looked good, but unfortunately maybe a bit too far. Beats going to be matched up from both sides, but where are the picks? Of course, the Beats giving that overhealth should make it a bit tougher for them to come through, but Crumb will fall first. And Benevolence, I'm going to say, has been the wild card in this map. We've seen Crumb get the best of them a few times, but now it seems like when that is flipped, there's a solid chance for Exo Sakura to make this one good for them. And spin to win will be all she wrote for you. The ball of Eevee here, as it looks like everyone else is removed. 85% for Nightmare Eclipse, but Exo Sakura still holding on and making sure this one doesn't get too out of hand.
On paper, that really did look like it should have been a fight win for Nightmare Eclipse. You see the Pulse Bomb comes out, and that forces the beat from Regime, and then Nightmare Eclipse are able to immediately respond with that kind of better beat. But Exo Sakura not getting too aggressive in it, right? You're not playing into these overshields. Instead, you're just playing to wait it out. You find that opening pick onto Crumb. Taking out the speed from this composition of Nightmare Eclipse is really going to shut them down, and that aura healing on top of it. So Exo Sakura back in control of this point. Only the Pulse Bomb to work with here, but that's more than Nightmare Eclipse can say. But 85% means that Nightmare Eclipse really just have to win one more fight, and they're going to put themselves in a very, very good position to take Ilios here. Playing a little bit slower here. I think trying to build up to this Bolo from Natakoto, since that's really the only ultimate that you're kind of getting close to. Maybe the Pulse Bomb from Mara as well.
Uh-oh. Bit of a wacky fight going through there, and that's the Pulse Bomb now baited out, so I guess he'll take that trade every single day. But Crumb, again, a nuisance that we've been seeing. A fight happening separately from the rest, but I mean, hey, if it gets, 1-2 players out of that fight, not dealing damage on your team, not worrying about the supports that are actually doing that main source of healing, and so be it. You will take that value. Crumb, oh boy, be careful. 70 HP, but still comes on back. And Exo Sakura have reached that 99%, so overtime will begin. Now somebody has got to make sure that this point does not just fall into their hands. What's the response? It's the minefield over on the point, but somebody else needs the touch. There it is. Very low onto this. Freya still holding on, but sniped out of the air by their counterpart. Everyone just having some pure pandemonium on this point, and eventually Exo Sakura take the lead here. It's enough damage, it's enough picks, and it's enough for the map. Exo Sakura continuing their winning streak from the previous series, now up 1-0 in this one.
Yeah, taking away the map pick from Nightmare here, getting started off nice and strong, and showing us all that the Wuyang, they can do without. Even if he's not banned out, I like this composition that Nightmare rolled out on, because really you are kind of playing to shut down that Wuyang, right? You're going to be able to just take so many angles. You have so much mobility that you're going to be able to collapse on him wherever he goes, anytime he uses his torrent. So forcing the swap off of Wuyang for Exo Sakura is kind of a win in its own right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking notes from that game. I'm like, wow, okay, that's how you play Kiriko. That's how you aim. Okay, good to know. But you have to assume that the other team as well is taking notes of what's happening, what's going well for them, what's not going well, and they're going to adapt coming into these next matches. Of course, we tell you that the bans will change, so maybe the play styles do as well, but when these teams, well, if these teams go head-to-head again on a dive versus dive map, you could call that. I mean, it was a ball versus a hazard, good enough. You're going to have a situation where they're looking at it from maybe a different perspective. Maybe you see the ball go for a bit of different pathing or a different style of pressure, as opposed to just kind of holding on to that point control and hoping that the rest of the team does the damage dealing for them. But map 1, done and dusted. You can't go back and change that. Now you just look forward to map number 2, which of course you said was the map pick of Nightmare Eclipse, right? So they're going to get another one?
Yep, map pick number 2 coming in here for Nightmare, and they will, of course, get the first ban out here. Now, I do have to wonder if they take us to kind of another dive map. They have pretty much an open map pool to work with now. You can't do control, but every other map type is on the field now. So you have a lot to work with in this second map. You're trying to kind of shut down this momentum, like you said, Ari, that Exo Sakura is kind of building, right? They win on that first one. They've already won before that in the series. So you did force them off of the Wuyang, but this team, Exo Sakura, is just so flexible, right? They're kind of warming up on this Lucio composition. We heard Mari talk about it, that, maybe we didn't do so great on Saravasa because we've really just been playing Wuyang. And, well, now they're warmed up on the Lucio, so this could be dangerous.
And as well, the respect they talked about. Just kind of talking towards making sure you address every single part of these games when it comes to the positioning, the angles like you were talking about, just the general game plan. And you have to imagine, I mean, no disrespect to Fable, but Nightmare, we're the champions of 2024. Chances are you have to hold them to a higher standard because they've proven that they can reach that higher standard. I mean, it's going into this game, not making any mistakes or as few as possible, and then continuing to run with the momentum that you can gain, which they have, at least in this first map. I'm excited to see where this one goes. If you had to pick an archetype, like a map archetype, for where you think this is going, what's your guess?
Well, I have to wonder if, okay, you forced Exo off the Wuyang. You've gotten them warmed up on the Lucio Kiriko. So do you just pivot entirely? Try to force a map where you're not going to run the Lucio Kiriko? Maybe bring out some of that Ana that we maybe saw? Because Watchpoint Gibraltar is in the map pool. It's going to be, you could definitely still run the Lucio Kiriko there. But, speaking just topographically, really, you're just going to be able to set your Ana up kind of in a safer position. It's going to be hard to kind of take space on that Lucio Kiriko comp. So you have the opportunity to maybe just throw the backline off entirely. But of course, that is going to apply to yourself as well, right? We've been seeing the Lucio and the Kiriko come out for the side of Nightmare. So having to kind of pivot like that, it really kind of questions, like, are you going to be prepared for that? Or is that really just going to be kind of neutral fight between both teams?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of the hazard being used for space closing, but if it becomes altitude, what's the deal? Either way, we're not going to see that just quite yet. Of course, it's King's Row. Is anyone surprised that that's the hybrid map that we're seeing? I guess I'm slightly, but at the same time, this is not foreign at all.
No, also, for everybody wondering, the other options that we could go to for hybrid is Hollywood and Eichenwald. So, I mean, you know, we're gonna see King's Row a lot. It's just how it is. But we do have the bans coming in. So the Hazard ban coming in from Nightmare, and then we do have EXO going ahead and banning out that Lucio. So I think you and I might have an idea of what's gonna make an appearance from EXO Sakura.
Really? Reinhardt without the Lucio? I'm so down. Let's see it. But yeah, I mean, I love this ban of the Hazard. It's just so strong when you're going up against maybe like a ball comp, right? A ball versus Hazard. The Hazard's going to be a little bit better for these scaling scenarios. But if you are really, really comfortable on ball, taking out a direct competitor and forcing them to go counter dive with maybe, you know, something like a D.Va or a Winston, things like that, maybe they're not as comfortable on, and maybe it's not as effective. So curious to see how that plays out. As for the Lucio, yeah, I think we have an idea of what's going on there.
It's Wuyong time, I suspect. One of the things, what I'm noticing about these bans is it's really interesting because it's kind of two sides to a ban, right? We see Nightmare going for the Hazard ban because you're trying to empower your own composition that you're running. And then on the side of EXO Sakura, you're trying to like set up a very specific type, right? So you know what you want to run. You probably know what Nightmare is going to run as well. So coming out with potentially the Wuyong, spoiler alert, it's going to just kind of play to the strengths and send EXO Sakura back into that like performance that we saw in Series 1.
All right, this one, you know, I made a bold prediction earlier. This time I'm going to say it's a very safe prediction that I'm going to make. We're going to see a Ryan Zarya mirror on this map. Right? We're still running that, right?
Yeah, we still run that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hopes and dreams, staying alive for the off tank mid tank duos. There's still hope for you. There's an Echo that could be played, you know.
An Echo?
The stars could align. You get the duplicate onto the Zarya. It's back to old times. It's not out of the picture, but it's definitely difficult.
I mean, do you think that there is potential for at least a Reinhardt or a Zarya? Like, do you think one of them will make an appearance, or do you think it will be that ball matched with counter dive? Or I guess we really haven't seen too much else from EXO Sakura. They only really ran the Hazard for the most part last series.
Yeah, I think we could potentially see Mari come out on the D.Va. We did see the D.Va make an appearance here on King's Row for them. And I do think that, you know, that D.Va was banned out map 1. D.Va is a pretty good counter to Wrecking Ball, or not directly to Wrecking Ball, but it's a really good counter to deny the value that Wrecking Ball provides. And especially here on King's Row, you're going to have that high ground to control as well. And I am pretty much expecting Nightmare's going to run the ball, maybe not on the defense, but I'm anticipating to at least see it on the attack here. They will be actually starting out on the defense. So Nightmare gonna pull out a Wuyong of their own. EV going over onto that Winston, and you know, roles reversed. Maybe Santi's gonna be on the ball here.
I'm just keeping my eyes on Crumb. Again, they had so much value in that first map, and we kind of talk about the differences between the Wuyong versus the Lucio and comfortability there. Is Crumb one of those players where they can make, you know, Wuyong look maybe not as desirable as a Lucio because they're so comfortable on Lucio? It's just one of those things we don't quite know yet, and we'll have to just wait and see as this map gets underway.
Right. Maybe a potential shot from Jeremy. Not going to find the intended target. He's going to go ahead, swap over on to this Venture. So the combo of the Venture and the Cassidy is basically a nightmare for Eevee, as EXO Sakura going to look to get set up on this high ground, give Benevolence all the room.
Oh, that didn't look too good for your health. Eevee got caught out there, and, well, they paid the price. Just getting funneled into these different corners. And EXO Sakura, remember last series when they took the first point in one fight? Well, guess what? Looks like they're set up to do it once more. Suzu can only protect you for so long. Navilia, you will fall short, along with the rest of Nightmare. Clip for this hold of the first point in King's Row.
Oh my goodness, Benevolence just finding kill after kill on this Cassidy. Nearly built up to this Deadeye now. This is really big for EXO Sakura because look at all this space that you're taking. You're basically guaranteeing that you're not going to have to take a fight at that initial choke point. And now that we are already on the streets phase of King's Row, this composition isn't going to work as well for Nightmare. We are going to have Navilia swap over onto the Brig here, but you have to wonder if Nightmare are going to try to just take an early fight here and then maybe make some compositional swaps.
when you see as well the swap off of the ball onto D.Va, it makes sense. And Santi already close up to that ultimate, just looking for the additional value of this DM to just kind of let Benevolence do whatever they want. Of course, this time they get a bit too greedy, and they will be sent back to the spawn room. Santi will have to kind of pay the price in HP, but that space still being gathered. So the recontest is going to come through. Nightmare Eclipse trying to push their advantage, and actually, it's not going to go super well for them, as that Ruyang ult is going to be invested, making sure that they can make a difference here in this fight and hold on to the space they've gained. There's the bomb, most likely going to be invested. The shield broken, done, dusted, out of the picture. The remake comes through. Exo Sakura just maintaining this very forward momentum. Even though the backline might trickle and fall a little bit, you still have to assume that this space is going to be taken by Exo Sakura.
It's just far too much poke damage from the side of Exo Sakura for Nightmare Eclipse to really even get a clean engage. You're forcing cooldowns out of Nightmare Eclipse before they can even stage for an engagement. Natakoto falling late there. I mean, it's just stagger kill after stagger kill as Exo Sakura just stroll through the second point of Kings.
See what you did there. Right as the Cassidy did the roll. I like it. That was good. You know what else is good, Exo Sakura? Just attack on King's Row, apparently. They've stomped through not only the first point, but the first escort segment of this hybrid map. I mean, 5 minutes now going into this final point is absurd. And the fact that they have it with almost four ultimates as well is kind of nuts.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see a stabilization here from Nightmare Eclipse. You have to commit some of these ultimates, but this Deadeye from Benevolence just forcing that Primal Rage right back to where it came from.
Yeah, well, once more the engagement comes through. Big ult moments. That was definitely a 3-2-1 countdown if I've ever seen it, except it doesn't find the value you're hoping for. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and although trades are nice, those spawn rooms are looking awfully close for Nightmare Eclipse. You have to start to worry for the attacking side, especially with that Brigitte in the picture. I thought they were going to fall off the map. Instead, they fall to the Pulse Bomb instead, and very, very close, but it looks like Nightmare Eclipse have found some stability in all of the chaos, managing to grab a few more picks.
All it took was pretty much all their ultimates. Now Crumb is going to be able to build up to that Tidal Blast, potentially see that go over onto Eevee. If Natakoto and Mara can kind of get set up on an angle before that engagement happens, that could be a really, really clean fight win. But Exo Sakura really not enjoying this Winston. Santi's going to swap over onto the Junker Queen, and it's just more damage for Exo Sakura.
Defensive ult, potentially transitioning into an offensive ult. I mean, Jeremy just doing that high damage and can only find two, maybe a third. They're looking for it, yeah, but doesn't want to get too antsy. 1 HP on the Winston could grab them as they escape, but ducking behind a shield that isn't theirs. Instead, just pushing this cart as much as possible. Waiting for the right moments to strike once more, but instead they're going to have to get right out because there's another Winston in the mix. Back from the spawn room, but actually booped to oblivion. That's beautiful work from Jeremy, and they will continue to move on with this fight. Now being up for the numbers, now having a tank, HP in their favor. This is pure disaster. Natakoto's pinned in the corner. Jeremy, the MVP of this fight for sure, and this should clean it up. You just have to deal with an Orisa, and that should be to go. Wow. 3 minutes, 18 seconds for Exo Sakura here as they completely full cap first side of King's Row.
It's kind of brutal because, like, even though you get 2 minutes off the time bank, which, like, it's a lot of time, there was just so much that Exo Sakura had to work with that it ultimately doesn't really make a whole lot of a difference. As take a little look here. Oh my gosh, yeah, Exo Sakura, I mean, just Benevolence is definitely trying to be focused out, which I think, you know, kudos to Nightmare Eclipse for recognizing all of the work that the Cassidy is being put in, but otherwise everybody from Exo Sakura is just not dying, and that really does come down to just the incoming damage. Nightmare Eclipse is just not getting like clean dives in. So the longer these fights go, not only is compositionally it's working better for Exo Sakura, but Exo Sakura just in their style of scrappiness are just winning out every time.
I was thinking in my mind, I was like, does Nightmare go to, you know, something that's a bit more comfortable with what they were running, where it was that ball that looked pretty nice for them, although it did fall short in the end. It seemed like that map was a lot closer than what they were holding on to here. Of course, Eevee just swapping onto the Zarya. Maybe it's a first fight thing. Maybe it's a whole time thing. We never know. Maybe they swap it up after they capture the point. But the point is, if they do not find their footing here, this map is going to be over before they know it.
Yeah, Exo Sakura still sticking on this same composition. Still a whole lot of anti-dive, so I like Eevee picking this Zarya. Gonna come out on a little bit more of a frontline presence. You are still playing with this Genji Tracer though, so you are still gonna have to be really careful if you're Nightmare Eclipse, because Benevolence on this Cassidy is still going to deny a lot of value from your DPS.
There we go, dash on in, yeah, looking for that deflect, but the flashbang grenade, it's gonna go a bit wide. Everyone, of course, just exchanging those cooldowns, looking for that first pick, and Genji very, very low. Gotta be careful, Narukato. But either way, again, just fighting for that positioning, making sure somebody won't fall, and instead Eevee will be the first, meaning that's not gonna be super good for Nightmare Eclipse to keep on pushing forward. As much as they might get a pick here or there, wait a minute, where did the other two come from? There's so many fights going on, it didn't matter that the tank fell. They've secured the point, at least the first few ticks.
Yeah, Nightmare doing a good job of just kind of winning their 1v1s that are happening off on the side, which is the nice thing about running this Tracer and Genji, is that if you can get the cooldowns out of the Cassidy, then he's basically just free game payload. Gonna start moving here for Nightmare Eclipse, and honestly, a pretty nice pace. You have more than 5 minutes, but Exo Sakura, everybody got that forward spawn, so unlike when Nightmare Eclipse were on the defense, Exo Sakura are gonna have an opportunity to try and stuff Nightmare in this Torchway.
Absolutely right. I mean, right now it's Santi on the D.Va versus Eevee on the Zarya, which we know that is essentially some free reign in terms of free damage that they can get off, but, you know, where is the value coming in against the rest of the players in the team? There's the bubble as the engage comes through from the Genji, but again, a bit of a standoff here as both tanks just dealing damage from a distance, and Santi's actually kind of away from their team. This isn't super good for them, as now they're split. There's no way to defend yourselves. You're going to have to use your Wuyang as a defensive measure, and you're transitioning it into an attack, but again, what do you really do here? There's still 4 members for each team. The Kitsune Rush in defense, but again, I'm not convinced that anything that's happening right now is going to provide that eternal value that they're really, really hoping for. Very close from all these players to do the damage, but Pauline says goodbye, Mara, and Jeremy will, I guess, meet the same fate.
Yeah, a couple of trades coming through here. Now, the cart is still progressing here for Nightmare Eclipse. Exo Sakura is going to get a regroup. You don't want to take a fight when you're down 1, especially where you're coming into this with kind of 3 ultimates ready to go. But there is a Graviton Surge coming online here for Eevee. It's going to be the Blade to open things up, though.
Nice little hinder there, actually preventing the first few swings in the movement onto some players, but yeah, that's just dangerous. So we can just hang around from around the corner, and actually he gets punished for peeking out just to see if the Deadeye was completed yet, but no, it wasn't. So need a bullet to your face. Luckily, Exo Sakura, that's all that it will take for them to secure this fight. But be a reposition here. Just do not go down early, because we've seen what happens when you do.
Yeah, exactly. Exo Sakura needs to keep everybody alive here. You have a really nice bomb to work with here. You can actually have a pretty good chance to kind of find a kill with this, but you're going to have to force out the bubbles. It's going to be the grab. It connects onto 1.
And that is the Wuyang as well, so that's a big source of damage, big source of support, but what can you do with this Tectonic Shock? You need to match the value, and they just haven't. Even though there's 2 for 3, you have lost some supports. Is there one hanging back? Well, it's a Kiriko, but yeah, you're gonna have to run, Pauline. Pauline, get out, no! Well, that might be it for their fight chances here, as Eevee looks very strong with that 100 charge, and man in the payload, if you will, all the way to this point. Conclusion.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about having the Zarya against this composition. I mean, Zarya just eats up poke damage, so even if Exo Sakura is trying really hard not to, you're going to be feeding some energy. Actually going to go ahead, Santi, swap over onto the Zarya. It's a Zarya v Zarya here on King's Row. Support ultimates ready to go here from Exo Sakura, but the longer this fight goes on, the closer Nightmare Eclipse is going to get to their own.
Yeah, I like the swap here from Santi onto the Zarya. It just felt like the D.Va wasn't getting enough value, especially against the beam of the Zarya, just not exactly ideal. Of course, the bubble comes through from both sides, 1 offensive, 1 defensive, and it seems like the damage is still relatively be going through for Exo Sakura, as that Kitsune Rush is shredding Eevee there. No mercy to get you a res. Instead, you'll just have to fall a bit short. Of course, Pauline somehow manages to get sniped by Narukato in the backline, but all's well that ends well for Exo Sakura as they hold strong, they hold the positioning, and burn some much-needed time off the clock.
Ooh, yeah, gonna have Jeremy swap over onto the Pharah here as well. So poke damage galore. Now, there are both DPS ultimates ready to go here for Nightmare Eclipse. This Blade from Narukoto, you're gonna have to be careful because Benevolence has this Deadeye, and we've seen, you know, Deadeye, it's his own off.
Oh, that's a Zarya beam that was, just very low on the previous Zarya, but I guess Narukado will be the one falling. Santi as well. Even numbers, but positioning, the boop out from behind. You saw the Wuyang try it. Unfortunately, not going to happen this time. Get out, though, because that Zarya is high charged, and they are coming for you. They are running you down, and the space aimed, even if the fight hasn't been won from Nightmare Eclipse, it's still very, very close. And again, we're just waiting for them to kind of harness the space that they've been given.
Yeah, we can see how much damage is being done to Nightmare Eclipse in these pre-fights, and unfortunately with the Brig Wuyang backline, you just don't really have a whole lot to sustain through this poke phase.
Well, maybe that's why they went for the Zarya swap. Or sorry, the Pharah swap, because you can shoot into a Zarya grab and it's just a whole lot of damage. Mara will let the gravity take themselves out as opposed to the bullets, but yeah, Exo Sakura, I like the swap even if it is necessarily for one fight or maybe more. Just realizing the situation you're in and adapting.
Yeah, Narukado is going to swap over onto this Cassidy, perhaps in response to this Pharah, trying to take some of this damage out of the equation. Nightmare Eclipse coming into this, that grab from Eevee ready to go. No concern about the D.Va eating it up this time, and in fact, not really a whole lot of a response that's going to come in from Exo Sakura to this grab.
I'm very worried for the Zarya. They're kind of split from their team now, though everyone else just hanging out in the backlines where this area tries to scale back by themselves. Very bouncy into the air, but the grab does not, well, yes, it does end up landing on 3, but the trades come through. It's the Pharah barrage from above. Jeremy looking strong, and this rally, the only hope for Nightmare Eclipse, and it won't even last for long. Exo Sakura, a very dangerous situation for them that they managed to close that fight out.
How is that for a response to a Graviton Surge? Jeremy pulls out the barrage. Everybody from Nightmare Eclipse kind of gathering together around that rally from Navilia, trying to capitalize on the kills, immediately met with a whole bunch of damage. Now, the Deadeye taking more time off the clock here.
Yep, zoning ult. That's what we call those. I mean, hey, you don't always need that initial pick, although it is nice. Just holding on, making sure you have that space for a bit longer. Making sure you can get yourself back up. Using those ults as necessary, but oh, nice little bubble there. That's going to be no kill for you from a pulse bomb. Instead, you'll be feeling sad, and you're going to want to go back to a time when that invincibility wasn't in the game. Too bad for you, though. The fight continues on the point, and these players just poking themselves out. We're waiting for this engage, but it's not happening quite yet. There it is, the Wuyang ult, Jeremy in as well, and now this entire team getting split. Not going to go well for Nightmare Eclipse. They'll start to fall. That's 3, 4, and 5 should come as well. Oh. Hopefully that was enough to make them not touch.
Yeah, we do have Eevee swapping over onto the ball. Narukado on the Widowmaker, hoping that this Wrecking Ball is going to be able to take enough pressure off, that some headshots can come through, but the touch is not going to be there. Exo Sakura denying the push from Nightmare Eclipse. Gonna pick up this win on King's Row.
Let's play the game as the Grav Search, right? Oh, no. Oh, the Barrage. Right. That makes sense. But yeah, let's see this from Jeremy's point of view if we can, because what exactly happened here that they just saw this opportunity? How chaotic did it look? Oh, they just went for it, moving, and yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage. Not a single rocket missed, it looked like. Just beautiful positioning, great awareness, and overall you're rewarded with that second map, now 2-0 over last year's champions, although it is a technically different roster.
Yes, the momentum carrying through here for Exo Sakura. You gotta feel really great about now taking 2 of Nightmare's map picks, and now setting yourself at that match point. 1 more map needed. You've already been able to pull out those 2 picks, so Nightmare really needs to dig deep here and try to find either a map or some hero bans that are going to slow down Exo Sakura.
Which, you know what I'm going to say, right? I think I know what you would think as well, and you viewers, you're probably thinking about it as well. It's the Wuyang. Maybe. I mean, if they don't feel it's a problem, then fine, so be it. But we've noticed a trend that whenever they run the Wuyang, they look really, really comfortable, and the Lucio map was the one that went to double OT on that control point earlier in the series, and the one that they ran Lucio previous series was the one that they lost. So if you're going to force them onto something that anything that maybe gives you a little bit of extra hope, I'm gonna say man the Wuyang. Don't quote me though.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the last time we saw a map 3 and a Wuyang ban, it went for the opposing team, but I mean, there might be video evidence of this happening. So again, we kind of touched on it the last series though too, Ari. I mean, once that Wuyang ban is out, that is it. But hey, back's against the wall, so if you're gonna use it, it's time.
Yeah, better late than never. I mean, as much as, you know, we're talking about reverse sweep territory once more, again, we might see that similar situation of this actually being the propeller into winning a few more maps after just this one. Of course, you do have to get past that first one, and that's a hurdle in its own right, but I think if you're going to give yourself hope down the line, it all starts with just making yourself feel confident in this one, brick by brick, step by step. They can hopefully take it all the way down. What did we see? We saw the hybrid map, we saw a control map. So what's next? What are you thinking we're seeing?
Okay, so here's what I'm really curious about with Nightmare Eclipse, because we were like, okay, maybe you send us to Gibraltar because you're gonna force a dive. Then you send us to King's Row and you force a dive. Interesting strategy, but it's still on the table. You still have the opportunity to take us to one of those escort maps, put us onto a dive map. The dive looked good. It's very obvious to me that this Tracer Genji composition is working well. It's just a matter of kind of composition. Exo Sakura was just playing all of the poke and anti-dive that they possibly could, minus maybe a Junkrat or a Torbjorn. So it's just, you're not able to kind of find the footing there. So I'm gonna once again go back to, maybe we should go to a dive map. Play your dive on a map where it's gonna be extra good.
Yeah, I mean, let's give you the counterpoint though, right? Because obviously if we just say, oh, well, they're good at dive, they just play dive map. Well, guys, remember they also lost the first time they played dive, and they lost the second time they played dive. Do with that information what you will, but maybe they try and swap it up. Of course, we don't know exactly what they're comfortable with, what their hero pools are. Of course, we'll get a good idea as these playoff stages continue to move on, but we're already getting a feel for what Exo Sakura are happy with. Hazard, literally anything it feels like at this point. Wuyang, Hazard and Wuyang. And just, you know, anything else they can kind of scrape together. The Sojourn was working well for them. Genji, Tracer, I mean, which one do you even ban if you think about it that way? So I think just thinking about your own strong suits, if that is the brawl, if that is the dive, go for that. Just play your own game, because at this point, that's what you need to do. You're not trying to anti-strat, because you're going to have a long anti-strat way for 3 whole maps if that's the case.
Yeah, that's really so true. I mean, we've seen that trying to like ban out specific heroes, Exo Sakura is going to play around it. We heard from Mari herself. I mean, they're a very flexible team. Everybody is going to be able to kind of pivot onto a different hero. And oh my goodness, Survasa, map 3. It's a trend. But this is what Nightmare think is going to be able to turn things around for them.
I mean, this is technically a good trend if you're thinking about it from Nightmare's perspective, right? Because Survasa, well, that's the only place that Exo Sakura didn't end up winning on. So, very base logic. Wait a minute, they lost that map. Let's beat them on that map too. I'm all for that. Take anything you can. I'm just curious to see what the hero bans are. Of course, we don't have those yet as they are still coming in, but you have to assume that things are going to be quite similar to what we saw in the previous series, or at least in those previous bans.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Regime is ever going to play Wuyang on Survasa ever again, or if this is just the end of the road for the Wuyang on Flashpoint. Yeah, getting to see Survasa here. Again, we know what to expect gameplay-wise, and like you said, Exo Sakura at least taking us to this kind of control map-esque point map type is good for them. You've gone 99 to 99 on basically all 3 of those sub maps. As okay, we are not pulling out the Wuyang here. Regime can rejoice. The Venture ban coming in instead for Nightmare.
I like that. I mean, it makes sense from both sides. The Venture, as much as it's not necessarily that, you know, Wuyang that we've been talking about, it is the big source of the damage, which has been funneling them. I mean, it's been countering their dives, booping their ball. Unfortunately, now they don't even have a ball to work with. Hopefully they can make do with a D.Va, Winston, something like that. But if you're going for JQ Mirror, I think Exo Sakura would gladly take that for you.
Yeah, that's so true. We've seen it come out already from Exo Sakura, and because you are so good at these kind of longer fights where everybody is able to kind of stay locked in, that's why you're winning these when all the trades are still going back and forth. Exo Sakura is still coming out on top. But having Jeremy kind of off of this venture now, able to, like you said, control a lot of space, deny a lot of kind of these tank values. No, surely it's not a Cassidy ban. Surely it is still the Wrecking Ball ban. But yeah, having this ball ban comes in, I'm thinking Winston, right? And honestly, having the Winston come in for Suriavasa, maybe you're not going to have so much fun necessarily on this first point where, like, you know, there's a little bit of high ground to work with, but as we kind of move through the other sub points, Winston will be able to find some advantage.
Or maybe we see Reinhardt. Yay! I mean, for all we know, they might try all the stops. If it's picking up a new character that maybe isn't considered, you know, tier 1 meta or just the most comfortable, maybe they do go for something that's a bit out there so that they can try and scrape away a few points. Of course, that might be the desperate measures where they're down 2-0, they've gotten 100 0'd in the first 2 points, but this is the map to try anything, because this is your last chance to try anything if you end up falling. Then you'll have to go to the lower bracket, and then you can work on those things. You can hone your gameplay, you can go for the scrims afterwards, because you can't play the whole tournament today. That'd be a little bit too much Overwatch for 1 hour. I mean, you know, we could do the broadcast, but I might be surprised if there's a yawn or two. As for Suriavasa, I'm just happy to get into this one, and really excited to see these comps, because we talked all about it. Now it's just about actually seeing it.
Yeah, I will just go ahead and say I have been a Suriavasa enjoyer since day one. I was so nervous when I heard about a Suriavasa rework coming through, my beloved Suriavasa, but they did a fantastic job really keeping kind of the main premise of this map while opening things up a little bit, making it a little bit more fluid when you move from sub point to sub point. And of course, the other Flashpoint map that we had in the map pool was Atlas, so people not necessarily looking for that newer Flashpoint.
I mean, again, we talked about it earlier with Wuyang, but, you know, the learning curve of certain things where it's there's no defined meta, which means there's a little bit more variance, and if you're trying to go more tried and true, trying to beat them in the pure basics as opposed to strategy and game plan, well, then those tried and true maps are going to be the ones for you to take. The comps are out, the hazards, no surprise, but the Winston on the other side is what we were curious about.
I'm also curious if Narakoto is going to stick on this Reaper. Don't necessarily tend to see the Reaper paired with the Monkey. Okay, no, just teasing. It is going to be surprise Genji Tracer coming out from Nightmare Eclipse. Exo Sakura, all right, locking in on that Wuyang Kiriko. It is going to be a Genji Tracer to match, but Santi on this hazard is going to be able to chunk off a lot of damage from Eevee. So he's going to have to be really, really careful about trying to work around this hazard.
There we go. The Winston actually getting pooped over the wall, kind of just dropping a laser through the brick wall. Not exactly easy for you, but Mara still grabs the opening pick onto Regime, but not before that is met by Narakoto falling as well. The initial cap we've seen go to the side of the opposing side when it comes to Exo Sakura in that previous matchup, but it seems like they're trying to hold on, trying not to let that early percentage come on through because it was a close one. They ended up giving this point the last time, and it looks like they may end up giving it here if that first cap comes through. Of course, a stalled out fight is making this not exactly easy to figure out where you want to attack. But everyone's just doing their best, except for Eevee, who's just launched themselves back to the spawn room. Santi will get the better of them, and eventually the picks come through. Although low HP, they still manage to hold on, and Exo Sakura now with the initial cap.
The fights need to be cleaner here from Nightmare. You need to allow Narakoto and Mara to get set up on these angles so that when Eevee goes for that dive engage, you're gonna have the damage there to follow up. Right now, a little bit too split.
Ow! That was just 3 shurikens to the face and a dash. I mean, that's just nasty mechanics or good positioning. I don't know how that happened, but costly. Because this fight is essentially over. You've lost 2 picks. I mean, now you're just fighting for ult charge and percentage, and even that's not really going to happen for you. So, Nightmare Eclipse, back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and again, Exo Sakura is just going to win out. If you're taking these head-on fights against Santi on this hazard, you are not going to come out on top. Now, Exo Sakura are going to have both these DPS ultimates and a rush on their side. Mara with the Pulse Bomb maybe you force out some cooldowns from Pauline and go for that. Maybe you try to find that pulse bomb onto Regime, who doesn't have that ultimate to kind of go for that heal.
Very risky there for Regime. It felt like they were getting, punished for their positioning, and it seems like they had to use their cooldowns to get away. Eventually, they do fall for it, and actually, Eevee will even the numbers. However, everyone else starts to fall behind them, so it's a game of whose backline can kill whose front earlier, and it seemed like, well, Exo Sakura are happy with the result of this 3 versus 3, but Eevee, 24 HP, has to get out. Is this going to be the timer? Are they going to have a touch? No! So the Pulse Bomb enough, it grabs Crumb, Eevee down to just 1 HP, and that means Exo Sakura will take the first point, contradicting themselves from the first time they played Surabasa today.
Yes, they have learned how to navigate this. Now, at least Nightmare have the ult advantage here, kind of a serious ult advantage, only the Primal Rage being invested there, but it is going to be this Tidal Blast available here from Regime. Exo Sakura could ult to just take a dry fight here.
Yeah, and it looks like they might be Regime trying to hold strong, but that Blade's going to take down Sue, and they have the beats as well invested just for a bit of security. Just making sure that this is clean enough to the point where, you're not getting staggered. There's not a fight potential when it comes to... Bye, Jeremy. When it comes to, re-engaging in these kind of staggered moments, but looks like Exo Sakura okay to take that dry fight, but well played by Nightmare Eclipse.
Yeah, Nightmare Eclipse doing a really good job splitting up Exo Sakura, which is, if you're going to take these dives, 1, you have to get set up, 2, you have to try and force Exo Sakura out of position.
Crumb will fall early here, even before the Kitsune rush, so the spacing might be gained, but the numbers are not. There's the touch onto the points, and now this becomes a very big problem. What do? Do you go back to the point? Do you continue the fight? The answer is you lose both. Regime has taken you down off of Wuyang. One trick doesn't matter. Lucio's just as strong for them, and Exo Sakura happy to get that percentage acquiring very quickly soon.
Yeah, and you're going to have the Kitsune Rush very soon, and building up to the Downpour and the Blade here. So Nightmare Eclipse kind of in an ult deficit right now. You take a little bit longer of a fight if you're Sakura, and you're going to be able to commit the Kitsune Rush. Your Navilia is so far away from one, you're not going to have anything to really worry about in terms of a response.
Uh-oh, Regime very close to the side, and will be taken down. The body nowhere to be found by anyone else on their team. Not that there is a res in sight, of course, but yeah, just caught off guard, caught in a weird position, and Santi now battered to the floor as the rest of their team falls with them due to Natakano grabbing a nice little 2K.
Yeah, Exo Sakura doing a good job kind of recognizing, or trying to play split, but Nightmare kind of recognizing, okay, we're just going to collapse onto the one target then, and now you build more percentage than what Exo Sakura has. Exo, though, working with lots of ultimates to come back in. Jeremy's going to have this Blade very shortly. The beat not quite ready for Crumb.
Very, very close, and that's Kitsune Rush. There's a Pulse Bomb as well. That one not finding its mark, though, and they're going to get chased on down. Of course, Navilia will actually be the first to fall here. Not ideal, because obviously this is a potential final fight, if you want to call it that, but you still get out of it with the Blade, the Pulse Bomb, the beats. Exo Sakura, they take what was almost a dry fight. I mean, they use one ult, but they actually end up with a point.
Yeah, very, very clean, and probably going to get a late kill onto Crumb, although Crumb's still somehow alive. Has the beat. Oh, had the beat.
Big stagger. Dragon Blade won't find anyone. The beat out from Regime just to secure, and now you have the scrappiness ensue. The touches need to be made, and Exo Sakura, we've talked about it before, we'll say it again, they love the scrappiness. They just live for it, and Eevee will be the first to fall, spelling potential disaster for this Nightmare Eclipse side, as that's no HP to be a big health sacrifice, if you will, to the other side. Dragon Blade, 1 HP, doesn't matter. Natakano goes down. They have the initial trade picked up with one more by Crumb, as they will fall, and again, a 2v2, maybe 3v3 if the players can get back in time, but it's Santi to escape and now have their ultimate as well. They're looking potentially to use it. Nope, flying off the map instead. Will their body go? And a potential salvage here for Nightmare Eclipse, as they are just hanging in there, but only with Eevee, and that even is not safe. Looks like Exo Sakura have gotten back in time, though. 4 players against 1. This should be it, and it is. Jeremy in the nick of time saving them away, and that'll be 2 points to 0 now for Exo Sakura, looking for a clean sweep.
Yeah, not only are Exo Sakura coming out on top of the scrappy fights, but you also have Santi on the hazard that's just going to win out on the point control compared to Eevee on this Winston. You're just able to do so much damage. And now Exo Sakura getting set up first on this temple point. You're going to have this downpour still ready to go and the Kitsune Rush. Nightmare Eclipse trying to make something happen with the Pulse Bomb.
Very high damage being dealt out here. I mean, yeah, the hazard ult, it grabs actually one with the impalation of the ult itself. And then, of course, the following picks coming on through as a result. 3 kills, just an ult farm for Exo Sakura, as well as Nightmare Eclipse, except for the fact that Exo Sakura are the ones that take the point, so they have the upper hand.
All right, percentage building here for Exo. Only had to commit that downpour. Did a really good job kind of just taking the fight where it was at. You don't force yourself onto the point. You instead force Nightmare Eclipse into a really awkward choke point kind of over on the side here. And I feel like Nightmare Eclipse actually might be forced into this choke point once again. Trying to take the fight down main.
I'm scared. Benevolence, just make sure you don't go down too early because you need to use that Pulse Bomb for this fight, of course. Be careful of the kunais whizzing past your ears as well, but Nadokado falls early. Both supports in the backline actually having a fight of their own, and that means they can't help out the tanks on the point. This is a great play from Benevolence. It was risky, but it works out, and now you're looking at a potential to continue acquiring that point. Of course, Eevee at least grabbing one back, but I don't think it's enough. I think they're going to fall short, and at least the flip was made for them so that it's not 90% on the board for Exo Sakura, but it's still not ideal.
Yeah, brief percentage gained. At least you only commit that Primal Rage. So you're going to have the 4 ultimates to work with now if you're a Nightmare. Now, I kind of said this earlier, but we really need to see kind of a setup come through from Nightmare. But it's just Exo going first in these fights.
Oh boy, Nadokado needs to get one here, or at least just stay alive. The blade invested here, as well as the touch going back on a point. That was the whole game plan, is Exo Sakura don't want to even give them a chance. But now it's a 1v1 that actually goes the way of Nightmare Eclipse. Not quite sure who was even the one touching the point, but looks like they're going to choose just to give it.
Exo Sakura is now 1 fight away from taking this map and taking this series, but Nightmare Eclipse have 3 ultimates to try and stop that from happening. 2 of those being the support ultimates is really, really good here. With this Kitsune Rush from Nvidia, you can basically let Exo in and then re-engage with that rush.
A lot of ults being invested. That's 3 thrown to the wayside, and only one of them gets that direct value. It's Nadokado over Jeremy in the HP battle. Nightmare Eclipse, of course, continuing to rock and roll themselves forward. Looks like they are at least hoping that they can actually secure this fight and this point here. It's going to be close, but Benevolence actually falling makes that much more doable. The wall comes through, but you need the touch. 5 players on the point for Nightmare Eclipse, and it should be enough. It's the Kitsune Rush that's the added support, the added heals, but there's no numbers gained. Nobody can touch this point, and it will be secured as the rest of the players fall from Nightmare Eclipse. 1 more lifeline granted. What can you do with it? This would be the ultimate reverse sweep if they came back from that.
Ooh, yeah, Nightmare Eclipse, I mean, a really good Kitsune Rush there from Nvidia. She's able to hold on to that until, again, it's the forced touch from Exo Sakura. Just echoes of that Ilios Ruin submap. Now, though, Exo Sakura already getting positioned near this Garden's point, and they're going to go ahead and use their Kitsune Rush.
Scrappy again. Is this one? And you got a Winston on one side, you got a Beat on the other, and somehow a Tracer's facing 3 people and not getting punished for it. I mean, it's a life that you just live as a Tracer player, and you have that mobility to kind of get on out. Exo Sakura almost, it looked like, had that first cap completely uncontested, but it will go to absolute shambles as Jeremy falls first once again. It's just tough to get that value when you have the beam. Can't exactly deflect that as a Genji, and Nightmare Eclipse at least holding on to the fight for the moment, but that's the rest of their team going down. Eevee maybe extending a bit too far in the backlines, and that's them being left to fall by themselves. 29% and counting for Exo Sakura.
Yeah, nice play there from Exo Sakura. I mean, you see Eevee go in for the dive, and you basically just opt to go for the counter dive, as that is going to be 50% now already. Exo Sakura is trying once again to close out here on Surabasa. You're going to hold up close here because you're looking to create choke points. You want to make it as hard as possible for Eevee to get in on a dive without forcing something out.
Oh boy, I'm worried about this positioning from the Lucio. Obviously, they get booped out of position, and yeah, they do get punished for it. That's no supports here. I better not see an ult invested by Nightmare, and at least it's just one by Exo to make sure that things are secured. Of course, the point flip does come through, but this is Exo Sakura's fight, to say the least.
We're seeing the point being forced here by Nightmare Eclipse, but Exo Sakura are basically just ignoring it, right? And that means that they're taking these fights 5v4, they're winning them, and they're just flipping the point right back over. Now, approaching that 99%, and Nightmare Eclipse have lots to work with here.
Ooh, big boop, but it doesn't matter. Dragon Blade now going to be the only thing to help them win this fight, and yeah, not enough. It's going to be actually going down here, maybe a dry fight. No, the Kitsune Rush was used and the Blade, so they really thought they had the chance to win that, but it just went to pieces. Good on Nightmare Eclipse to at least get themselves an advantage going into this point now.
Oh, yeah, you gotta be worried about this next fight, though, now if you're Nightmare, because that was 3 really big ultimates now gone. Sure, you have the Pulse Bomb, but hey, Benevolence has a Pulse Bomb to answer, and there's a beat on the side of Exo Sakura, so they could just go for one of these longer fights that they already like, and then you have the beat for the mid-fight, and Nightmare Eclipse are just not going to be able to sustain through it.
Oh, he got canceled. Oh, that's not good. I mean, do you cut your losses and just kind of go down here? Do you try and salvage? And I think with that second support falling, you just say, yep, we're going to take the L on this one. We'll go back, we'll reset, and maybe we'll just get them ourselves an extra fight here with this last one, or maybe we'll give it up and just go to the 5th and final point. Up to them.
Beautiful read from Nightmare Eclipse. You know that Regime has this beat ready to go, tries to do an engagement, you able to shut that down entirely, and now Exo Sakura is scrambling to try and close out Gardens.
Crafty fight potentially in the store for us. Pulse bombs exchanged, both hitting the floor, and it's Crumb's body as well to join them. Looking very, very close. An HP for Santi to the ground, but they still hang on. 2 picks, and this is looking really, really good for Exo Sakura, as now Mara goes down as well. You're looking to get yourself the advantage, but it's never there. Navilia falls, the ults are invested, the damage is too much, and Pauline secures it with 2 final kills. There's one more for Santi, and that is all she wrote. Exo Sakura take this in a clean sweep of 3-0 in terms of maps.
Oh, keeping that momentum. Absolutely going here for Exo Sakura. Not missing a beat, you know. Making Ilios look a little bit close there, but as soon as Exo figures out the way that they need to play, they really lock it in. A little bit of a fumble here on Surabasa, but cleaning it up in the end.
I have to say they did miss one beat, and it was when they actually when they were about a foot away from the ground, but it's okay. Either way, they come out with a win. Exo Sakura, we can point and laugh all we want, but they are the winners, and they absolutely deserve it. They showed it to us that they have what it takes, and now they are in upper round 3, which I think is the upper semifinals, or oh no, the upper bracket final. So that is a big accomplishment for them to now guarantee themselves. I believe that's top 3 if my math is correct. Don't quote me on that. I'm probably wrong, but congrats either way, Exo Sakura.
Yeah, unfortunately for Nightmare, this does mean that they are going to get knocked down to that lower bracket. An opportunity perhaps for them to kind of recollect themselves. You know, you've lost the momentum, but you still have hopefully a little bit of gas left in the tank, as you are going to have one more match tonight, and that is going to decide if you go forward in that lower bracket or if we say goodbye to Nightmare.
Well, we were following Exo Sakura's journey for at least the beginning of this day. Unfortunately for Exo Sakura fans out there, we will not be, as they, I guess fortunately for their sake, are not in the lower bracket. So we'll head to there after a break. Of course, we might have an interview after this, so stay tuned if you want a little bit of that inside info. Potentially we'll get it, maybe not, can't guarantee. It's up to the players. But for right now, that's going to be it for us too. We'll see you in just a moment. Well, if you've been here for maybe a few hours, you know the drill. We're going to an interview. If you haven't, though, guess what? We just had an absolute banger match. It was a 3-0 on paper, but like, let's be real, that was pretty dang close. And now we get ourselves an interview potentially with the person who we've been harping on the whole time. It's a Wooyoung player, for those of you that might be curious. We won't give the name away, but I mean, come on, let's be real. We know who it is. Anyway, let's take a look at the series, though, and kind of recap what happened before we get to that person and their experiences.
Yeah, so Exo Sakura, I mean, we got to see them in Series 1. They did drop a map in that, but bouncing back with a clean 3-0, though, like you said, there was some back and forth happening here. I'm especially looking at you, Kings Row and Ilios. Maybe Saravasa a little bit harder here. We were, mentioning the hero bans that come through on that third map. Didn't see that Wooyoung coming out, but I mean, I guess in the end, Ari, it wouldn't have made much of a difference.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that the Wrecking Ball, although it did have that kind of tone setting factor in the first map, it ended up kind of just being a threat, or maybe something that was just something to keep in mind. And I think it did play its part, right? Obviously, we saw the Venture ban because of it. We saw the Ball ban because of it. Everything kind of, even the Hazard as well. But at the end of the day, still 3-0 in favor of Exo Sakura. So they will continue to move on in that upper final now as they move into. But I'm just excited to see as well that Nightmare Eclipse, they have another life, right? As much as we were saying, okay, they end up falling, I was looking at the bracket, and whoever they're up against is going to be a banger matchup, because I believe one of the people that they lost to is guaranteed to play them. I could be wrong on that, but I think there's still potential for a very, very solid matchup, so keep your eyes peeled in the coming days for that one.
Yeah, exactly. We are going to have one more series a little later on, but so far, it has been the Exo Sakura show, honestly. The next one, of course, since they won, not going to get a third series broadcast in a row. They will now be taking a little bit of a break as they prepare for the next one, but heading down to the lower bracket, we will get a chance to revisit an old friend from a previous broadcast. So it's really nice that we get to kind of follow along some of these teams throughout the day.
I mean, we know who it is. They got the spoiler on the graphic. It's okay. It's Fable, right, guys? The team that played against Exo Sakura earlier and actually made it pretty close on Servasa, where they ended up taking it, and then they ended up, making it close on some of the other maps, unfortunately, but anticlimactic in the ending of Kings Row. But the point is, if you have a team that can go toe-to-toe with a team like Exo Sakura, one of them that's probably going to make grand finals, or at least is in the upper finals right now, you have to assume that they are a force to be reckoned with in this lower bracket. And actually their matchup as well, going up against an opponent they played in the last week of the group stage or the Swiss stage, they actually 3-0'd them. So this is a chance for revenge from their side. And then also, a bit of potential just to, close it out and set the tone, saying we can 6-0 you.
Oh my gosh, not the 6-0. I mean, it's there, it's possible. And you know what else is possible? An interview with Jeremy.
Jeremy? Wait, do you mean I lied?
Ooh.
Well, hello, Jeremy.
How's it goes?
This is a weird looking Wooyoung player, I have to say. Not exactly the one I was expecting to see. That's okay. How long have you played Wooyoung for? No.
I don't think I played him. I think I played him in practice range.
Yep.
That's honestly my length of skill with him as well. But let's get to it. I mean, the Venture. Let's be real. That was so annoying for the other team, I have to imagine. What is your experience on Venture like? Like, do you constantly scrim on Venture, or is this kind of one of those, like, okay, we went up against this Nightmare team, we want to specifically go against them with the Venture?
No, I'm very, very known for my Venture. I would be surprised if there's like more than a dozen people that have more experience in Venture than me in both scrims and ranked. Like, I can think of one. It's like Jesper Swag, an EU player, plays more Venture and probably plays Venture better than me, and that's about it.
Ooh, okay. All this time we were kind of hyping up that Exo Sakura might be able to be dislodged with a Wooyoung ban, but I don't know, maybe the Venture. But that being said, you look really good on pretty much every hero that you've been playing. So I'm wondering kind of when you don't have that Venture to work with, what is your kind of pivot? Are you still playing a similar play style to the Venture, or are you able to pick up something that is kind of an entirely different style to work with?
My usual, like, most comfortable pocket pick, and so, like, people only think that I know 2 characters, is Venture and then Freya. I play a lot of Freya. It's a really weird hero combination, but I also just play any flex DPS minus, like, Echo. And so I've been grinding a lot of Tracer lately, especially. I'm very comfortable on Tracer. I got to play it a bunch today, mostly because I just wanted to play it. Like, we didn't practice much Tracer. I really just wanted to play Tracer today.
You hear that, teams in the future? You got the VOD now. You got the inside scoop. I didn't do the leaks. That wasn't me. Nope. Jeremy's fault. Blame them. But
You can't bot
for all
us.
sense of
You can't scout us. We don't know what we're gonna play when we roll up.
That's true. That's
And if they don't know what they're doing, then how can you? I mean, congrats on the win, right? We were following you guys for 2 straight games now. How are you feeling after now a full day of wins?
Oh, my day's just begun. I have to immediately after this interview. I have to go play a Faceit League match with my team. They're in the midst of a match. Boop Troop versus Midori is happening right now, and I've got to go clutch up after this.
Oh
Wow.
my goodness. Okay,
I'm
well,
hoping for
I'm
3
here.
sets in one go.
Oh my, you are going for the absolute marathon today, but hey, you're all warmed up, you're ready to go. So I don't want to take up too much of your time if you have to go win another series. So let's give you the floor for any shout outs. Yeah, it's all up to you.
Follow me on Twitter, JeremyD7OW. Follow me on Twitch for when I never stream. I'm a college student. I don't have time anymore. Other than that, I don't know. Keep watching Exo Sakura. We'll win.
All right, you heard it here first. Exo Sakura taking the dub. I mean, they've made a pretty good case. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Best of luck in your future endeavors, both here and elsewhere in competition with Overwatch. We wish you the best of luck.
Thanks for having me.
All right, well, Rain, that was the series. We got the 3-0, we got the interview, and we got no more Exo Sakura. So we're gonna have to pivot to Fable for the next matchup. Any sort of, words you want to say just before we head off? Anything that people should be thinking about as we kind of get into the next one shortly?
Yo, if you're just tuning in, make sure that your BattleNet is connected to your Twitch. There are drops to be had just for tuning in and watching all of this action. So chat, make sure you are not missing out on those fun summer sprays.
All right, drops it is. You got to get those sprays, and you got to get more Overwatch. So we'll see you in just a bit. After this break, we'll have one final matchup in the lower bracket. See you then. For those of you just joining us, it's been a long day of Overwatch. But guess what? We've got some more, so it's okay. You got one more series this time for the Summer Series playoffs of Calling All Heroes. We're going to be in Losers Round 1, Fable versus Cafe Violet. My name is AriCast here with Rain. And Rain, tell us a little bit about these teams and how they've been going today, because it seems that they're in the lower bracket because maybe things didn't start off so well.
Yeah, so for Fable, they were sent down to this lower bracket right away. Cafe Violet also sent down to the bracket right away. Now, Fable did manage to pick up that one map win against Exo Sakura, and we got to see that in Series 1 of tonight. So if you're just tuning in, you could go back and watch that a little bit later. But yeah, taking this down to the lower bracket, this means that unfortunately, at the end of this series, one of these teams is going to be eliminated. The other one will move on to face Avidity.
I mean, both of these lower round 2 matchups are going to be crazy. You have Nightmare Eclipse going in that second lower round 2 spot. So keep your eyes peeled for that as the bracket starts to update in the future. But yeah, we're here for Cafe Violet and Fable, a matchup which, I mean, you could say some saw coming, but at the same time, I thought Fable were going to put a really close showing up, and it's just unfortunate that he only got one map. So they are out for blood in my eyes. And it's a team that's like Cafe Violet, who they just got 3-0'd by Fable. I got to worry for them. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is a time for them to truly prove what they are made of. If they can't compete, we're going to see it here and now. But we for sure hope that they can make it dang close and maybe take the series.
Yeah, Cafe Violet. So it is going to be the first time that we've had this team on the broadcast tonight. We'll introduce you to these players. Now, some of them definitely kind of mainstays in here, although we haven't necessarily seen a whole lot of this roster as a full unit. Lots of these players having experience playing in Calling All Heroes already, and perhaps some more Lucio Kiriko gameplay. I mean, Ari, we've been seeing it pretty much all night, save for a little bit of Wuyang.
I mean, I'm just happy we saw the Echo there. I mean, of course, I'm gonna say it again. I said it before, but we're seeing these characters that the players get to choose themselves as to who they represent. So, you know, this is maybe an insight on characters they like to play and or like to run. Same thing here with Fable. We got Tracer, Soldier, and Ball. I mean, everything's possible. We saw Fiery, though, cooking on the Lucio earlier in the day, so don't be surprised if that is a mainstay in the series coming up just shortly.
Yeah, I'm looking at Fiery on the Lucio. HKey doing a lot of work when they got an opportunity to play that Genji as well. Now, it is going to be Cafe Violet taking us to Lijiang Tower for this control map, and we are going to get the initial ban coming out from them. It's the Lucio off the table.
Well, the Lucio and Matt with the Zarya. I mean, I said it before. I got to say it again. Hashtag gotta love Lijiang. We got it as our first map again. Fable, they got some deja vu in for them, but hopefully, in the same sense, they don't have deja vu, as that would mean they would get 3-1. They're trying to have a better output than what they had earlier, and I think this is going to be a nice, comfortable start for them, although they do not have that Lucio in the picture, so you're going to be curious about what types of archetypes we're seeing in terms of the compositions.
And we did get to see a little bit of the Brig Juno make an appearance here for Fable, so potentially rolling back to that. The Zarya ban, the last time that we saw it come out, there was kind of a little bit of a reset being played, but also the Zarya ban kind of allows for Wuyang to kind of walk forward. The bubbles from the Zarya are going to be able to basically just negate the ultimate from Wuyang, and because Wuyang is able to do so much poke damage, you're also going to be able to build up a whole lot of charge. So potentially we could see a composition like that making an appearance here for Fable on Lijiang.
The comps revealed, and looks like Wuyang is still here. So, I guess we're getting more of that to repeat. I hope you weren't sick of the new character, because I'm sure not. I'm enjoying seeing how this character can be used in many unique, different ways. Of course, Hazard looks like it's going to be mirrored for both sides. Curious to see which one gets the best.
Yeah, I anticipate we're gonna actually have the mirror composition here as it is TPs out from both. Actually, though, Persona going to swap over on to the Reaper here. So the Reaper damage comboed with the Hazard damage could be a little bit stronger of a front line here. But Cafe Violet, this means that Harui on this Tracer is not gonna be contested. No Tracer on the side of Fable means that you're gonna have to deal with this Tracer basically just on an angle. Kind of put a lot of pressure, honestly, on Panther, on this Kiriko to try and keep Haru in line.
Just off the little bit we just saw there, I mean, even the setup from Cafe Violet, like thinking about the both supports, the Wu Young and the Kiriko, standing on the bridge while the rest of the team goes to the point. They stay out of harm's way, and yes, they can come teleport in or jump over that gap and use those cooldowns as necessary. So I'm just curious if that's part of their game plan, because if so, it's very creative. I like what I'm seeing, and it may be those key differences in the game plan that decides this matchup, whether it is 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, or if it is maybe an upset that we're thinking of. Either way, the comps, well, they've been set, and the matchup too. We just have to wait a few seconds longer for that to get fully underway.
Yeah, a little technical pause here. Unfortunately, HK has lost the use of their mouse, so gonna get that all in order. But I mean, in the meantime, that does mean that Cafe Violet have gotten themselves kind of set up around this point. I think they're all kind of like positioned towards like the white room right now, which maybe not necessarily where you want to be shoved in, where there is a Reaper incoming. Of course, I don't expect that Cafe Violet is anticipating that there is going to be a Reaper. We haven't seen a whole lot of Reaper all series long, or any broadcasted matches really. So a little bit of maybe a wild card coming out here for Fable.
And we were talking about as well the drops from earlier, and we are gonna see them once more now. Make sure you have your account connected, by the way, from Battle.net to Twitch, because you gotta love these drops here. I mean, a rubber ducky, I would certainly like one. And I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. I can't swim that great, so I need something to like float on to just chill, help my style.
Yeah, so that little rubber ducky spray in that bottom corner, that is what you can get for watching the broadcast here today. But you got to make sure that you tune in next week and the week after so that you can get that cool player icon and the banner.
I mean, just loving to see it. I mean, it's summertime. It's the summer playoffs. It makes sense that we got the duck. And of course, you know, I mean, swimming their way to victory is going to be one of these teams here. Although how cleanly, maybe one of them is going to need that life preserver. So, you know, we'll hold on for the moment. We'll see how these teams shake up. But of course, yeah, I mean, it's just a blast to be here, both on this side of the camera, as well as, you know, just being a viewer. I love watching these games as much as I love being here. It really is a treat to see the unique strategies that we can get.
Yeah, exactly. And what a treat we get to watch all this Wuyong gameplay. Now, this hero is not available for play in all of the competitive leagues that are happening right now. So tuning into Calling All Heroes is your best chance to get a look at potentially a new meta forming. We heard from Mari in our first series in the interview. She was saying how kind of when these changes come in, of course, we're only a couple of weeks into season 18. This is when you really have time and space to experiment with composition. So we aren't locked into that kind of one meta 5 heroes that we're always seeing on our screen. So it's super fun to get to see all of the variety and creativity that's coming out from these teams.
Yeah, I mean, there also comes a struggle plan, right? Where hypothetically, let's say you're trying these new things, it's not working. Maybe you do go back to just some good old, you know, tried and true, even though it was previous meta. You try and see if it works, because, well, we heard it from the players. Don't fault me. They said, well, it always just goes back to like Orisa or Winston. So maybe you try that at the end of the day. Who knows? Either way, we've seen the comps for these few players before, and now it's about how they shake up against each other, because no Orisa in play, no Winston at this time. Just gotta see how everyone likes to play this one. And honestly, I think Lijiang is a great map to kind of get a base start of where you see each of these teams, because, you know, we could go for Gibraltar, something like that, where, you know, it's very heavily based on your, like, raw game plan. And then you have Lijiang, which is, you know, based on game plan, but as well, the mechanics playing a very, very heavy part in this as well.
Yeah, and the interesting kind of thing with this matchup specifically is we mentioned it earlier, but these two teams faced off against each other quite recently in that 6th round of Swiss, so the very last round in that Swiss stage, and that did see Fable taking the 3-0 over Cafe Violet. Now, we don't really have necessarily the breakdown of detail, so of course, maybe that 3-0 wasn't as far of a distance as it was, but we are back into it. Mouse has been charged. H-Key ready to go.
H-Key and maybe the rest of the keys need to be ready as well, along with the mouse, as they're going to get straight into this fight. Avery, though, going to be the first to fall on down. The Hazard player meeting a few too many hazards on the battlefield will get taken out early. And now Fable, forced to reset a little bit. Of course, that point capture available for Cafe Violet, but Persona maybe being the reason why Reaper hasn't been a fan favorite or a player favorite in these first few rounds of competition.
Cafe Violet getting the early percent building here. This is great for them to get the first foot forward against Fable. Kaisicle doing a great job on this. Genji building up towards that blade, but Panther has been getting a whole lot of healing in, so we're probably going to end up with these Kitsune rushes appearing about the same time. So if Cafe Violet can just kind of hold this point, you're going to end up coming out on top here because you got both support ults and a blade to work with, and Fable just haven't been able to find the damage to kind of build up to these ultimates.
Persona just getting removed early once more. Just pure disaster for them. The blade, very nicely produced by Cafe Violet. Everyone gonna get shredded in this blender that is this tiny white room. And yeah, that's not exactly good for your health. Cafe Violet sending them a drink of destruction.
Oh my goodness. I mean, we see the Kitsune rushes come out, but like you said, one of them has a blade to work with. So Cafe Violet building up more percentage here on Gardens, getting very, very close to the last fight territory, and Fable still just haven't really been able to build up to anything. Persona goes over on to the Tracer here, trying to match Haruhai on their Tracer, but Pulse Bomb and Tidal Rush ready to go.
At least a few invested here. The only problem is that the HP is not exactly there. It's Kaisicle. Again, not exactly a blender, but a haze of bullets just being applied to the rest of the team. And no way, is this a quick 100? Oh, surely not. I mean, it's the Tracer there to touch. But is this really how this one's gonna end? Fable, do they not have a chance to even get started here? I mean, the Doomfist is there to touch. So maybe they will succeed in these scrappy sort of fights, but that overtime, not exactly going to benefit them, especially when their backs are against the wall. The Hazard ult is out in the picture, and now there's another blade in the picture, although this time from H-Key. Fable trying to breathe some life into this game, and it looks like they have for this one fight. They hold on, they breathe another day here, and the sub-map ain't over yet.
H-Key holding on here. Really nice blade from the Genji. And now Fable, you have the Pulse Bomb to work with. You're gonna have a Kitsune Rush as well. Honestly, you could probably just take a little bit of poke damage here if you're Fable. Try to build up to this rush even faster, because right now Karma, he's like pretty behind on this. In fact, Cafe Violet don't really have any ultimates to work with, save for maybe a blade coming online from Kaisicle, but pushing into this white room against a Kitsune Rush from Fable, looking a little dicey here for Cafe.
I mean, Fable as well, we noticed that they did a really good job when they had the first ultimate in the fight, but now when they don't have ultimates to fight with, that neutral space seems to go the way of Cafe Violet. So how do they approach that? Either way, the ultimate's used here, which means surely Fable win, right? That's the trend we've been seeing. Well, Viola will fall first, and that seems to set the trend in the correct direction once more. Little scrappiness over here with between both Tracers, but Dusty will fall in the back lines, and a reset should come through for Cafe Violet momentarily.
Alright, another storm weathered here for Fable. Avery on this Doomfist is nearly built up to that ultimate. Now you also have a blade coming online for HP once again, but Cafe Violet has finally built up to some ults of their own. Once again, opting to rotate through this white room, but now it is Cafe Violet that has the Kitsune Rush to try and break onto this flank.
As well, Fable looking to maybe shake off the rust from the break they had after their first loss. Hopefully, for their sake, it may come. Unfortunately, though, it looks like that luck may not be here. The only thing holding on to their hopes is Avery. The Doomfist holding on to any space they can, trying to save the time. And the recall forced out means that there are no more cooldowns for that Tracer, at least not ones that will save their life here and now. Another blade invested, this time by, I believe it's H-Key. And is the same Heroics going to appear this time? Well, nothing immediately, just that late on damage, and it won't be enough. Fable will fall short as Cafe Violet take the first sub-map. Okay, I see you.
Ooh, yeah, really making this this composition work for Cafe Violet. I think between Haruhai and Kaisicle, I think both of them are doing a really good job kind of playing off of each other, so you're not stacking on the same angle. You're basically having Haruhai, she's kind of like forcing out the cooldowns either from Fiery or from Panther, and then it's Kaisicle kind of coming in with that cleanup. You get the dash kill, you get a reset, and you just recycle over and over. So really looking quite put together here for Cafe Violet as we are going to be heading over to Market for this next sub-map. Haruhai starting out on the Symmetra. Nice little TP out of spawn for both teams, gaining as much distance as they can. Then it is going to be the swap back on over to the Tracer. It's the mirror match once again. We do have Persona over on that Tracer, but it's going to be Cafe Violet that gets to set up first on this point. And where you're running not only the poke damage here, Augusti on this Wu Yang, you also have Viola on this Hazard, and she's going to be able to do a lot of damage to Fable as they try to push through these choke points.
I mean, Cafe Violet, they look so strong. Obviously, we haven't seen them play yet, and maybe this is just how they've been functioning the whole day, but for Fable, it feels like we've seen them do a bit better than they're showing us now. That Rust still maybe kicking in for the moment, and it's going to continue here as they drop the first on a Persona. Oh boy, Panther just gets knocked off the edge of the world, and now it's just a Hazard remaining along with the various other squishies by Gusty. But yeah, that's going to be traded on out. Hazard will fall, that's Avery out, H-Key down, and Cafe Violet, although featuring one tragedy, will still maintain the point.
You know, long first fight there for Cafe Violet, kind of being in control. Fable just somehow kept getting a toe on the point, but now Cafe Violet in control. Karma building up to this Kitsune rush. We'll have to see if Haruhai can kind of take a duel against Persona. The Tracer matchup, I think, is going to be very, very important here because that's going to take a lot of pressure off of your supports, and you really don't want these cooldowns from the Kiriko and the Wu Yang to be forced out early because the utility from both these heroes is really, really important in these mid-fights.
Steve, be careful, don't go close to that edge again. We saw how that went for you last time. Hazard in the picture though, and that's again G-Dive in the backline. They're gonna be bonked away. And that Hazard looking precariously low. The pulse bomb for the backline, of course, but Kaisicle now the one doing the damage enough to the point where the killing blow has been dealt. Of course, Haruhai will end up falling as well, and that'll be no more ults used as nobody's really there to maintain that presence. Never mind, Persona's gonna use it again, but we see that. We have seen that before. Persona just kind of using these pulse bombs at the end of fights to secure or maybe to throw it away sometimes, I'm not gonna lie. But either way, Fable looks like they should be a strong fight here, and they do capture the points eventually.
Little celebratory pulse bomb never hurt anyone, except, you know, maybe the Hazard. But Fable back in control now. Not too bad, though, for Cafe Violet, honestly. You did use that Tidal Blast, but now you got both these DPS ultimates. Now, we have seen in previous series kind of this Tidal Blast used as a defensive ultimate against the Blade, so it might be a little hard for Kaisicle to really find a target here with the Blade. And then H-Key on the other side, well, you don't have to worry about a Tidal Blast, but you are going to have to worry about this downpour that Viola has ready to go.
Ooh, bye-bye, Fiery. Yeah, no Tidal Wave that you can use. Oh, they did get it off, I think, though. And so the Blade, well, it'll be matched on the other side. H-Key as well doing very, very nice work. Of course, fighting a Tracer off in no man's land. Of course, will they win it? Well, they're saved, so we won't need to see that result just quite yet. They win it against Kaisicle, though, and that should prove to be enough here on the fight win, as Haruhai will fall, and now you have Fable once again in control of this point, closer to tying it up, but not quite there yet.
I like the aggressive play there from Fable. Fiery uses that Tidal Blast onto H-Key, who then goes in with the Blade. I think you can wait maybe a little bit longer there, kind of use it in the mid of Blade so that you're getting the healing benefit as well, but regardless, Fable in control now. A little Tracer duel happening. We have the Pulse Bomb ready to go, but it's actually going to be the Downpour committed first from Cafe.
Icicle, 11 HP, trying to hold on, but no, the blade's gonna get no value. There you go, Persona. That's a valid pulse bomb. You love to see that. One followed up by a second. And even though they go down, that should be enough to secure this fight, assuming everyone on their team does their part, which is easier said than done. Let's be real. HK having trouble fighting Wu Young, which honestly, fair enough. That's 100 damage that can be dealt to you in just a single instance. Fable, they do hold on, and a soft reset here now for Cafe Violet.
Yeah, and Cafe Violet needs to make this worth their while because last fight here for both of these teams, and Cafe Violet are gonna have the ults to work with.
Very close here. I mean, everyone's just throwing their abilities off in the sauce here, and that's gonna be 2, 3, 4 players going down for Fable, and I believe that's all 5. Yes, indeed, the team kill. Is there a touch in store? I think there should be, but it's going to be dang close, and you're going to need to get yourselves an advantage along with the touch. Not going to be easy, especially as you just burn your tracers, recall. Good luck with this one.
Yeah, the blade is ready to go from HK, but Fable, like you said, you need to find a way on to point, and Karma is just absolutely shutting down any notion of that.
Yeah, again, they get the touch. That's nice, but the chances of winning this fight for them very, very low. 3 players gone. The 4th surely to fall soon. And okay, Karma, this is just like sentry turret action, and I am all for it. No one's really gonna look at you when they're focused about, you know, maybe trying to touch the point. Hold up, actually, there was a world where they go down there, but no, HK tries their best. They won't succeed, and try they will, but it's not enough. A 2-0 map win for Cafe Violet.
Okay, Cafe Violet starting things off with a pretty big bang here on Lijiang. I mean, a bit of back and forth there, but it felt like Cafe Violet were really getting a good kind of tempo going, right? You see them go in with an engagement. Every time that there's kind of a response there, it's just a soft reset. Everybody from Cafe Violet just takes a second, chills out, and it means that they ultimately get more fights in, and they get the map win. So starting out your own map pick with a map win, well, that's not too bad at all.
I'm just laughing at that play of the game because the Kiriko, I mean, they get booped off the map, they try and save themselves, and they end up just TPing into the hazard again, and they meet their demise. I mean, unfortunate for them, but you gotta do what you gotta do in order to try and provide as much value in fights. Unfortunately, didn't go too well for them in that instance. However, Fable, they'll still have 2 more chances to come back and prove that they can at least tie this up, if not take the lead. Of course, many more after that, if they can prove that first. Of course, brick by brick, step by step, they got to make it one at a time. And honestly, we've seen them in this position before, right? Fable did end up dropping the first map last time. So now, do they go to King's Row again? Because that's what their that's what their first pick was last time, I believe.
Yes.
Or somewhere in there.
Yes, I believe you're correct. It's been a long day, but I know that there's been a lot of King's Row. I can say that with utmost certainty. And I do think that, you know, that might have been in response to specifically who they were playing against, but I feel like this matchup between Cafe Violet and Fable it's a lot less of kind of a wild card, right? It's a little bit more predictable. I mean, I'm saying that, and Cafe Violet's going to show up with just something absolutely insane. But I think that you should feel fairly comfortable kind of taking these mirror matches. It's all about just like kind of finding the advantage in these fights. Maybe showing a little bit more, we kind of mentioned it earlier, but showing some respect here for Cafe Violet, because I mean, yeah, you got the 3-0 in the Swiss stage, but hey, we're in playoffs now, and it's a whole different game.
That's exactly what I was just about to refer to. It's like, you got the 3-0. You're telling me this is the same 2 teams? I mean, the difference between that Swiss stage and this playoffs, there's got to be something going on in between there. Was it a scrim, a practice where they said, hey guys, we need to wake up? And they did. I mean, it really did go well for them in that first map. And so now where do you go to after? Well, the answer is Esperanza.
Okay, yeah, over to the push map. Yeah, and I think that this, if you're not careful, if you're Fable, this is where that kind of restraint that Cafe Violet has been showing for like when fights are not being won. This is where that restraint could really take you very far. There's, it's called push map. There's a lot of push and pull. So the more fights that you can get in, the better it's going to be for you.
I mean, look at these bans. Esperanza, I do remember correctly now, it was the first choice from Fable in that first series. King's Row was the 4th map in that series. But
Yeah.
I'm curious about this D.Va because we've seen it again from them that they banned the D.Va. I think this is just something that they cannot themselves handle with. And I think that shows maybe a weakness in their strategy or plan, but I guess if you can harness that, so be it, Cafe Violet.
Yeah, that's a good point. To see kind of back-to-back tank bans come out, this to me says that maybe you don't have as much flexibility kind of on that tank role, right? If you're kind of hitting the DPS bans, it means that you're going to be able to like rotate around. We've seen a whole lot of like counterwatch happening here tonight, so being able to kind of have an open hero pool is super, super important. But that's where, you know, these hero bans come in, is that you can either use it as like, you know, you're going to ban this out so that the other team can't play it, or you're going to use it so that it's going to force the style that you want. And I guess it's going to be the Hazard mirror despite these bans coming through.
I mean, I'm game for that. I think the double Hazard out here, it makes sense. Fable, they ran Hazard before. They got ran through by a Hazard before as well. So they know the potential of this character, and now they kind of just need to replicate it from the successes and maybe not the blunders point of view.
I mean, Ari, does this just feel like a handshake ban to you? Because we are back on the exact same compositions that we just saw here on Lijiang Tower. So I was saying that this is a pretty even matchup, and I mean, looks like Fable thinks the same as well. They're just gonna try it one more time, a little bit more of a kind of open map. You really gotta be able to get your tracers set up, and really gonna be looking at, again, these tracer duels, because it's all about controlling as much of the map as possible.
Karui is going to go down early. That's not exactly great. I mean, we saw the poke damage dealt from Persona onto them, but surely they had a way out. Apparently not, though, as they meet a bullet to the face. That's a Genji in my face, and they're barely going to escape. So props to them for getting out. But again, that damage that they're ideally trying to go for, the pick is just not there. They're going to have to hope one more time that they maybe get themselves that additional value. Fable grabbing the bot, pushing it on forward just a little bit more. Where is that tank engagement that we're hoping to see? Well, it's kind of just a standoff right now, as looks like Karma goes down for H-Key, and those Hazards are just having fun, you know, just waving to each other.
Slicing and dicing on the Hazard. It is still trades coming back and forth. The Cafe Violet just narrowly taking the lead here. Still, both these tanks alive. Okay, with Avery falling, that is going to be Cafe Violet setting themselves in a good spot. Everybody very, very low, though. Looking like Persona wants to maybe try and turn this around for Fable.
How did no one win the fight?
Yeah,
Like, it's a team fight and everyone dies. There's the Tracer that comes back from spawn. That's the only player remaining. So I guess you have to say, on the side of Fable, they didn't do a good enough job of, you know, targeting the right people, because then, you know, everyone else came back. They had enough time to kind of regroup, and, you know, you couldn't push that bot as far as you would like.
Yeah, a little bit more progress here from Fable. Now the name of the game is really just who's going to pop their ult first. Well, the answer to that is going to be Karma.
And that in response by Fable as well. That's the beat used by them, but no tank to really receive it. Pulse going just a bit awry. Fiery using the beat and then going down for it. So this might just be kind of a stall game at this point. They're hoping for a reset, but finally we have a fight win where it looks like a team has won the fight. So there we go, Cafe Violet. We got the momentum going. Even though it was 21 meters for Fable, now it feels like they're going to get just a bit more than that. And as they do take the lead, Cafe Violet will have a few ults to work with.
All right, and we're going to get to see a little bit more of this Esperanza map. Cafe Violet getting themselves comfortably kind of set up on this high ground. Now, you don't have either of these support ults to work with. You do have the downpour, which you might want to actually use in response to this blade that's coming in from HK, unless you can, you know, Karma, he might be able to hit a really good Suzu. Ooh, actually, Suzu coming in from Panther.
Ooh, Icicle had the chance to make a very flashy play there. Still gets the elimination, though, and should end up well for them, but there are plenty of ultimates being invested right now, and it's not exactly clear who's got the upper hand. You can see from HK, they're just kind of bouncing around. They're not quite sure who to tackle on and dive on into, but Viola is going to punish you for that. We'll at least grab one for the road before Karma falls, and now they're left to their own devices. Might just try and get one more for the road, which they do.
Oh, what a nice wall. HK so low, ends up getting hit from behind by that wall. Now, Fable back in control here. It'd be really nice if they could get a stagger kill here, because these fights are just going so long because it's just the back and forth trade. So you're not really kind of getting the advantage, but you are at least going to get onto the bot here. Now Panther has this Kitsune Rush ready to go, but isn't quite in the fight just yet. The Rush might be just what Fable needs to try and break this hold that Cafe Violet have on this choke point.
Panther, we've seen some big things from them as well, but now they're going to need to survive here, and they will not. Kaisicle, too, with the blade. Viola getting in there like swimwear, and everybody's going on down from the side of Fable. The kill feed all blue, and it will stay that way. Team kill indeed.
All right, back to the other bridge. We'll see how much progress Cafe Violet can make. It feels like both these teams are just like, you know, chiseling away very, very slowly at this progress. Now, Cafe Violet, you take a bit of a longer fight, you're going to get some support ultimates, but Fable don't need to wait. You have the Kitsune Rush, you have the Pulse Bomb. You really just need to kind of find the opportunity to get in here, force out a cooldown from Cafe Violet, and that's when you can go in.
Kitsune Rush gonna be invested here, and maybe just for additional stability, forcing these players back, because of course this is the push game mode. There's gonna be a push and pull. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. Kaisicle will be the one though that finally knocks the door open here. They did it before and now they're doing it again, and that's a lot of damage dealt by the Hiriko, but it does not matter. The picks go the way of Cafe Violet, and that is just too much to handle. Kaisicle with 3 once more, and Fable continuing to falter just ever so slightly, but enough to the point where Cafe Violet are winning these battles.
Feels like Cafe Violet are getting a little bit more value from their Kitsune Rushes, and I do think it is because they're doing a great job kiting out of the rushes of Panther. We kind of saw it used in a pretty good, you know, open space, but that speed from Gusty is going to allow everybody from Cafe Violet to just break that LOS, and then you wait, you go back in. It's just so much patience from Cafe Violet. Now we can even see they're getting kind of set up around this high ground because you know you're in the lead. You can take this fight wherever you want. You can force Fable to come to you.
Really, really nice work getting it to that second point. The stall time now available for them. The block still remaining strong. Where did that go? Well, I guess on to them. They're going to meet a stun in place for themselves, and they are just getting CC'd to all heck. I mean, it is not fun for them to play because they cannot play, and Cafe Violet once more just continue running through. It looks a lot smoother for them right now, and Fable, they need to change something up because they can't keep slamming themselves into the same thing. So you see Avery swap to the Orisa.
Yeah, and the Orisa is going to be to kind of just deny some value from Viola on this hazard. The cooldowns from the Orisa are going to be able to kind of keep that hazard at bay. Now, of course, there is that hazard perk that's going to give you an elongated leap, which is just going to make it so that you can basically ignore this Orisa altogether. We can see just how far Viola is playing from that. Orisa not looking to take that duel whatsoever.
I mean, did I call it or did I call it? I said that if the team struggled, that they might just swap to the Orisa or the Winston or something that we kind of had a predetermined meta for. And, well, they're struggling, and they will continue as that first... Well, that fight, it felt like incomplete. There was no really beginning and middle. There was just an end, and it was Cafe Violet on top.
Yeah, we are going to see another swap coming through from Fable. Persona over onto the Cassidy, so this is going to be consistent damage coming out. It's also going to be kind of helping with this Genji and this Tracer.
Ow, that hurt a lot, and H-Key will punish you for it. Oh, thought they had the kill, but now goes back for more. 3 for them, and Fable, again, they're really good with their ults. But can you rely on it to get you to the end of this map? That I don't know.
See, that's the tough part, is you really need to be winning in these neutral fights as well, because Cafe Violet is getting so much value from their own ultimates too, and you're going to get set up kind of with this dive. Now, yes, you do have Persona over on the Cassidy, so you're going to be able to put a little bit more pressure on Kaisuke on this Genji, but this means that now you don't have anybody to kind of contest Haruhai on this Tracer. So with this Lucio Kiriko backline, you're going to be able to kind of force out these cooldowns from Panther, and we've seen it time and time again, so you've got to be really careful about protecting your Kiriko.
Match support ultimates, that's going to be the Kitsune Rush from both sides. No immediate crazy value, but we're sure that a pick will ensue relatively soon. Everybody in each other's faces, and Karma are feeling a bit pressured there. The hazard, though, Viola will go down, and that should open up the floodgates. The beat as well, just to make sure they can secure this fight, and it's going to be pretty dang close. Icicle still hanging on for dear life, but eventually Fable do indeed win it out. Although maybe not the cleanest, they're still happy with that result. They say, hey, we only used maybe 1 or 2 ultimates, and that is very, very lovely to see from them. A nice change up.
Yeah, I agree. And go ahead, pick up this checkpoint, so that means you're gonna initiate this forward spawn. A whole lot to kind of work with combo-wise here. Although we tend to see kind of Deadeye used, you know, as a zoning ult, well, there's nothing really on the other side that you necessarily need to zone right now. Perhaps the beat if Gusty tries to go aggressively, but then you just also have Fiery that could respond with beat.
Beat for beat, blow for blow will be these two teams, and there's this ult that you were talking about. Is it the zoning? Well, they are zoned in place by a stun themselves, so they will shoot the back of maybe one player, not for too much damage, and they'll be, I guess, satisfied with that result, as it's better than going down. Avery kind of pinned in this corner. That's going to be a nice little Terra Surge, but unfortunately no damage, no kicks from that, just to zone the space to keep on for themselves. And a standstill now for these two teams. We talked about the chokes being kind of prevalent. This is one of them. You just don't quite know how to attack this fight sometimes, and well, they're relying on the ults to get themselves all the way there. Very low HP onto the Lucio, but no, forces them away. Avery will eat a pulse bomb and say that was delicious, but they will continue to keep on going forward until they are met with a Kitsune rush in their faces. Once again, the time running a bit low. They're going to need to contest at this choke, and hopefully for their sake, they end up with the victory. It's H-Key. That's the way that they've been winning before, and it might be the way that they find the victory again. It's only the one with the blade this time, the TP on out by the Kiriko, and now pinned in a corner. This is an awkward fight, that's for sure. If the Hazard's going to get shot in the back again, you need to help out your team just as much as you need to help out grabbing the picks, and it looks like it should be a-okay for them. Even up the numbers, though, and Kaisuke will continue to keep on pushing it down and dusted. Cafe Violet, wow, they hold on. And that is going to be a 2-0 map lead.
Putting themselves in a very good position here. Momentum gained, and Fable maybe running out of gas. I like to see some swaps coming in there, but unfortunately the mobility that Cafe Violet brought to the table was just enough to work around the Zarisa thing.
I just love seeing the POV in that one. I'm not gonna lie. The Genji dashing up into the air, just getting deleted. And then you have, of course, the revenge kill, and then the blade pop by H-Key. And I think as well, I think you said it, one of the highlights of the team is H-Key. I mean, the new mouse knew them. I don't know, it's working out for them. But at this point now, you kind of have to worry about, you can't just have one player be the brunt of your blow. You need everyone else to get in there. And I'm just worried that they might not have it left in them. They just haven't shown it yet. We know they have it, but where is it?
Yeah, right? That's really tough. I mean, Cafe Violet are showing that they learned a whole lot from their last matchup that they had with Fable and really, really applying it. We saw some hope there from Fable. Like, looking good, right? We see that last fight, they nearly get the bot to the end. The Kitsune rush is committed from Cafe Violet, and a really, really nice disengage there. But I mentioned it, the Terra Surge then comes out, but who are you going to connect onto? I mean, there's a Genji, there's a Tracer, there's a Hazard, there's a Lucio, there's a Kiriko. If you don't wait for one of those mobility cooldowns to come out, you're just not going to hit anything.
Yeah, the cooldown management, I mean, we're seeing being kind of the battle that these two teams have. There's so many different aspects, right? When it comes to competitive Overwatch, where we say rotations, positioning, we've said it all today. And it's honestly fun that we get to each focus on one different aspect throughout all of these matches. Like for our second series, it was positioning. For our first, it was kind of just the ult usage, and now here we're seeing cooldown usage. So very, very interesting that we get to highlight different parts of the game and what makes it so special and complex and crazy when we get these crazy moments.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And there's still time for some more crazy moments. Fable, map pick is in their hands. They're looking to start a reverse sweep. We're ready to go with this.
Oh, look at that.
This is absolutely shocking. Third map Saravasa, never seen before on broadcast.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, Saravasa, well, we've seen it before. And if everything holds true, I mean, is this going to be the same ban? I doubt it, because, you know, we saw the Wuyong ban coming in as a result of the earlier matchup being, you know, somebody popping off on that character. But now do you go for a different approach, or do you just stick with the ban saying, hey, we still won it, may as well just keep on going with it?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Wuyong definitely could be played on Esperanza. I think that, like, just the pace of push, it makes a little bit more sense to kind of have that Lucio in instead, because, you know, there's a lot of kiting to be done on a push map, a lot of re-engagement to be done on a push map, and I kind of feel like Suravasa's sort of similar way, right? You don't want to, like, take too many long fights when you're playing on Saravasa because of how quickly that percentage really builds up here. So, you know, we did see the Wuyong on Saravasa. I do feel that it was maybe a little bit more of a specialized team that's kind of like working towards that. So again, we could potentially see it, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised at all if we just end up once again on this kind of Hazard mirror, Tracer Genji, Lucio Kiriko. So, I mean, if you're Fable and you really want to throw a wrench in the plans, maybe ban out one of those heroes. I mean, you've been on a tank banning spree now, so maybe it's time to swap it up.
I would say maybe they just go for the Hazard ban, try and shake things up, and that's not going to be the case. Nope. Instead, Tracer and Lucio. So obviously the Lucio ban coming out from the opposite side. So that should be okay to keep on going, I believe. And as for the Tracer, yeah, that off-angle pressure is just never fun to deal with. So even though there's still going to be a Genji in the mix, you at least have some more ways to kind of attack this one with Flashpoint.
Yeah, I think that Persona has been doing really, really good on this Tracer, not only in taking kind of the Tracer duels, but also in just like forcing out the cooldowns, right? Making it so that the supports can be killed by the rest of the team. Now, this Lucio ban does make me think that we are going to move towards Wuyong Kiriko. Is that going to favor Fable? I mean, they seem to potentially think that it will. You could maybe pull out the Brig Juno. We saw it briefly, but I think that if you have a Wuyong player on your team, the Wuyong is going to win out over the Brigitte every single time because you're able to put in so much damage. Like you said earlier on Li Xiang, it's 100 damage. Like, you're going to be able to shred through a Brig shield.
You know, I was just thinking back to the first time I went up against a Wuyong, and I was like, oh, that's a nice water pile. I'm just going to move to my left, and it'll keep on sailing by. What do you mean it curves? Oh! So the ability to control that, to really kind of follow in on whatever you want, flyers, backlines, kind of go up and around, it really is a crazy character to have that, you know, kind of diversity on in terms of an agent pool. As for Fable, I mean, it looks like we're seeing the D.Va instead of the Hazard, so maybe they're trying to just change things up a bit different since it hasn't been working.
Okay, Fable is looking to play basically like two splits here. You're gonna have your core, which is kind of like this Cassidy with the supports. Then you have your tank and your Genji, kind of the dive of this composition. So where you're kind of playing this dive style, you can't afford to sit here and take poke damage from, say, Hazard or a Wuyang or a Venture. Like, there's just so much damage that Cafe Violet is going to be able to put into Fable, and there's very, very little that Fable's going to be able to do to kind of negate that.
The Venture giving problems to Fable before, and potentially doing so again here in this particular series. We'll have to wait and see, of course, as the game gets underway, but for right now, looks like almost the initial cap is going to happen, and yes, it does. Fable will indeed grab it. The invincibility, though, going to be used here, so you have to maintain your HP, and there's no extra safety net for you. Looks like just a 1-for-1 trade right now, but everyone, of course, still farming up to these ultimates. Zapanther's, like, already there. They've gained 25%. They've got an ultimate for their board, and Cafe Violet, they're going to have to reset.
Yeah, actually Fable is playing this really, really smart, because if you can get Cafe Violet split, there isn't a whole lot of peel in the Hazard or in either of these supports. Yes, Karma has some utility to kind of that last second save in the Suzu, but otherwise it's not like the D.Va where you have this defense matrix and then the Brig and the Bap doing a good job kind of sustaining each other. Now, if Cafe Violet are able to kind of get a pinch onto Fable, that's where things could look a little harder. Cafe Violet looking to start with just a slew of damage.
Oh, that was a very low Hazard that I did not like to see, but luckily for their sake, they do manage to get on out. That window is not exactly a friendly one with a neighbor waving out of it. Instead, it's just pure death. It always is, and it will continue to be as long as that Baptiste is still in the mix. course, now Tidal Wave available, but 99% acquired for this Fable side, and Zerabasa might just be their bread and butter, but for right now, they're at least going to have to give one up as the flip comes through, just based off of, I'd say, positioning. Kills didn't even come in yet.
Yeah, that's right. Cafe Violet just walks forward. When you can play this composition kind of front to back, that's when it's going to work really well from you. The hazard plus the damage
from this Venture, just too much for Fable to deal with. And honestly, ooh, nice late kill onto Fiery. It's going to cause Fable to just lose a little bit more percentage to Cafe Violet. Very economical push there from Cafe as well. You've got these 4 ultimates to work with. Fable, though, doing really good ult economy-wise as well. So, going to be interesting to see what they're going to opt to kind of open up the fight with, because you're probably going to want to use the Deadeye to zone. So maybe you use the Deadeye early, you kind of walk into the point, and that's when you go in with the Blade. But no Cassidy to make that happen.
That's a whole lot of damage. I mean, a Dragon Blade combined with the Tidal Wave, it's not good. It's not going to be helpful for your health. And sure, there's a little bit of a touch here, but it's not even a real fight at the end. I mean, unless HK can really do something crazy. Oh, well, that's a trade. I guess that might help them. There's the initial cap, at least the hazard right back in the picture. You have to assume that this is enough. The support is there. The block and gonna get booped, but the Tectonic Shock used for insurance. This is looking mighty fine, and it should indeed prove 100%. Just a matter of time before everybody gets booped off or runs out of HP, and finally it will happen. Cafe Violet take the first point after going 99-0 down.
Yeah, right? What a turnaround here from Cafe Violet, showing that, like, once you're kind of in control with this composition, it's very, very hard to push into. There's just so much kind of utility and damage that you gotta walk through, and Fable not able to find the opening. Now, once again, I mean, Cafe Violet get to set up here on Gardens first, and you've still got ultimates to work with here, including that Kitsune Rush, which you're gonna be able to basically just run down Fable with.
Icicle will be continuing to go in, but it's actually from the hazard that makes things working and ticking here. Is looks like Viola is just going to keep going forward as the point gets capped, so they're kind of expanding in every which way, and it works out for them as they grab the initial pick and the spacing to boot. So very nicely done from them. They decide what space they want to take, they go forward, they take it, and they've now had the point.
Percentage building here. Now, this is a window for Fable to push back in and retake this, because no ults for Cafe to try and work with. They've been so good about kind of going first with their ultimates, but now, Fable, you're in a position where you get to go first, regardless of the plan.
Yeah, I do the same thing too. I would get out of dodge if I saw that Dragon Blade. Unfortunately for Kaisuke, they will not be able to get out of the way, but HK will get punished at least for going aggressive. Harley, though, falling as well, so those damage dealers for Cafe Violet are not exactly here. It's about a game of positioning and stalling so you can get those Cafe Violet DPS back in the picture here. Of course, this percentage very, very high right now for Cafe Violet. If they manage to win this, I mean, it's going to be dangerous territory for Fable. Brigade ult going to be used as well here, along with Tidal Wave, just to zone to make sure that everybody is holding strong, that they can stabilize here in a nice little wall to kind of keep this Brigade out of the way. Kaisuke finding one with just an obscure ability that keeps on working every single time, it feels like. And there's Haruhi down once more. HK, well, no Blade, but instead it's still the fight for them, and there's the reset by Viola and Gusty.
Okay, team kill here for Fable. Now it is Cafe Violet that get to be up 99%. So we'll see if Fable can pull out the same tactic that Cafe got on Markin. Now you're gonna hold up kind of in this hallway to start. Do have the bomb, potentially looking to just use that as a remake. If you see Cafe Violet kind of commit one of these mobility cooldowns, you might be able to find a pick, but it's still quite risky because that's going to leave you exposed as the pilot diva. The Deadeye as well, nice zoning ult, but you can also just allow Cafe to walk on the point and then use it.
The ultimates exchange. There's the Deadeye. You heard the deflect, but apparently it did not go through. Persona is going to be walking and schmoving away, but Kaisuke, on the other hand, will be taking down everyone in their way. Avery with the bomb, just stuck as, like you said, Pilot Diva, and will grab the one as so, but unfortunately, Baby Diva will not be enough to win this fight. Instead, you'll have to get back into your mech, and well, they've actually made do. They're actually winning this fight, and they've secured it. I mean, that's that. No touch in sight. Fable tie this up at 1.
All right. The nice thing about running this D.Va, even though, you know, Hazard into D.Va, maybe you're feeling like Hazard's going to have a little bit of advantage. You have a whole lot of damage that you can throw into D.Va's face, but having this Wuyong and Kiriko backline means that every bit of healing that's going towards Viola can be denied by this defense matrix, and we're seeing Avery do that. You're using this defense matrix not really to stop the damage, but really just to stop the healing, and then the tank just getting burned down. Fable now in a position to get set up on this high ground of Palace. Building up to the blade here, but the longer this fight goes on, the better it's going to be for Cafe Violet, because you have that Wu Yang ult and you have the downpour coming online.
Oh boy, Blade not even going to have a chance to be used here, so HK going to save that for a rainy day, which might befall the rest of the team, but not themselves. They won't be there for it. And I say a rainy day, but I have the rain sitting next to me in the casting booth. Either way, it won't matter, as it looks like Fable are just holding on for their own sake. Maybe they don't even need the blade. They're going to use every other ult that they have, and, well, they've gained the space. They've gained a pick onto Karma, and, ooh, Persona can get stunned on out. Harui, a blade will do for them. And HK, although they salvage some of the positioning and some of the damage, it's still not going to be clean. 40% still available for Cafe Violet, and they are not going anywhere for the moment.
Ooh, HK very, very low, and you don't have the mech for Avery either, so although it was looking pretty good in that fight for Fable, you just don't have the HP pool to try and turn this around, and Cafe Violet are able to still hold on here on Palace, still gaining percent.
Yeah, you can tell HQ wants to do it. We all know what I'm talking about. That Q button. Get Nancy, come on. Where is it? It's coming in soon. And it's just waiting for that opportunity. Somebody maybe caught off guard, somebody low, or maybe even the Kitsune rush from their team. Let's see if this goes on through. Karma very low in the backlines. Just has to be careful that they maintain their HP, and Viola takes down HK before they can use it. That's a disaster, because now you're giving this point essentially over to your opponents if you can't salvage anything else here. Cafe Violet looking very, very strong, and separating themselves away with just 1 point would be massive for them, but the touches are still remaining. Everyone's still holding on for dear life. It's just not exactly the cleanest one that you can go for. There's the blade back in the picture. Surely it gets used now, or maybe they feel comfortable with how they've been doing so far. Just that security though might be a little bit more desirable. There's the blade, there's the backline, and what happens next? Slice and dice. Gusty will fall, but it's only the one. And the trains are there from Cafe Violet. They are still very much in this. This could still not go the way of Fable, and it could be disaster, but luckily HQ just keeps on holding, is landing those shots, and this is a big old staggered fight, but eventually it should be closed out in the way of Fable.
I just don't know how Viola stays alive through all of this. It's like she just always was on the point, living forever. Now, I really like that blade from HK, because we've been seeing this Wu Yang ult potentially be used as a counter to this blade, so you see the engagement. Viola actually gets that Tidal Blast, and that is the go key for HK to kind of use that blade. Doesn't necessarily get a whole lot of kills, but it does zone out both the supports from Cafe Violet, so just narrowly Fable are able to kind of come back into that, and you only use the blade. You have everything else to work with here.
Oh. Yeah, that's a diff moment. I'm sorry. I had to say it like it is. HQ just perfectly reading it. And yeah, that's just a reset. You gotta just hold up for a second, wait for your Genji to come on back, because they're gonna farm up Blade. That's gonna be our next fight. But for now, I'm just gonna let Fable get away with the highway robbery of that one pick.
Fable are looking to try and take this next fight early, but you don't have any support ults to work with. It's going to be really, really hard to react to these ultimates that are coming in from Cafe Violet. Karma with this Kitsune rush especially. I mean, you don't have any speed to run away from this.
Digging into the back and here, excavation indeed, very low HP, and that's a lot of ults. I mean, that's what, 4 different ultimates in the kill feed, each one grabbing a pick for themselves, and somehow Fable are still alive, still kicking here in this one. They're gonna fall short. Harui is still the only one remaining, and the DM just there for that extra insurance. Fable now take the lead on Suravasa 2 points to 1, and this may just be their map that they can win on, and they can get themselves to the next step.
Yeah, looking to take the win here on Suravasa. It is going to be Ruins as our potential last point here, but Cafe Violet already kind of positioning themselves around this point. Haruhai, she has switched over onto the Cassidy as well, so it's going to be the mirror cast now, and it's going to put a lot more pressure onto HP on this Genji, who does have the blade ready to go, the only ultimate here for Fable to work with, but there isn't necessarily Wu Yang ult on the other side, but there is a downpour to work with.
And it looks like that's going to be used, not quite catching on to anybody, at least for an immediate pick. Maybe just to stall out on this fight, trying to get initial control, and there's the blade going after the Wu Yang again. We've seen this time and time again, but it looks like it's just going to be used for those cooldowns. HQ will fall, and now they're going to have a tidal wave of their own. This is going to be invested if they feel the need, and yes, that'll go spin right away. You'd love to win the first fight of this, and it's going to be a lot more comfortable if you can use these ults to your success. Eventually, the kill feed turns to all blue, and Fable will be back to the drawing board just for the moment.
Yeah, here we go. First percentage is going to build for Cafe Violet. Able to get set up kind of on this high ground as well, finding kind of a pressure point that Fable needs to walk through. Now you have the Deadeye. Gonna have the Kitsune rush soon as well, but Fable have this window. We've mostly been seeing it kind of in response to this Kitsune rush. It can be a really good way to just kind of force everybody out of that rush, but it's going to be also an opportunity to potentially just go aggressive as a really big rotation coming out here.
I see what they were going for, hoping that everyone would get funneled in, but apparently not. Harui going for that zoning, just making sure they don't get deflected. Well, they get DM'd instead, which at least they maintain their life, but the damage not going to be output. Very low onto the one player, but Brigitte still going to make sure that you are staying up and nifty. Ooh boy, another Deadeye in the mix now, except this time from the other side. Fable maintain now the point as well, but the fight still has to go their way if they want to continue holding on to it. It looks a-okay for them at the moment, but still not exactly the most sure yet. Though those two picks should seal the deal, and maybe one more to boot on a Wu Yang, but yeah, that looks pretty good from them, and even though they didn't like completely stomp or team kill, they still grabbed the point.
Yeah, and not too bad either for percentage-wise. I mean, 64% going over to Cafe Violet. That's still like kind of two fights to be had here. Now Fable going to be able to kind of push past that as I don't know, they're trying to figure out where Cafe Violet are going to approach from, but little do they know there's actually multiple angles.
Oh boy, downpour. Yeah, goodbye. Sorry, you're not going to be having too much more fun in this fight. In fact, Fable will be fighting for their lives and the site as now 4 players remain on their side. Tidal wave available if needed, but they're going to try not to use it would be my guess. If they can get on out, very, very low, but Gusty feels confident that they can maintain the hold, and they should be good. You just got to stay on the point. There's the Dragon Blade for insurance now. Things get a bit more risky. And there's the Diva Bomb as well. Just be careful you don't get in that blast radius. There you go. The touch on through, the slice and the dice from Tricycle, and now a Diva in the corner, which should be removed relatively soon. The D-Mech and, well, I guess the overhealth available. HG has still made this work? No way they're investing Blade here. This is still doable for them. The Tidal Wave now used on themselves as a way to stabilize, but maybe had they used it earlier, it would have found success. Now instead, it's just a poor attempt for a stall, and that will be it. Fable stay alive here and grab a map for themselves.
What a great read on that last fight. You know, once the Diva's kind of out of the mech, that's a whole lot of HP that is gone, and that means that it's just going to be that much easier to secure a kill with that blade. Oh my gosh, Fable is making it known the Surabasa is the map.
It is. I mean, it really is. And Fiery also proving that we said, you know, they were doing good on the Lucio play overall earlier, but the Brigitte, whew, snaps for you. Like, that was pretty dang good. I like that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. Shout out to frickin' Fable. Oh my gosh. Making sure that this last series of the day is going to go out with a bang. It's not done just yet. And now this does mean that Fable are up against their opponent's map pick, which could be a little tricky, even though I think throughout this entire series, we have been seeing more or less mirror compositions come out from both teams.
Kings Row.
It's time.
Kings Row, it's time. I'm feeling it. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the fact that we haven't seen it yet, again. But, okay, let's be real. Where do they go from here? I mean, obviously, if you're trying to go based off of statistics that we saw today, King's Row could be a play that you make because of the fact that they already fell short in that earlier attacking side against, who was it? EXO. So it really is just tough for them maybe to bounce back on that map, but I still have to give them hope because they clutched up on Survasa, and now you got 2 more to get yourself away and safe moving into the next round.
Yeah, and of course, still hero bans to work with as well. Now, I do think that Cafe Violet has been like kind of winning out in these Lucio Kiriko duels. Like most of the time within the first 2 maps, that's what Cafe Violet were running, and it was working out really, really well for them. Then we move into Saravaso and we get hit with a Lucio ban, and it has a pretty big impact, I think, on kind of the flow of things for Cafe Violet. Probably a little bit more used to kind of having that speed so that you can always be kind of on the move, either engaging in or kiting out of fights. And I think that not having that speed did shake things up a lot for Cafe.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see, I mean, obviously what the map is, what the hero bans are, you know, the usual things, but also just how that mentality is, right? We can't really know that right now, and we might see it later with an interview with the victor, but for all intents and purposes, I mean, you have to feel good after coming off a win. Fable, they know they can beat this team 3-0, so they must have been down in the dumps the first 2 in terms of the mentality. Now is it like, okay, guys, we can do this? Is this a motivational, let's do this? Or this is like, oh yeah, we got this, let's do this? I don't know which one.
Right? What level of let's do this are we at? Because, I mean, where, you know, you're going to go home if you lose. You gotta really hope that you are at just like peak confidence right now to try and pull off this reverse sweep. But also just the mentality of knowing that, like, yo, it's midnight for Easterners. Like, you are tired. You have been playing Overwatch all day. Do you have enough to pull out 2 more maps that could, you know, potentially go the distance? We've seen so much back and forth between these teams. So, like, you just gotta be, like, mentally prepared, honestly, from both teams to kind of, like, lock it in. It's now or never.
Yeah, because a 2-0 lead is nice and all, but if you don't get that 3rd one, I mean, it's all technically for naught. There's no tiebreakers here if you're going home. So here we go. The next map, Rialto. Little different here today. Love to see how this one shakes up because I personally haven't seen it in a while. Curious to see what the strategies are with the new season dropping, with the new perks in place. I mean, heck, we saw a Roadhog earlier. We could see one here on the bridge.
Right? Oh my gosh, who knows? Yeah, Rialto has been, it's been out of the Ka map pool for quite a while here. So this one wasn't in the regular kind of Swiss stage of the summer season. So that means to me that, like, maybe these teams are not necessarily as practiced on it, because most of these maps that we've actually seen, Lijiang, Saravasa, no, actually Saravasa wasn't, but Saravasa is one of those ones where you're just always going to get it in a scrim. So Rialto, potentially an opportunity to shake things up as you come into this playoff exclusive map.
Yeah, very interesting. Of course, that means no footage, if you will, on the other teams. No real scrim experience, unless they did scrim it, which, I mean, good on them for thinking ahead. But you get to this point where you say, also, this is a very dominant, like, kind of pick from Cafe Violet, because they're saying, hey, we can beat you on a map that neither of us have really played. Assuming that's the case, right? They are going and saying our raw mechanics are better, our basic game plans are better. You probably don't have a strat book for this, so we can take you down. Your Suravasa is the only thing that you've been able to win today. Sorry, it's just the fact. And now you go into this saying, hey, we can throw anything at you, we're going to take this down. I mean, that is a statement by Cafe Violet.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It definitely is. Now, we're gonna have to see what bans come through. Rialto is not gonna necessarily have as much flexibility in the compositions that you can run. Rush comp definitely has been seeing kind of an uptick, but you do have a little bit of wiggle room to run for the dive as well. There's a little bit of high ground to work with, but these bans going to suggest that we do not see too much of a rush. The BAP ban coming out, definitely you don't really want to kind of walk forward with that. All right, we're not going to do the BAP. It's a whole lot of burst healing out of the fight already.
I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? The thing giving them trouble was that Immortality lamp in the previous. They were going for dives, the lamp was always there, and then they got healed up, and then they smacked you back in the face. So, yeah, not exactly ideal when you're trying to win a fight. There's just an Immortality field in your way, and it's just not super, super good. On the other side, Hazard, I mean, I talked about it for the previous map, but I guess, hey, if it's a map that you haven't played yet, shake things up. If it was gonna be Hazard Mirror, now it's not. Maybe we see the depth of agent pool for this tank on Fable, and maybe it is just absurd, and they're just trying to save it for the moments where they direly need it.
Yeah, exactly. I have to wonder, like, Viola's basically been on this Hazard the entire time as well. Now, we did get to see the Diva, of course, which could be run here on Rialto. Like I said, there is an opportunity to run some of that dive. I do think that, like, if you go onto the dive, you are basically forcing a Tracer, because you really do need somebody to kind of not only control the angles, but in an escort map, somebody's got to kind of push the point. You're not really going to want your supports to do it, so oftentimes it's going to end up kind of falling to that flex DPS player. So if we move towards that, it's going to be kind of an interesting matchup, because once again, we're probably going to see Haruhai versus Persona kind of on that Tracer duel.
I mean, I don't think we've seen an environmental kill that was not like somebody jumping off the map or somebody, you know, being 1 HP, the last player on, and they just kind of let them boop them off. So I'm thinking we might get one here. I don't know what it is. I got a good feeling. Maybe it's a Wuyong, maybe it's a Lucio, heck, maybe even a Pharah for all we know. But I'm excited to see what these comps look like. Obviously, things going to be shaken up here, and it's only time that will tell who our victor is. Fable still fighting to stay alive here. Cafe Violet, on the other hand, fighting for victory and a chance to move on.
Okay, well, we're heading into the map here. It is going to be Fable on the defense. So this composition at least locked in for the first fight. We are going to get to see Persona over on the Freya here. So no Tracer, but still some dive components here. I think having Fiery back on this Lucio, maybe a little bit more comfortable, but honestly, Fable has looked good on this Lucio Kiriko backline, so I think that bringing that back out here makes a lot of sense. Cafe Violet looking essentially like a mirror composition as the doors open. The only difference here being Haruhai over on that Tracer.
Fable, well, it's nice to see them here with this blue color for them, kind of returning to maybe their roots, if you will. But as for their chances, they're still going to be very much on edge. They'll need an opening in this fight, and it's not going to come to them easy. So how do they force it on out?
Ooh, yeah, here's the thing. When you have this Freya, you're gonna have a little bit more poke potential. Now, you're not gonna necessarily be able to take these fights against Haruhai on this Tracer, but you're gonna be able to do this burst damage that can be followed up with the Diva, or you could just go back to spawn.
Yeah, Persona, unfortunately, gonna fall just a bit short there in terms of the damage department and the HP department. They'll fall on down. Cafe Violet will gladly keep on going, and you have to wonder now. I mean, this is an absolute stomp of a fight, so we'll say next, I'll give you something to ponder. Is Cafe Violet named after Viola?
You gotta wonder, is Viola the namesake? I would name a team after the tank. Pretty impactful player on the team. Cafe Violet moving forward. Fable is going to be able to get another recontest here, but ooh, okay, Persona opening things up, taking away that Lucio. Maybe you come back into this.
Yeah, Persona, the player to maybe fall short in the previous fight, now makes up for it and says, you know, I'll grab 2 quick picks. That'll be this fight done, dusted before it even starts. So Fable very happy that that space is made up. That time can be burned down, because I feel like in Rialto, we don't too often see that many full holds unless there are really some crazy moves made by both teams.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. There's still lots of time for Cafe Violet to try and turn this around. You have the Pulse Bomb ready to go. You're going to be able to build up to this Kitsune Rush, but not before Panther already has it online. Or both just the mobility of both of these compositions mean that you're going to be able to get out of this Kitsune Rush fairly quickly. So you really do want to see some of these cooldowns, maybe see the Diva kind of fly in before you decide to commit that.
Persona very low on HP. Obviously, you see Viola trying to see what's up, trying to scoop their way on in, see if they can grab that pick, but no. Instead, Kitsune Rush is exchanged from both sides, and now the point is becoming the problem, right? Somebody's got to stay on for Fable, and they have 4 ults of their own, pretty much matching Cafe Violet. Called it 3.5, but there's the beat, there's the bop, there's everything in the mix, and there's 2 from Viola. That's a big opener. And yeah, now you gotta touch the point. Now it's not gonna go super well for you. And there's a bomb in the sky. That's nice and all, but Gusty, bye-bye. This one should still be done and dusted, though, when that does indeed settle. So there you go. Cafe Violet, big opening from Viola, and if they weren't the namesake, well, maybe they should be.
Certainly have earned it. I don't know how that bola, I think it actually connected onto the D.Va mech. Somehow Viola managing to stay alive and avoid damage from that. So really well played, kind of positioning to just play around your own exploding mech. Now Cafe Violet taking this high ground, which is really, really important, denying control from Fable, because if you allow Persona to kind of get set up here, you're going to be able to just put down a whole lot of damage.
That's a good opportunity by Kaisikel. Unfortunately, they get a bit too greedy, too focused on the Lucio in the sky, that the rest of the team has to deal with the Genji on the ground, and technically in the sky as well. That's 2 big picks, and we've seen HK do so much work, and they continue to do it here. This fight now is practically just for ult charge.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Viola, unfortunately, is going to be left out of mech here by Fable, but the DPS for Fable are still very, very low. Do need to give up a little bit of space.
Wait, how has this gotten swapped? Did the tank go down and then they just never made up the space? I mean, I guess HK is going to do all that they can. The beat invested here, but Gusty just matching that beat with a pick as well. It's not super great, and Kaisikel maybe just looking for this friendly little Genji to say hi to over on the point.
Yep, HE gonna be sent back to spawn by Karma there, and this is the card still moving here for Cafe Violet. Persona did swap off of that Freya over onto the Venture now, so it's gonna be a little bit harder to eat up all that damage from the Freya. Now you're gonna have to deal with a lot of frontline pressure for Fable.
Yeah, and especially when you're down a few, that pressure is just not easy to deal with. I mean, there's a D.Va in the backline, they're not removing that, so I feel like that should be their primary focus at the moment, but seems like they don't care as long as they win the fight, which, I mean, it seems like they're set up for. That's a beat invested here for the 3 remaining players of Fable. They're committed to fighting this. They want to win this. Double support ults, maybe not being enough, though. HG still doing their best and dealing out the damage. Sure, just pocket HG at this point, maybe even go Mercy, and that is indeed a reset, so they have done it. HG carry is real. Fable hold on to the second segment.
Very, very decisive from Fable. I really, really like it. If you're gonna commit both these support ults, you gotta be all in. And we do see just like all the healing coming through. You do have a little bit better of a spawn advantage once that point is at that kind of end of second. So you just really need to stay alive. And HK making even more than that happen has gone ahead and built up to this blade. Nothing for Cafe to work with here. So this blade from HK could be free as long as you can find a way to chase down Cafe Violet.
Yeah, as I say, HK's positioning looking pretty precarious there. I wonder if they have ult. Yes, indeed they do. It's going to be slicing and dicing. Oh my gosh, almost a C9, by the way. That almost came through. Kaisikel, though, still picking up 2. And I believe this fight should be okay and sealed, but still very nerve-wracking as these players are hanging around. You can't escape the point. And there's the blade. Going to be forcing maybe a zoning. 19.19 meters. Is that enough to hold on to? Is somebody there in the picture? They're ripped away. Is someone else holding on? No, they will not. There's the touch in from Viola to push this cart to the next segment. Of course, the fight is won afterwards, but still, what an effort by Cafe Violet.
Oh my goodness. And wow, yeah, Kaisikel with that blade, making it happen, sneaking that point in, well, really creating the space for their team to sneak that point in. And now Cafe Violet coming into third point. Everything to work with minus that blade, and it's just the tectonic shock from Persona on the other side. Wouldn't be surprised to see that in response to this Kitsune rush.
Ooh, very risky, this backline under fire. Pulse bomb still available as well, and honestly, have the beat used for, I would say, offensive purposes here as everyone else continues their trek forwards. It's just an absolute shredder that Cafe Violet have dealt, and now all 5 will fall. That's a team kill. Although the final 2 will respawn here, there might be a way that there's a cap here early in.
Now, Cafe Violet, though, you only have this Pulse Bomb to work with, both support ultimates. Oh my gosh, already the pigs coming through. Violet, they're just gonna walk it in. That's it.
Good realization from them to realize that there's only 2 supports that spawned in. And they just went, oh, we're gonna shoot you because you really can't shoot back as much as we can. And they secured it. 49 seconds left on the clock, ain't bad, but now we swap sides, and maybe Fable just blow us away with the things that they have assembled for this next round, but of course, maybe it falls a bit too short.
Yeah, this is tough. Fable, I mean, I like the swap to the Venture at the end, especially you're going to be able to get a little bit more kind of damage done just negating that defense matrix. Yeah, your primary fire is not going to connect, but all your cooldowns will. You know, look at Cafe Violet. Wow, 3 deaths across the board. I mean, this is a team that just knows when they need to back out of a fight.
You could say that this is just a team, and you could have left it at that.
This do be a team.
This do be a team.
Overwatch players.
Well, no, but like they're playing as one. Like this
Yeah.
is when you ask, okay, guys, we need an Overwatch team that looks good in competitive fashion. This is that team. They are
Yep.
playing as a unit. They're working together, and sure, the players will go off every now and again. Sometimes it's on an off angle, a flank, things like that. The only times they get punished for it is when they get too greedy, which you saw with Kaisuko on Lucio, with Fiery, things like that. But Cafe Violet, it's up to them now. I think the ball is in their court. If they can hang on, they're gonna secure the series 3-1 fashion. Of course, easier said than done.
Yeah, we're back over on this mirror composition for both teams. So now it's about trying to get a cooldown out from the enemy team before you are forced to use one, and that is going to be the name of the game until somebody opts to go for a counter swap.
Very, very low. The teleports used, the Suzu as well, and the pressure being applied from Harui, but looks like no initial value. HK though, the Genji holding strong, doing what they do best, which is being an absolute nuisance to Cafe Violet. Picks work out in their favor, and now it's just a bit of a stall game as HK again taking on Harui. It's just not looking too good for them in terms of the numbers.
Ooh, yeah, and Karma's not quite back into this fight yet. Cafe Violet going to do what a team would do. Back up and wait for everybody to regroup. Now, Haruhi has swapped over onto the Ashe here, so I mean, you might be able to get some like long range damage in, but you're gonna have a hard time getting these dynamites not only past this defense matrix from Avery, but also just kind of connecting on to multiple targets. So we'll see as this payload approaches that second point is where Haruhi is gonna get the most value.
There's got to be a touch coming in here soon. Right there we go. There it is. The Diva mech, though, running low and in the HP department. And you have to start to wonder, okay, what's the engagement here from Cafe Violet? What are they going to do to actually walk forward here? And it feels like they don't really have that plan. It feels like they're struggling to get that one pushed on forward. They're hanging on for dear life, but what is that plan? Avery, there's no way you just did that. You squashed Bicycle with your remech, and now this fight, it just feels over. There's only so much that the remaining players can do. Fable will take this one down in almost flawless fashion.
Ooh, okay, Avery. 2 squishes on the board now, and some really, really nice cleanup as Fable's gonna walk forward, take this high ground. He did enough damage and healing to build up to basically all their ultimates as well. Cafe Violet gonna have a little bit harder of a time trying to retake this high ground, and is because you're running this Ashe that's just not really gonna be able to kind of put any pressure onto this front line. You really need the rest of Cafe Violet to create the space for Haruhi to work with.
You can see Zapanther trying to apply that off-angle pressure. Love to see it, but of course don't get punished for it. Very far boop there. And it's actually Persona to fall down. That's to the coach gun, by the way. So it must have been a coach gun to the face because that one just blasted them to pieces. Of course, the Dynamite gonna make its way over towards the doorway. Bob as well, if available and desired. And there it will go. The bomb in the back line. And really, everyone's just flying on around. We see a lot of 1v1 battles being taken, and Fable loved that. As much as we said that EXO was the one that loves the scrappy fashion, Fable were right there toe-to-toe with them. And Kaisuko only going to get one with the blade. They'll fall to pieces in the boat.
Team kill here. Fable are going to get a lot of progress here, but Cafe Violet is going to be able to get a touch before this point is captured, and you have this beat to try and sustain through it. The bomb as well from Viola could be a big space maker. Haruhi has moved back over onto the Tracer, so no more Ashe shenanigans. It's back to this mirror composition.
Ooh boy, very low Persona. Careful where you're walking. As you're a kunai to your face or something of that sort, but here's a blade invested onto a beat though, so not going to be too much value. 40 HP though remaining, and they will escape. There's the self-destruct, and that should at least provide them a bit more of the HP, just making sure they can get back into this fight. However, you've got, again, alternate fights happening. Gusty wins that one onto HK, and that's the carry down. Surely they can salvage it, right? I mean, Kaisuko's doing pretty well for themselves. Everyone holding on. Gusty even getting in on the action, and the Yamp should make this one even more doable. Now just staggering the Baby Diva, booping them in, and they will eventually meet their demise. to Harley.
Ooh, okay, Cafe Violet holding strong here. I think that having this kind of positioning, getting yourself set up on this stairway and just denying the high ground from Fable, really, really strong position to be in. Now, you don't really have a whole lot ult-wise. You did have to use a lot to stop that, but Karma's going to be able to build up to Kitsune Rush around the same time as Z Panther, so probably going to end up, once again, with those mirrored rushes. It really just comes down to kind of the target focus and which team is going to be able to find a pick out of it.
You can see Fable love that kind of corner pocket. They love just hanging around there, sending people, Kiriko, Lucio, Genji, things like that, over in the extra areas, just applying that pressure. But now, it's going to need to be right into their face. Kitsune rushes exchange. You see HK dive in. Where is Karma going? Well, at least they're alive, so that's what matters. It seems like they're doing A-okay. There's the TP on out just to make sure they remain alive. Beats exchange down. It's a game of living. You gotta stay on stronger, and who will make the first death blow? It'll be Viola's mech that goes to pieces first, but Kaisuke to actually remove a player. It's the Panther to fall short. Kaisuke, where are you going? Well, you're going to the grave, apparently, as the blade finds little to no value. Very, very close in this scenario, but Fiery just keeps on hanging with the team. Remech, though, no, not for you, Viola. That's Avery's thing, and with that, Fable should clean this one up, and they do. That's 4 picks and the team fight win for themselves.
Ooh, okay, moving into third point. Now you have an opportunity to potentially finish this out with more time, but you're gonna have to be really, really quick about it. You're gonna have to cycle these 2 ultimates that you have really well. So this bomb that's coming in, you could use this to kind of zone everybody out. We've seen it used as kind of a remech tool, but I think this blade from HK, I mean, we've been saying it all night long. They've done a really great job with these blades, and now there's basically nothing standing in their way save for a D.Va bomb.
Whoa, and their HP count, which is at 18. Luckily, that will go back up, and the D.Va in the back line is maybe going to go down. Of course, that's the self-destruct. That's the plan, and the plan goes to pieces. I mean, Fiery gets removed, HK as well, so this is a tactical reset that needs to come through. Surely no more ults. Persona, no, using the ult, and wait a minute. No way they turn this numbers game back around. Surely not. There's a D.Va that's so low on point. Avery needs to go down there. There's the self-destruct out from the blue side, Fable, and now they're looking for this player before they can remech. However, they do get back in. Viola will have to be demech themselves, and there is no way Fable have turned this fight. It just keeps on happening.
Fable just cannot be stopped. Everybody is just so locked in that you're able to sustain and live through these fights, and living is really all they need because everybody's able to get back into these fights very quickly. However, Cafe Violet do have the spawn advantage here, and they are looking to use some support ults to try and hold this.
That's a big pick, though. Oh, Karma was so close. The Kitsune Rush, this might just go to pieces. This is going to be so close. I mean, this might just be a game of stalling out the time at this point. You're down 2-3 players, Cafe Violet. You just kind of have to hold on, burn that time out, wait for those respawns. And it's just not exactly good for their luck as Gusty will fall first. The D.Va should be next. And now the target priority needs to come into place, focusing one player at a time. Do they have what it takes? Well, there's a Kitsune Rush, but no Kitsune behind it. And by that, I mean there's no Kiriko left to remain in front. It'll be a very close ending, but the timing's still relatively about the same.
Yeah, I don't think that the 20 seconds is going to make too much of a difference. You're not necessarily going to be able to build up any, like, you're not going to get the second ultimate off of 20 seconds. Both of these teams kind of in a position where you're going to be able to basically get one clean ult fight in. So that kind of makes it come down to who's been winning in these kind of neutral fights. And so far, it's kind of seeming like Fable just cannot be stopped when it comes to getting trades and somehow coming out the other side. Despite having a little bit less time, still a really big opportunity for them as they will be starting on the attack. This defense, some similar heroes making an appearance here for Cafe Violet. Gonna try to just burn as much, if not all, of this 1 minute off the clock before too much progress is made.
Are they just having fun? Is that what they're doing?
I wouldn't hate a composition where you're literally just forcing cart, especially where like Cafe Violet doesn't really have a whole lot of cart presence in this D.Va composition. But ultimately, I mean, if you're Fable, you probably want to stick with something that you've been, you know, running, you're comfortable with. It's gonna be the D.Va, Fury Lucio. Okay, Persona teasing us with a little bit of a Hanzo, potentially just the Sonic era to get a better idea of what's going on with Cafe Violet. But it's gonna be no shocker to Fable. It's the mirror match once again.
I think it's safe to say, though, that if Genji has not been banned already, that Cafe Violet, that's probably their next target if they do go to a map 5, because that's been the one thing giving them the most problems, I would say, in my professional I'm watching you die to a Genji opinion. Either way, though, Cafe Violet, again, you know, like we talked about, looking to burn as much time off as possible, and it's going down over here in this kind of tiny room here, but no immediate picks, and that's going to mean that spacing is gained from Fable.
Oh, you blink and all the time is basically gone. 10 seconds, we're going to be into overtime very, very shortly here. Fable need to find a pick, and that might just be it to try and get some progress here on the first point.
There's a 1-for-1 trade, still doable. Suzu invested as well with the DM, and now, yeah, that Genji just trying to make a hero plan. Unfortunately, no heroes to be had on their side. It will be the reset and the point given up. So, of course, no more time will be gained since we are in overtime, but you still are looking at potentially that forward spawn going in their favor, although the point not exactly gained yet. So there is the contest going through. The D.Va wants to hang on to this. They want the forward spawn not to come to fruition. And Zapanther does not have the ideal positioning, as obviously they're being chased down by a Tracer in the backline. There's the beat invested by Fable, though. Cafe Violet farming up to their ults. The Kitsune rush. Scrusty still a bit far from their own beat. And there's Harui, as well as HK with the blade. I'm getting flashbacks to a famous Genji play. I'm not going to say which one, because you know exactly what I'm talking about. And HK still hanging on, looking so good, and finally Cafe Violet will fall on down.
Team kill though, so that does mean that everybody from Cafe Violet gonna get a fairly nice wave respawn, but you are very, very far away from this cart. All of this percentage is just being picked up by Fable, and you have ultimates to work with here. Now, Cafe Violet did a great job of not expending everything on that try and defend that first point, because of course in overtime now, you just need to get Fable off this cart, and the bomb might be enough to do that.
Oh boy, blade, bomb, beat, you name it. Any other ult that starts with V, I don't know, there's probably more. Persona either way, grabbing the first pick here in this fight. Gusty will go down, and now Icicle just doing what they can to hang around, but not for much longer. As Fable, once again, it feels like they just keep on scrapping their way to victory. Somehow, someway, Viola will fall, Fable will continue their triumphs, and once again, the fight won by them. Cafe Violet need to swap something up.
Fable had 1 minute on the clock. I'll just remind everybody, this is an absolutely incredible overtime push from them. Now, yes, you did just dump everything into that last fight, but Cafe Violet are literally just building up to the pulse bomb. Avery on the D.Va could basically just deny that. As we're approaching this second point, Cafe Violet need to find their footing here and put a stop to this push.
Very, very close here. Pulse bomb as well. I mean, of course, not the end of the world. The checkpoint does go the other way, but certainly not going to make things easier. Icicle going down. Kunai to the face for Hurui. Just being very, very careful. Make sure you can get this pulse bomb off. Maybe waiting for the D.Va or the Suzu or something of that sort, but there's not a chance as 4 players are removed, and now you're the only one left. You just have to go down. You have no other options.
Absolutely incredible. Fable still pushing forward. I mean, Cafe Violet are kind of just crumbling now because Fable are into this ult cycling, right? And Cafe Violet just don't really have anything to work with. You threw your 2 ultimates you had there at the point, but Fable just respond. They always keep one toe on the point, and now you got the blade from HK to face up against.
They tried. I like the movement there, but unfortunately no stick. Instead, you have the blade that now needs to be the brunt of the attack, and it usually is. That's 2 removed, both supports, the mech as well. And it's just copy and paste and paste and paste, and HK needs to be stopped, and just has not been. So I'm gonna say not GG yet, but oof, this is not much more Cafe Violet can do if they keep keeping this up.
Oh, yeah, okay, well, you know, at least you built up some ultimates here, but, I mean, if we're approaching this third point, if all 6 are collected by Fable here, it's already a very, very difficult task for Cafe Violet right now.
Might have been a blunder there. As it looks like there was 2 DPS in the backline chasing over 1 Tracer. That damage output kind of declining for the moment, so maybe potential Tricycle to get some work done here, but no. There's 2 gone from the Fable side, or excuse me, from the Violet side, as Fable continue to keep on doing what they've been, and that's all 5 gone once more. Team kill after team kill. Fable keep on going, and a minute 20 separating us from, I guess, potentially another round of Rialto, or the final map.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is a little bit, maybe a little bit demoralizing if you're Cafe Violet. I mean, because of course, when you come into these overtime fights, it's literally just like, you just need to win 1 fight. That's all you need. You know, you can pile up your ultimates, you can throw them at the point. It's just 1 fight. But Fable, again and again and again, winning. I mean, 48 limbs for Avery. This is absolutely insanity from the Fable side. Doing a fantastic job cleaning up these kills and just locking in and really, really digging deep for this reverse sweep.
I don't know anymore, I'm gonna be honest. I'm watching these games, I'm thinking, okay, there's the opening. Oh wait, never mind, Fable is fabling. Can we make that like a verb now?
Yeah, it should be. Like the opening pick in every fight. Fabling. Just fabling.
I don't even think that. I think it's just the act of winning a fight after losing 3 players.
Right? It's also just like, I'm so impressed with just everybody on Fable is a threat. Every single person could send you back to the spawn room, whether it's the beginning of the fight or the end of a fight. So now, Cafe Violet, it is an absolute monstrous of an ask, but they must complete Rialto if they want to win the series out. Here and now, it's the same mirror composition making a reappearance here. We'll see just how far Cafe Violet can have that carry them.
I don't know how much luck they're gonna have, I'm gonna be honest. I don't have a good feeling about this. I just feel like something needs to change, but maybe they feel confident in themselves. Maybe they had just a few too many blunders in the previous sort of rounds. Harvey, you okay? Okay, yep, we're chilling, we're good. We have no dashes, but we have a recall, so we have the emergency get out of jail free card if we need. It's just that no picks have really came on through yet. Removing HQ would be a nice start, though. The deflect runs out, and there we go. It's moments like those where Cafe Violet have been so good, but Fable, if we know anything about them, it's that they can make up for that somehow, some way.
Yeah, they are, all 5 of Fable are going to be able to come back for this first point. Key, maybe 4, as Persona sent back to the spawn. Now, honestly, if you're Fable, you don't even go for this fight. I mean, it's overtime, it doesn't really matter, but no, they're gonna go for it. They want to close it out.
Absolutely, the remake not gonna find a victim this time, so instead, just the meters, 1.32. That means the next spawn room will be coming in shortly if they can. Oh boy, Gusty gets punished for it. Persona, actually a very nice positioning there, and maybe even the reason why Fable end up winning this point. It's gonna be very, very close right now, but we'll see if Violet can do a Fabling of their own, if you will. No, it does not look like it's gonna happen. Ain't no way. Somehow, we're going to map 5. We're going the distance. Fable, congrats. You brought it all the way back.
And, oh, looking really, really good. I mean, I don't know. Surabasa happened, and a switch just flipped here for Fable. They are playing so well now. Really, really listening to each other's calls and just following up on kind of kill after kill. H-Key on this, Genji just having all of the resources and space to work with and just being really able to just shine in that Rialto map.
Okay, Genji. HK, congrats, you're doing a great job. What does that mean? You're not gonna be having fun next to map.
Yeah,
in my opinion. Like, surely that's the ban that comes through, right? If not.
Right? I mean, I have to assume that it is. But also, like, there's only one more map type left here. We just did Escort. I mean, it's King's Row, right? We're like going to King's Row, right? Like.
All right, I'll see you at a 7-7 King's Row in about. We fast forward. We know how this one's gonna do. We know how this one's gonna end. Yeah. Oh man, I mean, this has been such a long game of Rialto. We assume that there's gonna be an even longer King's Row, or at least something that lives up to the hype. So We're going to jump to a quick break, just a few minutes, and when we come back, we'll have the conclusion of the series, the conclusion of our games for today. But until then, we'll see you in just a minute. Well, we had to let the tension build just a little bit more. Take 5 minutes, let the players breathe, let us breathe, and then we come back to a game that probably has Genji banned. It's going to be Fable against their opponents who have given them an absolute run for their money, but Fable have been able to bring it back. So what do you do if you're Cafe Violet? What do you do? Well, you take them to Eichenwald, and that's where we're going to be heading. Of course, take a look at the scores. That was a fun little 6-3 on Rialto that we weren't expecting to see today, but my name is Arcast here with Rain. Rain, what are you thinking about Eichenwald?
Okay, well, I'm interested to see Eichenwald, of course, you know, King's Row in the options here. We were maybe expecting to see that, but interestingly, Eichenwald is the one hybrid map that carried over from that summer season pool, so potentially a little bit more practiced on this one. We saw Fable taking us over to Rialto, a little bit less practiced, so I think having Cafe Violet answer with this one makes a lot of sense to me.
Is that a ban from, like, is that... Okay. We're getting weird that it's not a double auto ban, as that wouldn't technically be possible. I was curious if one team maybe just forfeited their ban saying, hey, you banned who we want to ban, we're good. But it looks like we will have things changing up shortly. And there's no Genji banned in the first 4 maps. So please, for the love of whatever, surely, right? Surely that's the way you go. I mean, I guess they're only... Oh, no. Wait, no, that can't be right either, because there's 2 supports. Okay, we're getting there.
Ta-da!
And Venture. Well, GG.
I
Genji's in the game.
I don't... I'm really interested about this Brigitte ban. I mean, don't usually see Brig on Eichenwald. Both teams have been running Kiri Lucio, save for, you know, Surabosa where there was no Lucio. Oh, and Li Zhang where there was no Lucio. So banning out the Brig here, I mean, I think it's a protect alt, or a protect ban. I think that you're banning out a support so that you can still play Kiriko Lucio, because Kiriko ban was still on the field.
I mean, as well, we've had Lucio banned twice, so we've had Brigitte now banned twice.
Yeah,
So
wait, but isn't Brig banned by Cafe Violet twice?
That-
Anyway, sure.
that's, yeah, I'm gonna just
Alas,
hope
here
that
we
it's just
are,
flipped
about
around.
5, and you know.
Okay, Fable's
Oh.
banned map 2. We're good, everything's clear. We get to have a nice smooth sailing Eichenwald, and by that I mean there's going to be a Genji running rampant, and potentially so many more things, even the Symmetra for all we know, because you nerds and competitive like to set up on the bridge. It's always true. I'm guilty of it too. Like, I'm not, that's not a diss. I do it. I'm the nerd.
Yeah, I get it. It's a strat. What can you say? Yeah, fighting their own demons. It's themselves. Cafe Violet. Here we go.
I mean,
Map
to be
5.
fair, you're not wrong though, right?
Right? A little bit. Okay, we mentioned this also. Look, I'm not trying to cast or curse us or anything, but it is very unique that we have hybrid as our map 5 here, because of course, this is one of those map types where you could potentially have a draw incoming. So I mean, I hope that break treated everybody well.
Well, there's Persona on the Widow, so maybe they're feeling nice after the break. They're gonna go for a jump shot. It's gonna be crazy. They've just like unlocked human aimbot, and nope, never mind. Okay, back to the spawn we go. Off the little jump off the roof.
Okay, Fable on this. Kiri Lucio probably gonna go over to Tracer. Okay, yes, comfortable composition now. Cafe Violet is making a little bit of a change up here. Viola is gonna move back on over to that Hazard, but otherwise it's essentially the same compositions here. That Hazard is gonna be a little bit more of a threat in the front line for Fable, but not gonna have the peel potential that Avery has on this team.
I just love the Fable swap up though. It makes so much sense to me because it's like, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. On the side of Fable, but if it is broke, please do fix it for Cafe Violet. And they have. They've decided, let's go back to the Hazard, where we're doing pretty dang well in the first 2 maps, and yeah, we got countered here or there, but now you're starting to roll. Look at this, 3 picks just like that. You snap your fingers and they are gone. So very nicely done here in this first engagement. Of course, nothing super crazy. Everyone just kind of farming up their ultimates because we know Fable, and we know they love to use their ults to win the fights.
I do really like kind of the synergy between the Hazard and the Genji, because I've been talking a lot about how Hazard is able to kind of just do a lot of damage all at once with that Violent Leap plus Primary Fire, and Genji is a really, really nice hero to kind of combo into that. Once upon a time, we were kind of seeing the Genji Mauga paired together because you're getting that kind of CC in. Now there's no CC on the side of the Hazard, but it's kind of the same idea. If you're getting these hits in at the same time, you are going to be able to delete people from Fable.
Very close to a pulse bomb here as well, 98% and counting. I mean, spotting a Kiriko, forcing out a TP. This one is very doable again for Cafe Violet to work with. Of course, right now, both teams have just as much an equal shot at taking this one down, but you have to feel like this is Cafe Violet's game to lose, considering they went all the way to the distance of 2-0, and now they're back at the 2-2 scoreline. Hello, Baby Diva. How are you doing? Having a nice walk?
Oh. Yeah, a nice long walk till once again being killed by the boop of Gusty, and Cafe Violet have just done so much. 5 ultimates to work with. No swaps coming through from Fable. They're really just kind of looking for the opening here. And this next fight is definitely going to be a very explosive one, but where Cafe Violet are kind of on the defense here, you're going to have a little bit of an advantage in being able to kind of use these ults as Fable's trying to walk through these choke points.
Oh, they only have a minute 30 left. Oh no, well guess what? They full capped Rialto with a minute. So, I don't think the time is a big issue for them. Of course, the life HP might be in this fight, as they're going to have to reset really, really quickly, as Fiery will be sent back to the spawn room early off of the Kitsune Rush, but that's one ultimate baited out. Now it's going to be a Q dump here, if you will see who's got the best ults in favor. Well, for Fable, they're hoping it's them.
Yeah, you get Pulse Bomb in. A lot actually committed right away here from Fable.
Oh my.
Really quickly now.
What's going on here? I mean, that's 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to count the ults that are used. 4, maybe? And somehow we've only had 1 pick coming through. Now, HKey is the one to finally deal that killing blow to a few. And I believe that's onto both supports as well. So all damage is now permanent unless you can find yourself a health pack. Oh my, HKey does it again. And now it's their time to maybe stagger out the Tracer just for a little bit longer, to have some fun, and they have full capped the first objective here.
I like the strategy of when in doubt, just build up 5 ultimates and everybody press Q. And hey, it worked for Fable. And you know what? It also doubly worked for Fable because Cafe Violet was on the exact same wavelength. Everybody pressing Q. Gonna look to take actually an aggressive fight kind of at this doorway, but it's really just Viola down here for now, and it's a lot of damage being forced onto her.
I think Viola might have just been trying to farm up some ult charge. Maybe got punished going a bit too aggressive there, and Zapanther as well, just kind of having fun, shooting, getting free target range practice, and ends up working out well for them. Now they're just going to have to find a way to bounce back. That is Cafe Violet.
Yeah, and Fable now get to set themselves up kind of on this high ground. This is similar to what they were doing on Rialto, right? You just take a whole lot of space, you move the cart for free, and then you finally take a fight.
Very big early pick, though, on Fiery. I mean, that's the mobility gone. Never mind, both mobility gone. Never mind, the entire Cafe Violet team is gone. So, I blinked. My bad. I'm sorry. I missed it. And they're all gone. They're back in the spawn room.
Oh, HKey is just a menace on the Genji. You see the dash resets coming through. All that Fable has to do is get, like, some half HP targets on Cafe Violet, and then HKey is just more than happy to clean those all up. Now, we're already at the bridge here. You got ults to work with, but there's some coming online here for Cafe Violet. You really just need to kind of sustain through this incoming attack.
Let's see what happens here. The ultimates, of course, being used, and HKey, not exactly the most productive blade they've had. They've had so many more, and somehow they still get away with 1 highway robbery, if you will, and that's 3 players gone, 4 if you count the Lucio in to boot, and then Karma will say goodbye as well. So Cafe Violet, maybe the tank is just run out of gas at this point.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder that as well. Fable, we mentioned it earlier, really, really good at finding value from these ultimates, and good at kind of keeping some online, and good at finding an opening pick.
Yeah, there's 2, and again, you know, you want to build up the hype for this fight, but how much is there really going to happen here in terms of Cafe Violet? It's just another stagger kind of game. Viola's now farther behind with the rest.
Yeah, and Stagger is really what's getting Fable all of this space for free. And now Cafe Violet, I mean, look at this. You have all these ultimates to work with, but just nobody wants to press Q because they're always down someone.
Always down someone, and now, I mean, okay, they're down a minute and 48 apparently because nobody decided to touch the point. Now, granted, could they? Were they stuck from the downpour? We don't exactly know. But at the same time, I felt like is Fable really going to let that one slide? Are they really just going to magically get stopped there? It didn't feel like it. The momentum was on their side, and, well, they full capped.
Might just be the strat having Escort and Hybrid as the last two maps because they basically play exactly the same. You know, once you cap that first point, you're just playing the Stagger game, and Fable has shown that they are basically the champions of the Stagger game. They just move the cart for free so easily because they just push up, they take the space, and they just allow these DPS of HKey and Persona to basically just have all the room in the world to work with, and they're gonna hit their shots because they're just absolutely on fire right now.
They're built different. I mean, hey, anyone that can full cap Rialto, 6-3 with a minute left, I'm gonna keep harping on it because it's true. That takes some determination, and Fable, I get the feeling that they just want to win it more. It seemed a little rusty at the beginning, but boy, they are here to play.
Yeah, Fable is hungry to fight through this lower bracket. Cafe Violet, though, have an opportunity to lock in here. You gotta finish out Eichenwald. Probably with some time as well, otherwise you're looking at essentially a draw as we have same compositions coming out. Now, we'll see if Fable are able to put as much kind of pressure onto this kind of entryway as Cafe Violet could on the defense, because of course you're on the Diva now, so you don't have, you know, that jagged wall to kind of split people off, but you do have the ability to maneuver around this map a lot easier on that Diva compared to the Hazard.
I mean, it looks so frantic from Cafe Violet. Maybe that's just me kind of putting an unconscious bias in it, but like, you see them kind of scrambling forward. They're not exactly sure of which target they're trying to approach, and actually they're just scaling forward, eventually waiting for that opening, but where is it? Where is it going to be given to you? And the answer, really not that much. The Panther, though, will fall on the backline, so maybe this is your chance. Avery, though, matching it. Persona as well, getting in on the action, and Viola still getting ticked down very, very low, although the Lucio reigns above you supreme. Avery will take you on down when it matters most, and this one, although a bit scrappy towards the end, was still in control with Fable the whole time.
I like that you mentioned that it's looking a little bit frantic, because it does kind of feel that Cafe Violet, it's putting a lot of pressure on their DPS to try and find the opening picks, because they're really just kind of trying to follow up on targets that are losing a little bit of HP, rather than kind of looking to follow up on targets that have had a crucial cooldown forced out. I'm thinking like the Kiriko TP or the Genji dash. And right now it's really on Kaizuku and Haruhai to try and do enough damage that the rest of Cafe Violet can follow up on it.
Fable, they'll be looking to secure themselves the win here. Of course, the win would mean the reverse sweep entirely. They're going to do whatever they can to hold on here and win this one out, holding the defense, and the pulse bomb used just for some extra flair, of course. Nice little fireworks to go, but for the most part, this fight is done and dusted. Viola will fall, and that's 3 ults now farmed up for Cafe Violet, looking towards 5. But again, is this going to be a similar situation of let's just all press Q at the end?
Yeah, it worked really, really well for Fable on their attack, but I think Fable got the read on that, because, I mean, you did manage to at least save a bunch of your ultimates as well, Hard. Didn't really work out that well for Cafe Violet on the defense, but maybe here on the attack, they can make it happen. A lot of space being created here by Haruhai.
Big beat here. Blade from HKey looking to get that value and doesn't quite have enough swings in place. Of course, will avoid the downpour, but now has to fend for themselves against the Hazard, and actually is doing a crap ton of damage. That's Avery as well. HP is just a figment of your imagination, and Fable will win this one out again.
Ooh, that is really unfortunate. Cafe Violet not going to have the 5 ults dump that they maybe would have needed But you did get a lot out of Fable. Now it's just this bomb from Avery, which is going to be able to do a lot of work in just kind of spreading out Cafe Violet, right? Everybody's going to scatter when you see this Diva Bomb come, which could be a really great response to the bomb, or for the blade that's coming in from Kai'Sa. But then, you know, Dusty having this beat advantage means that Cafe Violet is going to have that for the mid-fight, which is going to allow them to stay in this fight a little bit longer.
Icicle looking for a target. It's just going to be a bit too far away. No way does they get punished for this. It's been very, very close. The bomb in place, and that will mean Cafe Violet should have an idea of the points in terms of their positioning control. That they will. 4 players make that 5 on it. And it wasn't a super crazy team kill, but it got the job done. Once again, we see the press queue game is A-OK, and Cafe Violet continue this map.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Even though Kai'Sa doesn't actually find a kill with the blade, it does split up Fable a whole lot, and that allows Haruhi to kind of solo out one of those targets, finds that opening kill, and then Viola's there to kind of find the next one. Now, Cafe Violet, I mean, if you want to get percentage here, you need to start pushing up. You need to start taking this high ground away from Fable, because that's what we saw Fable do on the attack, and once you kind of get positioned there, it's going to be very, very hard to displace, but it looks like Cafe Violet want to instead just kind of force the point.
Oh, I was so waiting for my intrusive thoughts to just kind of chuck the pulse bomb off the top of the high ropes and hope that it lands on somebody, but I'm glad Persona has more self-control than me. Obviously, they're doing pretty dang good here in this game. Been looking for a pulse bomb now to secure this fight win for themselves. Of course, Karma will fall early, and you may not even need it. Of course, that pulse bomb is so fast charging that you may as well use it as soon as you can get it. Just looking for the positioning now and waiting for the right time to strike. H-Key, though, will fall, and that's your carry down, if you will. Viola, though, the tank from Cafe Violet removed from the picture, and these fights are scrappy for sure. But eventually, it looks like Cafe Violets are the ones out on top.
I was questioning for a moment, wait, is Fable on the attack? Because there's 3 Fable players kind of hanging around that choke point, but no, just trying to get kind of the map flip on Cafe Violet. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work out for them as Cafe Violet kind of get that read, and you're going to win these fights in kind of like the longer scenario. So if you want to force a fight on point, that's absolutely fine if you're Cafe Violet. But Fable, I mean, now you've got ults to push back in, try and stop this second point cap.
Elbow support all invested. Oh, bye-bye, Fiery. Just gets taken down by the downpour. Environmental kill, by the way. That was impressive. But unfortunate for them, of course, the Lucios will be the first to fall. Cafe Violet, though, actually, it's Harui blowing themselves up. That's not exactly great. Persona holding on with their pulse bomb, evening the numbers, making this one doable for themselves. And it looks like eventually Fable will hold on. They're not on the attack this time, so it's not technically fabling, if you will, pulling a fight victory out of nowhere, but they're just holding on for dear life, and it's working out.
Yeah, all right. It's getting very dicey here for Cafe Violet. You have this blade. Now, not any ultimates online for Fable just yet, but if Avery can build up to this bomb, it's going to be very, very hard for Cafe Violet to just stay on this payload at all. It's going to be a big opening pick from Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and that's H-Key, right? That's your big damage dealer that you're kind of hoping for to get you in these fights. Oh, no. No way did the boop come on through. No, they'll make their way up. That's crazy. Where did they even go? And you can see that's what Viola's thinking too. The picks, they need to come through, but instead it's just a self-destruct up on top of the cart. That's a D-Mech, and now no remech as they will be removed. Z-Panther keeps on holding strong. Once again, we see a little bit of deja vu. Avery still with 2, though, and somehow they are holding on once again. Fable have goofed off Gusty. Somehow, magically, they found themselves in a void, in a pit, and Avery just needs to keep fighting, keep on blasting. There's a downpour once more. Very low HP. Is that the end? Yes, it is. Fable bring it all the way back. A reverse sweep here to move on and stay alive.
Absolutely incredible show of mental fortitude for Fable to turn this around, pulling out the reverse sweep, especially going up 2-0. I mean, Cafe Violet lost 0-3 last time they played against them, so that's gotta be weighing on Fable as they move into that 4th map, but so good to be able to fight through it, pull out that victory, and stay in this lower bracket.
Man, Fable, what a game. I mean, we said this was the team that could go toe-to-toe with one of our teams in our upward final at the moment, and they did grab a map off of them, but now you can see what they do on Escort, on these hybrid maps. And now,
Mm.
what happens if there's a rematch? I'm excited to see that one. But of course, Fable, please don't, next time, drop the first 2 maps. That's not great for your mentality. I'm sure they probably know that too. But at the end of the day, you win, you keep on moving, and you're staying alive in this tournament. Props to you, and good on you for sticking it out all the way until the end.
Yeah, it's been a long day of Overwatch for these teams. Of course, this has been 3 back-to-back matches. This has been 6 hours of Overwatch essentially, and these maps that Fable has been, or these matches that Fable has been playing, and they have been close, right? This is not just a clean 3-0, right? This is a significant amount of Overwatch being played to come out the last series of the day with the reverse sweep. I mean, you gotta be feeling great if you're Fable.
So you know what the deal is? At the end of every series, we toss it to a quick break, and then on the flip side, we tell you about the series, about how the day has gone, and maybe even we have an interview with the winners of our previous match. Plenty to talk about with them, but Fable, we'll see them on the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, we're back one more time at the end of the day where all the matches are completed. It's been a doozy, especially that last series, but guess what? The victors are claiming their spoils, and rightfully so. What a day it's been, what a series we just had, so let's actually go and reflect on what just happened. Of course, my name is AriCast here with Rain, and we're going to be here with you for the final few moments of today's broadcast.
And what a lovely final map series. We had our first map 5 of this Calling All Heroes playoffs. Of course, Cafe Violet going up 2-0 against the team that 3-0'd them in that Swiss round 6. But Fable locking in on Suravasa, the map that they won in their first series, and then coming around with a pretty incredible reverse sweep.
I mean, the determination from this team is absolutely absurd. I do not know how they do it. Although, I do know one piece to how they do it. And we all know it's off the back of the Genji player that never got banned. It's HKey. So let's bring them on in and have them here. Well, first of all, HKey, why do you think they didn't ban Genji?
I think they were both overly reliant on double flex DPS as a composition. I know both the DPS players fairly well, and I think they just really wanted to lean on that, especially because hitscan isn't really great this patch. And yeah, I think they were just most comfortable on Genji Tracer out of like all the possible flex DPS comps.
Yeah, that's fair. Double flex DPS, seeing a little bit more of it. That Genji Tracer, especially kind of comboing it with that old Kiri Lucio, really, really impactful. Now, we got to see, I think, maybe a little bit of Wu Yang out of Fable, but do you tend to lean a little bit more towards kind of that Lucio Kiriko? Do you feel that some Wu Yang gameplay might be a little bit more in the future for Fable?
Yeah, so we suck at Wu Yang. When going into this match, we genuinely were like, okay, first map, let's just try Wu Yang and see how it works, because we didn't play it at all versus EXO, and it felt horrible. So then we just wanted to try it and see how it went, and it didn't go well. And then, yeah, so we're gonna see if we can work on that. Maybe make it a little bit better, or maybe we'll just throw it out and just have Lucio Kiri as a crutch.
I mean, go with what works, I guess. I mean, it wasn't working in those first 2 maps, and then it started the ball rolling in those next 3. So first, how you feeling? And then second of all, what was it between those 2 maps that got you all the way to the end and got you that victory?
Yeah, so like I said, first map, that was just Wu Yang moment, that just goodbye. Esperanza, honestly, I don't really know what happened with Esperanza. We literally we went into it, we're like, we just VOD reviewed this after our loss to EXO, and then somehow we did worse. I don't know what happened. But then Suravasa, like, I want Genji on Suravasa, and I don't lose Suravasa on Genji. If we lose Suravasa on Genji, just like end the series, it's over. And so we did that, and then going into Rialto, we were actually about to ban Genji, because Persona really wanted to like try to lean into hitscan that map. But then I was like, nah, I want to play Genji. I'm feeling the Genji. So, because I just knew that like they're gonna be staying on double flex DPS, and I'm very familiar with both their DPS players. I know what I can do, so I knew I could win it.
Yeah. And it was an absolutely incredible run through Rialto. Everybody on the edge of our seats for that one. I think I do want to know kind of about Rialto specifically, because that was like a serious nail biter of a match. I mean, coming into it, were you expecting like, okay, you're gonna like run the entire distance on your overtime? Is there just like a point that you were aiming for, or was the team just like, we're gonna complete this a second time, let's go?
Yeah, so I think, going into it with, a minute on our time bank versus a minute 30, obviously we're starting out slow. We're trying not to just int and lose. And then as soon as we got our momentum, like, I just know I'm going to, that's a situation where you can literally just play to clutch, like, every fight. And, that's what happened.
Yeah, clutches galore. We made a verb about it. We called it fabling. You can watch that back. We used it a few times. But, going into, I guess, the final question for you is, do you have anybody to shout out, anybody you want to thank for today, or any words for your competitors in the future?
Shout outs. I'm gonna have to say, shout out Dodo, the Korean OWCS player. I looked at his VODs earlier, and he's kind of enlightening. And other than that, shout out my team, shout out my other team, my FACEIT team, and look forward to my next matches.
Fair enough. Well, it was a pleasure having you. We're gonna not hold you too long so you can go enjoy your victory and your victory night's rest because it's been a long day. So congrats on the win, and we'll see you in the next rounds of competition.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, that was week 1. Guess what? We get to do it all over again next week. I'm actually so excited because look at the teams we have. The quality of games that we just watched, apparently they're supposed to get better. I mean, Rain, can you believe that?
It's pretty incredible. We have had an absolutely explosive first day of Calling All Heroes playoffs, and of course, we didn't even get to see all of the teams on the broadcast, like you said. So we'll take a look at the bracket here as it stands. So it is going to be the Ducks against Exo Sakura in that winners final. So Ducks, one of those teams that we didn't get a chance to see them on the broadcast, so it's really exciting that they are ending up kind of in that winners final.
Yeah, I'm so amazed that all of these games today went 3-0, except for the one that we watched. And then this upper semifinal was close one. Apparently that one went much longer than the other 3-0 with DK and Avidity. And then, of course, we can jump to the lower bracket. We can see Fable as well, a team that we followed along. And they make a run for their money with Cafe Violet. They're still moving on, but the 3-0 on the other side as well. So keep your eyes peeled because these lower bracket matches are nothing to scoff at. Any one of these 4 teams could still go to a grand final. And I believe that wholeheartedly that every single one of them has the potential to do so. I mean, you could call the Nightmare game an upset, and maybe they're just, down, but they're not out. They're going to keep on swinging and keep on coming back even harder and better in their next few matches. So keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's going to be it for us today. But hey, same time, same place next Wednesday. A whole lot more Calling All Heroes to be seen, Ari.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely amazing to see we have more competition. So make sure, again, we said it earlier, connect your account. You got to get those drops. Come on, we were talking about them and they are going to be here. So make sure you're tuned in then as well. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already because we're doing some pretty fun content out here and the competition is so great. As for us, that's going to be it. My name is Ari Casts here with Rain. We've been your yappers. Of course, we've got a whole team of producers and observers behind us, so big shout out to them, especially Catnator, for doing the beep boop bop. As for that, we're going to send it off. So goodbye, everyone. Have a great rest of your night, and peace out.